Check. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ring the bell for child safety.
Bell as a voice for child safety.
Every child, everywhere.
Protect our children from the dangers of future.
Every child, everywhere.
Right? Everywhere.
This bell as a voice for child safety.
I'm ringing the bell as a voice for child safety.
Every child, everywhere. From everything and everyone. Child everywhere. I am ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
To protect every child, everywhere.
As a voice for the child safety.
Every child, everywhere.
I'm ringing this bell as a voice for child safety. You can too. So come be a part of this movement. Let us all come together to protect every child everywhere.
Celebrates 10 years of Masoom for child safety with Why I Love Now.
Hello, kids. That is your safety chapter.
Abhayam Masoom, and we are supporting child safety.
Hi, 25 years ago, when my son Varun was diagnosed with autism, my world completely changed. I could not find any help for Varun, so I decided to create it, not just for Varun, but for children like Varun all over the world. Today at Ananya, we don't just do therapy for children, we celebrate neurodiversity. We use globally validated assessments to find their strengths and to make tailor-made interventions designed by licensed professionals at Ananya. We help parents to transform into their children's greatest advocates. We train teachers and professionals to see potential in children rather than challenges. We've evolved from my personal journey to collaborating with NCRT and making inclusive policies with the government. We've also developed an early developmental screening app for children which just takes minutes to find their developmental delays. Because we believe that every child deserves to attain their full potential and no child should be left behind.
Imagine facing the worst at a tender age and finding the world turning its back on you. In Hyderabad, a first of its kind haven is changing that story. Tharuni Swalambana Rehabilitation and Skill Center opens its doors to child rape victims, girls under 18, offering them hope and a fresh start. Here, healing begins with care. Counseling and therapy help them face trauma. Art and craft sessions nurture their emotions. Special classes keep their education alive, while skill training builds confidence and independence. For those expecting, expert medical care ensures safety and support. Boarding and lodging for a year creates a home where warmth, protection, and family-like love are always present. Tharuni Swalambana isn't just a center. It's a second chance, a place to grow, learn, and rediscover self-worth. Here, they don't just survive, they begin to thrive. Imagine facing the worst at a tender age.
Hi, I'm Hannah. This year, Young Indians is hosting the National Masoom Summit in Hyderabad, and the theme is all about protecting our children in today's digital and real world. I'm ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
Ring the bell for child safety.
This bell as a voice for child safety.
Every child, everywhere.
Protect our children from the dangers of future.
Every child, everywhere.
Every child, everywhere.
This bell as a voice for child safety.
I'm ringing the bell as a voice for child. Every child everywhere.
So everything and everywhere. Child everywhere. I am ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
To protect every child, everywhere.
This bell as a voice for the child safety. Every child everywhere.
I'm ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
You can too. So come be a part of this movement. Let us all come together to protect every child everywhere.
We celebrate 10 years of Masoom for child safety with YI Lucknow.
Celebrate 10 years of Masoom, child safety, allocate Young India's celebrity chapter.
Support child safety. In the year of Masoom, and we are supporting child safety.
Hi, 25 years ago, when my son Varun was diagnosed with autism, my world completely changed. I could not find any help for Varun, so I decided to create it. Not just for Varun, but for children like Varun all over the world. Today at Ananya, we don't just do therapy for children, we celebrate neurodiversity. We use globally validated assessments to find their strengths and to make tailor-made interventions designed by licensed professionals at Ananya. We help parents to transform into their children's greatest advocates. We train teachers and professionals to see potential in children rather than challenges. We've evolved from my personal journey to collaborating with NCRT and making inclusive policies with the government. We've also developed an early developmental speaking app for children which just takes minutes to find their developmental delays. Because we believe that every child deserves to attain their full potential and no child should be left behind.
Imagine facing the worst at a tender age and finding the world turning its back on you. In Hyderabad, a first of its kind haven is changing that story. Tharuni Swalambana Rehabilitation and Skill Center opens its doors to child rape victims, girls under 18, offering them hope and a fresh start. Here, healing begins with care. Counseling and therapy help them face trauma. Art and craft sessions nurture their emotions. Special classes keep their education alive, while skill training builds confidence and independence. For those expecting, expert medical care ensures safety and support. Boarding and lodging for a year creates a home where warmth, protection, and family-like love are always present. Tharuni Swalambana isn't just a center. It's a second chance, a place to grow, learn, and rediscover self-worth. Here, they don't just survive, they begin to thrive.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize to have kept you waiting. The minister is on the way and is delayed a bit. So we'll just wait for some more time to begin. Thank you so much.
Every child has the right to grow up safe, free from fear and abuse. At the Youngistan Foundation, we teach children about safe and unsafe touch. We tell them it's never the child's fault. If something feels wrong, shout, speak up, and report. As part of digital safety, we worked with Telangana department to reach 1,650 schools in 33 districts, teaching online safety and empowering children to spread awareness. We teach life skills that build self-esteem and host events to educate the public about child safety so children know they are never to blame. Youngistan Foundation has reached over 3,54,100 children and community members through child safety education, life skills training, and advocacy events since 2014. Conversations with children can prevent child sexual abuse. Every talk brings us closer to a world without it. Every child.
I'm Hannah. This year, Young Indians is hosting the National Masoom Summit in Hyderabad, and the theme is all about protecting our children in today's digital and real world. I am ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
Ring the bell for child safety.
This bell as a voice for child safety.
Protect every child, everywhere.
Protect our children from the dangers of future.
Every child, everywhere.
Protect everywhere.
Ring this bell as a voice for child safety.
I'm ringing the bell as a voice for child everything everywhere.
From everything and anywhere. Child everywhere. I am ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
To protect every child, everywhere.
This bell as a voice for the child safety. Every child everywhere. I'm ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
You can too. So come be a part of this movement. Let us all come together to protect every child everywhere.
We celebrate 10 years of Masoom for child safety with Via Lucknow.
Celebrate 10 years of Masoom, the child safety, celebrate Young India's Celebrate chapter.
Then we have Masoom and we are supporting child safety.
Namaste and good morning. On behalf of Young Indians, I, Pooja Lalwani, Chair for Masoom Hyderabad, with great joy and pride, feel privileged to extend a very warm welcome to all our dignitaries, guests, educators, motivators, creators, and changemakers of the society at the 6th edition of the YI National Masoom Summit. As Young Indians is a dynamic organization and supports numerous nation-building activities, we will mark the beginning of the summit by playing the national anthem by Grammy Award winner Ricky Kitch to also mark the Climate Action Week being celebrated in Young Indians this week. Requesting everyone to please rise for the national anthem. Thank you so much. Requesting everyone to please take your seats. Young Indians Accessibility Initiative is about creating a world where everyone belongs. It strives to bring out the true potential of an individual irrespective of their circumstances. It aims to upskill, employ, create equal opportunities, and spread community awareness to bridge the gap. As I speak, we are proud to announce that we have hearing and speech disabled students amongst us from Ashri Akriti attending the summit today. And equally special is our upcoming performance by the special kids. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our very talented students from Swayam Krishi, Akshara, Tayama, Arushis, Sirisha, Anjali, Charanshri and Sunita showcasing their skills and creativity. These are special children. I think they just a little more time. So, yeah, just a minute. Thanks.
முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் சீர்மேவும் எட்டுக்குடி வாழும் தெய்வானை தன்னுடைய மணாளனே வாவா பார்ப்புகழும் சிந்து தமிழ் பாடு பன்னிருகை ஆண்டியும் நீ முன்னருள வாவா எச்சரிக்கை என்றெடுப்பன் கூறு இருபுறமும் காவடிகள் நின்றிடுதே வாவா பச்சை மயில் ஏறுகின்ற பாலா பாசம் வைத்து என் கலியை தீர்த்திட நீ வாவா வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் சுவாமி மலை ஆண்டவரே வாவா அச்சங்களின் காவடிகள் வருகுதே மகிழ்ச்சியாய் வந்திருக்கு கண்டிட நீ வாவா வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் வீரவேல் வேல் வேல் வெற்றி வேல் 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 வீரவேல் வேல் வேல் சக்தி வேல் 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 ஞானவேல் எத்தனையோ அழகுகளும் பூண்டு எண்ணிறைந்த காவடிகள் வந்திருக்கு வாவா வெள்ளிரத காவடிகள் கோடி வெகு காவடி வந்திருக்கு கண்டிடவும் வாவா மைமுழு தளவுகளும் பூண்டு மேதினியோ நெருங்கி வந்திருக்கார் வாவா அழகு மேல் காவடிகள் நிறுத்தி ஆலவட்டம் பறக்குதே ஐயனே வாவா வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் சீர்மேவும் பத்துமலை வாழும் தெய்வானை தன்னுடைய மணாளனே வாவா பார்ப்புகளும் சிந்து தமிழ் பாடு பன்னிருக்கை ஆண்டியும் நீ முன்னருள வாவா எச்சரிக்கை என்றிடும்பன் கூறு இருபுறமும் காவடிகள் நின்றிடுதே வாவா பச்சை மயில் ஏறுகின்ற பாலா பாசம் வைத்து என் கலியை தீர்த்திட நீ வாவா வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் அரோகரா வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் வேல் முருகா வேல் முருகா வேல் அரோகரா வேல்
That was so amazing. I have no words and I'm sure I can't dance like this. They are pure souls and see the spirit, the way one person couldn't get this Kavadi to dance with, but her moves were nothing short of appreciation. I request the students to please be on the dais and would like to request the national leadership to please come up on stage and felicitate these wonderful, wonderful students. Request Josna, Bhavin and Tarang to please join us on the stage. I think the claps should go on. Okay. AK? May I request the dignitaries on the stage to please gather for a group picture along with the students? Stage set up immediately after this. And I can keep on announcing and tell everyone. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks, Jyotsna, and thanks, Bhavan. Thank you so much, students. It was such a lovely start to the morning. I would request the hotel people to kindly set up the stage as we start the address and our opening ceremony. Thank you so much. May I please request the guests standing on the sides, please take your seats as we begin. Request our dignitaries, Mr. Bhavan Pandya, Co-Chair Masoom, Young Indians, Ms. Jyotsna Agarwal, Chair, Masoom Young Indians, Mr. Tarang Khurana, National Chairman, Young Indians, Mr. Shivaprasad Reddy, Chairman, CII Telangana, Managing Director, Rachamalu Forgings Private Limited, Mr. Sheikh Samiuddin, Director and Head, CII Telangana State Office, to join the dais and kindly take their seats. Chairman has to come, Samiuddin sir has to come.
Chairman and
Samiuddin.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Going forward, request Ms. Jyotsna Agarwal, Chair, Masoom Young Indians, to kindly give the opening remarks. A very, very good morning to everyone present in the room. It's my extreme honor and privilege to be amongst all of you today. While we are waiting for Honorable Minister, I would like to welcome Mr. Shivaprasad Reddy ji, Chairman CII Telangana State Council, Mr. Tarang Khurana, National Chairman Young Indians, Mr. Bhavin, Masoom Co-Chair, Mr. Samiuddin, he'll join us on the stage briefly, CII Telangana State Head. All, I would like to welcome each and every one present here, via members, teachers, members of the civil society, organizations, our students. I welcome you all to the 6th edition of Masoom Summit. Masoom Summit 2025 Abhayam. Why we named it Abhayam? Abhayam, this word in Sanskrit means to be able to live without fear. Today we also celebrate 10 years of Project Masoom. This Project Masoom we hold very close to our heart. Project Masoom started 10 years back in 2015 and was launched by Nobel laureate Mr. Kailash Satyarthi ji with one vision: to make Bharat a safe place for our children where they can live freely without any fear. When I say this project is very close to our heart, I mean it. Over the last 10 years, we have tirelessly worked to spread awareness on the prevention of child sexual abuse. We have directly impacted lakhs of children across the country. Not only that, we have trained our teachers, educators to spread this and take the mission forward. Along with that, we have partnered with many organizations to develop content which is helpful in spreading this awareness. And this content is so rich that it is not only present in English and Hindi languages, but a lot of other languages. It is there in Braille and also now in sign language, for those who are the most vulnerable part of our society. To spread this reach, I feel our strength lies in our reach, as I was mentioning to some of my speakers before, that we are present today in 72 chapters across the country, with members tirelessly working to spread the awareness, as we dream of a Bharat where every child lives freely. I would also like to mention that we, over the last 2 years, we've started focusing on awareness on digital abuse as well. And why do we do that? Because the social fabric of our society is going through a paradigm shift. Threats that were considered local in nature now have become global and invisible. We don't know. These threats are reaching our children through screens, and that is what we have to tackle. Over the last, if I have to bring some data to perspective, globally, 1 billion children face violence every year. That is half of the world's children. And to bring this reality to some real-time data in India, out of every hour, 7 children report sexual abuse, and 4 children report rapes. And mind it, this is only the data that has been recorded and reported. We don't know how many cases go unreported. And that is the quantum we are talking about. So while we are sitting in this room, every 9 to 10 minutes, one child somewhere in the country is going through abuse. So that is why I feel this collaboration of minds, of the dignitaries present on the stage, in the audience, because every law that is enforced, every plan that is made, every child that is saved, every teacher that is educated, everything starts with the dialogue. And that is why what we are doing today matters. So I request the audience to join us in the spirit of collaboration so that we can build together the Bharat that we dream of. Because if we remain silent, silence is where the abuse thrives. So let's all get together and build a Viksit and safe Bharat for our children. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Jyotsna, for your insightful words. I now request Mr. Tarang Khurana, National Chairman, Young Indians, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Pooja. Mr. Reddy, Jyotsna, Bhavan, Saimuddin, YM members, friends in the audience, dignitaries gathered here today, Namaskar and a very, very good morning to all of you. This summit, the Masoom Summit, the 6th edition, is something that was started in 2020, and we are so glad that a conversation that started on screen has now come to a very physical and very close format where we can actually start talking about prospective collaborations going forward. It is an honor to be here with all of you today. YI, as some of you know, is a nationwide organization with more than 72 chapters across the country and in Singapore as well. 7,500 members, 18 lakh students across the schools and colleges of India working together to build a better Bharat. Jyotsna touched on multiple aspects of where Masoom started, how it came about, and where it is being led to. Along with all of the numbers and the data that she presented, I think the true story of Masoom lies in the stories that come forward. Be it a call from Erode, where a child, after a session, spoke to us about how her mother was given away into child marriage, and she hopes that this is something that never happens to her. Be it a session in a high-scale and a high residential school in Ahmedabad, where the teacher was called out for having abused the children post a session of Masoom. Be it a village in Guwahati, where similar instances were uncovered in close family matters, this is where Masoom truly comes together. Masoom, as you all know, means innocence. And to protect and value the innocence of children is to protect and value society itself. It is a belief that we hold very, very dear to us all across the country. Furthermore, it is an indeed pleasure and privilege to be in Hyderabad today, where the Telangana government itself is working on multiple ways and means in which they can accelerate child safety adoption across the state, including dedicated fast-track courts, dedicated police services, and of course, an entire administrative machinery working towards ensuring child safety. This ideal or this approach towards the prevention of child sexual abuse cannot be done in an individual manner. It is not one organization's responsibility, nor is it one organization's capability that can make this reality. A project like Masoom requires cross-organizational and cross-sectoral approach. It requires stakeholders like all of us gathered here today, be it individual organizations, be it the private sector, be it the state body, be it the students themselves here today. It requires all of us to come together and work towards a Viksit Bharat 2047, because the Viksit Bharat 2047 mentioned by Jyotsna is not going to be for us. It is going to be for the children who are there with us here today. It is the lives that they will lead in 2047 that has to really develop and really come together in terms of our approach. Let this summit not just be an event. Conversations lead to collaborations. It is my earnest request to all the stakeholders participating in this summit today. Let's take forward the conversations that we have here onto the ground in terms of the action that we evolve. Let's take forward key ideas from this summit and figure out how we can implement them better across the length and breadth of the country. Let's help build future-ready policies so that together we take Masoom, which is not just a promise. It's not just a project, it's an act. It's an act that is done every day. The summit is just the coming together of it once every year. Let's ensure that all the objectives that come out of the conversations that we have today pave the way, not only for young Indians, but for organizations like ours, be it Rati, be it Mukta, be it the Telangana state government, be it those ideas that can actually contribute towards our overall approach of nation building. A Bharat Rising is something that we just do not have to witness, but something that we have to create. We have a unique opportunity. The 200 people in the audience gathered here today have a very unique opportunity to contribute towards that. To each of you who over the last 10 years have developed Vyam Masoom from a Project Komal in Trichy to a Project Masoom across the country, we extend a heartfelt thanks. To all the feet on the ground, to the thousands of people who are carrying forward the message, it is our privilege to stand here and take in the accolades or the gratifications, but it is your work that makes it possible. Jyotsna, Bhavin, Alok, Shivani, Vinod, Ashwin, Pooja, Poonam, the entire team of Hyderabad and the Masoom team that has come together to execute this for us. It is with immense gratitude that we are here. We appreciate all the great work that you have been able to do, and at YI, as we believe, together we can and we will make the ideal of Abhayam a reality. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
That was truly inspiring, Tarang. Thank you so much. I now request Mr. Shiva Prasad Reddy, Chairman CII Telangana, Managing Director Rachamalu Forgings Private Limited, to please address the gathering.
Namaste, good morning to all of you. First of all, I thank YI for inviting me to be here on this day of Masoom Summit 2025, which is, I really felt very happy when I saw the dance by the kids. It is really exciting because that's how we have to bring our children who are not able children. And first of all, on behalf of CI Telangana, I welcome all of you, all the delegates, and Jyotsna, Tarang, and Bhavin, welcome. In fact, I welcome all of you who are here from out of Hyderabad to the beautiful city of Hyderabad. I hope you enjoy this city And see, this summit, in fact, I'm so happy that you are celebrating this as a 10th edition of Masoom. And I'm very much honored to be here because this is an excellent program. Because I mean, during our council meetings of CII, we have a representation by YI. They explain to us how they are working with school kids, how they are doing the work in various schools, how they are able to cover more than 1 lakh of children within Hyderabad. And I'm so happy, and I think I have to congratulate the team YI Hyderabad for their beautiful work. Today morning I had some discussions with the YI. So what I thought was, why not we discuss this in a with the government level, so that the policy makers also be included in our training sessions, because so that we can it is easy to approach penetrate into rural areas. The Train the Trainers is a beautiful program because the teachers, once they are trained, they are there forever. Because in case of YI, they are doing a full day and they have been visiting various schools and they're doing a tremendous work, but they cannot do so often. So there was a suggestion from YI that why not we include in the education policy of Telangana about child sexual abuse as a small subject, which I am happy if you give the representation. We'll go through the minister and submit it to the concerned authorities, so that this is the right time for us to represent this matter, so that we can make it happen. And Masoom, actually, we strongly believe that the progress is not measured by economic growth alone, but the society we build, ones where children feel secure, women feel empowered, and communities thrive with dignity. That's the reason initiatives like Masoom are so significant, because they remind us the nation building begins with nurturing and protecting the youngest among us. As Tarang and Josna explained about this Masoom project, I wish that this should be spread to every nook and corner of Telangana state. And I'm so happy to see people from outside Hyderabad, from Raipur. Tarang said he's from Raipur. And there's so many activities are done throughout the India. I think we have to spread the word and see that our children are safe always. So my congratulations once again to young Indians for their milestone, and my best wishes for the sessions ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and thought-provoking thoughts. As we are waiting for the minister to join in, we will move ahead with our next segment. Request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly take their seats in the audience. Thank you so much. next segment, we have Ms. Swapna Sundari from Sakshi Media Group. Swapna is a seasoned journalist and influencer with 23 plus years of experience. Known for fearless and people-centric journalism, trained classical vocalist and multi-awarded professional, she focuses on social issues, especially women and children rights. Request Ms. Sundari to please come on the dais and introduce our guest and the topic for the fireside chat.
Thank you very much, ma'am. A very good morning to each and every one of you. It's my honor to be here as part of this very, very useful, informative session today. I'd like to introduce our guest today. Director General, Director Cyber Security Bureau, Telangana, Director Forensic Science Laboratories, Srimati Shikha Goyalji. A big round of applause for her, please. Ma'am needs no introduction. One of the most dynamic officers of Telangana state, and we're really proud to have her here today. Srimati Shikha Goyalji is a 1994 batch Indian Police Service Officer of Telangana cadre. Shikha is a Miranda House alumni and holds an MPhil in Botany from Delhi University. She has also completed the Advanced Management Program in Public Policy from the Indian School of Business and is an accredited civil commercial mediator certified by ADR ODR International UK. In her career spanning almost 30 years, she has served in various wings of the state and central police organizations. Her career journey was forged policing disturbed areas, including Jammu and Kashmir, during the peak of subversive activities and combating Naxalism in Andhra Pradesh. In her stint with the CISF, she was instrumental in providing security to large, sensitive and critical infrastructure installations such as the Delhi Metro and other economically important institutions spread over 10 states. Shikha is an architect and lead contributor to certain large impact initiatives such as the SHE teams. Now this really deserves a huge round of applause from all of us. What kind of an impact SHE teams made, we all know. And Bharosa Centers, which is a single window support from victims of grave sexual offenses, and CDEW Family Counseling Centers, and we also have Travel Safe Ride Monitoring Service and Sahas Women Workplace Safety Initiatives. So Shikha ma'am has always been in the forefront of leading initiatives related to women and children. As a Director General rank officer, she currently heads portfolios of the Cyber Security Bureau and Forensic Science Laboratory. As DG Telangana Forensic Science Laboratory, she is driving modernization of forensic services across the state through adoption of advanced technologies and reducing pendency with aligning practices with evolving legal frameworks. And as the Director of Telangana State Cyber Security Bureau, heading the first of its kind, now replicated nationally, the T4C, she functions as Chief Information Security Officer, overseeing coordination with law enforcement, intelligence, supervision, and executing special operations against cyber offenders, which is the main point of today's session. So she proudly led the first of its kind interstate operation to arrest cyber criminals, overseen cybercrime police stations, and actively engages in interstate, interagency coordination and cyber capacity building. With a big round of applause, I'd like to welcome Srimati Shikha Goyal, IPS, onto the stage. Welcome, ma'am. Last but not the least, Shikha ma'am is the recipient of many awards and accolades, and she is noted among some of the most dynamic officers. She has also been given the Presidential Medal and Police Medal for Distinguished Service in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to speak about child safety both in the digital world and the real world. We are specifically speaking in context of sexual offenses. And Shikha ma'am is going to give us a lot of insights today about the kind of investigation that happens and how we can prevent the rise of such crimes, ma'am. I'd like to start first with setting context to how serious this offense is, because we hear a lot of sporadic cases happening here and there. But as a senior police officer, what is the prevalence of such incidents, both in Telangana, because the digital realm doesn't have any geographical boundaries. So what would you say about this, ma'am?
First of all, good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here. It's really encouraging that on a Saturday morning, you have a hall full of people who want to discuss about a very, very serious issue about child sexual abuse. So I guess a round of applause to each of you who is here present in this hall today. When we talk about child sexual abuse, the most important part is that it is one of the most underreported crimes. So the statistics does not actually reveal the real problem which exists. And that is why I just don't even feel like revealing that, this is the statistics or these are the number of cases reported. Because, and this is not a Telangana or a India specific, it's globally child sexual abuse, basically offenses against women and children are one of the most underreported crimes across the globe. And therefore, same happens here. In an Indian context, because of the social stigma which gets associated with these kind of offenses, also the fact that large number of these cases happen with known people. What we have seen is that almost 80 to 90% and even more are actually by, within that circle of trust. Either it is family members or relatives or neighbors or friends or your caregivers. And therefore, many a times either the child himself or herself doesn't report because you know the person, so you feel whether you should talk against that person. Other is, even if at times when children tell, because of the close family structure or those relationships, the parents also many times do not come out and report. So those are very realities which we all have to live with, and also take steps where we ensure that if unfortunately any child becomes a victim of such offense, it is reported immediately.
So ma'am, while setting context, would it be fair to kind of request you to elaborate on the kind of offenses we are seeing? Because there's a whole host of offenses starting from blackmailing, using intimate content which was once perhaps true, and it's of very sensitive nature. This issue that I'm speaking about, minors getting involved in relationships, and starting from there to child pornographic material, to rape in the physical world, which is a horrendous crime, which perhaps goes more noticed than some of these other things, because the other things, most people I feel are lost as to how to take it forward. So would you please give us an insight into this?
First of all, there is a complete law and act which protects children called the POCSO Act. And this is the one which defines all the various different kind of offenses which can happen against children. Simultaneously, when we talk about the internet or the online world, then our IT Act is also there, which also gets implemented. Now, the offenses can be anything. For example, in the physical world, it could be inappropriate touch, to showing child inappropriate content, to actually touching, misbehaving, threatening, rape, anything it could be there, luring a child, which like you're talking about, relationships or luring a child, because consent is, in the Indian law, is only of a major. So as long as the child is a minor, there is no consent. So there is no valid consent. Even if a child says that, yes, I am willing for XYZ activity, it is not valid as per law. And therefore, that is the bottom line, that a child's consent for such activities cannot be treated as a consent, and therefore that is against the law. Then you have this whole world of internet, from cyber bullying to cyber stalking, which can happen to children also. So cyber bullying to cyber stalking to child sexual material, exploitative and sexual material. It is just a whole world of offenses against the children.
It's really shocking to know, ma'am. Although you mentioned that it's very underreported, I think by and large, most of us know that the number of such offenses is also on the rise. Would we agree with that point? And if yes, have we been able to, as a society, actually come to why this has risen?
See, personally, if you ask me, as I said that it's an underreported crime, I feel that there isn't a rise in the crime. If you're looking at the number of crimes which get reported to the police, I think because, and especially it is true for Telangana, is that because of the structures we have now created and the awareness which is coming into the matter, where people have started reporting crimes. So it's not that there are more crimes happening, but yes, they are now getting reported, which is an extremely healthy trend. And the entire Telangana police mechanism or structure with respect to women and children, or our entire thought process has been such to encourage to report. And I think when you look at our numbers, every year you will see that no more number of FIRs are registered, more number of cases are registered. Not because more offense has taken place, but more people are coming out and now telling. So that is a fine line which we need to understand as far as Telangana is concerned. I'll just give you an example. When we are looking at the child sexual abuse, if you see otherwise and you know the way it can be reported, we have this year, we have a 2,000% increase in the FIRs, 2,000%. Not because the child sexual abuse has increased, but because the tip lines which used to come to the police in the Cyber Security Bureau, we have created a special unit, a child protection unit, and we are now using technology, including AI, to analyze those tip lines, and from that get information which is good enough to register a case. So before setting up this, I had some handful of cases, because analyzing those tip lines which come in thousands to us was not possible. So it's not that it has increased, but we now technology and we are now able to get it and then make sure that the cases are registered. Simultaneously, the number of accused whom we have arrested since February when we started the CPU is increased by 500%. Because now we are able to identify them by using technology and do it more speedily. So this thing we need to understand that it was always happening. Now with technology, with greater focus, with all awareness, we're trying to make sure, because we need to remember that any unreported crime actually emboldens the accused.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Because if there is no deterrence, if he is not caught, he will go and do it to others. And therefore, one complaint has a ripple effect. It saves for anybody else who's going on the same path. So that's something very important for all of us to understand.
Ma'am, what kind of profiles of victims are we seeing? I mean, do they come from a certain section of society, from a certain age group or a certain background? Have you been able to come to some kind of a conclusion on who is victim to this?
Yeah, true. I mean, when we are looking at we do a lot of data analysis, whether we do it or the child sexual abuse which happens on the physical cases which we're talking about, or the online. One thing is that when we're looking at online, most of the time when this is happening, is when in the puberty age. You know, that is the age group which becomes one of the most vulnerable to child sexual abuse, even in the physical world. That is the group which becomes very, very extremely vulnerable. Also, all of us and most of us believe that it is girls who are actually victims of child sexual abuse. So when we analyze the data which is with respect to the online sexual abuse material, we found that 48% of them were boys, 41% of them were girls, and the remaining were videos in which both of them were there. So boys are equally prone to child sexual abuse, and similarly things we've also seen in physical. But I see Mamta Raghuveer here, who has been a part of the Telangana police and all the initiatives which we have been taking, and she'll bear me out that Bharosa centers and all which were done, that yes, boys are very, very vulnerable. So everybody sitting in the room where, you have children or this, we have to be very conscious of the fact that our younger boys are equally prone to such, and therefore there's a need to protect them too.
Shikha ma'am, since there is a host of different situations where such offenses are happening, if we narrow it down to the digital space alone, have we been able to zero in on certain trends, like, certain number of months that, children are groomed, especially when adults are trapping these minor children into sexual offenses and things like that. So is there a pattern or a trend you have seen from your own experience?
See, what we are seeing here is largely the victims in the online sexual material which are coming. Most of them appear to be foreign children, largely. As at present, whatever we are analyzing, the children mostly appear to, although we have sometimes, in fact, we had a very successful case, and because usually the biggest challenge in a CSAM case happens is that the identity of the victim becomes very difficult, because somebody has made some video and uploaded it or sold it to someone. Now, who was that child? Identifying that child is one of the biggest and the most difficult challenge for a law enforcement. We were recently able to, in fact, in one of the districts, able to identify, because there was a use of Telugu language, and so we realized that both the child and the accused both are from here. And we were able to track the girl and, victim and protect her. But largely, when we are looking at the present tip lines which come to us, most of the children appear to be of foreign origin in those. Doesn't mean to say that our children would not be, but because, these tip lines presently get generated by the platforms who are based abroad, whichever, all the big platforms, including Google, and are doing tremendous work in, shortlisting. And watching children, probably the preference comes, the individual preference also, probably they would like to see more foreign children or whatever. So we're seeing that as of now in the internet world. That is what we largely see. But yes, it is never, it is true that even there would be Indian children who are subjected to, and maybe they are being watched by people who are abroad. Because there is always certain preferences in these kind of things. The people who are habituated to this kind of a thing, probably they would have certain kind of preferences. And the tip lines which get generated or which come to us are based on the accused, who is viewing where. So if you're viewing in Telangana, it will come to us. Right. Okay, so it becomes that. So if somebody is viewing in Britain, it will not come to us. But if somebody is viewing in Telangana, it will come to us. So it becomes who is watching as the location of the accused is what we get. So that is why the victim profile for us usually right now is this.
So that must be a challenge, ma'am, because when a victim actually reports a case in the digital space where there are no boundaries of states, so many people have this question as to how does the police department actually, the cybersecurity, operate in terms of finding, based on the interstate laws and various acts and things. So how do you operate finding the perpetrator who could be elsewhere?
See, there's absolutely no dichotomy or confusion about jurisdiction, because wherever the victim is and wherever the victim gives a complaint, that is the jurisdiction. The accused can be anywhere. That's not what the jurisdiction is all about. However, when you're talking about this, the child sexual abuse, the CSAM material on the internet, that time our jurisdiction is actually becoming the jurisdiction of the accused, where who is watching where. So if I'm sitting in Hyderabad and watching, this is the jurisdiction, I get a case registered here. Right. So and if it is a victim, victim has freedom to register it anywhere. If the victims come forward, like for example in physical world they come forward, so wherever the victim lives becomes the jurisdiction. So there is no confusion. For all cyber crimes, I mean, why only this? They are borderless crimes. Right. You can be sitting anywhere across the world and indulging in a crime. And therefore that's a very big challenge for the law enforcement agency to get to the accused. So while we doing our bit and we every day for different cyber offenses, we catch people from across India. Obviously, when the trail goes outside India, then there is a procedure to be followed, which would take a little time. But yes, there are all procedures in place for those.
And especially, ma'am, creating fake profiles and operating with from places where it's hard to even trace, who the actual perpetrator offender is. That must be a challenge.
It's a very difficult cases to be done, but technology is also helping us. I can't reveal the secrets behind which that how we tracking people who are watching or how that information comes to us because this is a very sensitive subject.
Yes, ma'am.
And there is technology which does help in tracking people. And we are able to retrieve deleted matter. We are able to get information even if somebody is trying to hide. But yes, I mean, technology works both ways. So yes.
True. Ma'am, what was the need for starting the Bharosa Center and how has it increased the reporting of crimes against children and women?
First of all, I will ask this gathering, how many of you know about the Bharosa centers of Telangana? Because I'll answer according to that, depending on how many. So are there people from outside the state? Yes. Yeah. So I'll just give a little small perspective so you know what it is. So Bharosa centers are basically they are victim support centers by the Telangana police. Something like the one-stop crisis centers across India. Now, the difference between the Bharosa Center and the other one-stop crisis centers are that one, Bharosa centers are totally and completely manned by professionals, whether it is legal professionals, whether it is psychologists, and has only one police officer there. But these are administered by the police. So there is a Bharosa society which is created. It is administered by that, while being completely day-to-day being functioned by professionals in the field. They are located away from the police station and they are located away from the courts or hospitals. They are not in the same premises. Also, all the cases of child sexual abuse and rape or against women, the victims are handled at these Bharosa centers. So we started with one in 2018, if I'm not wrong, 16 I think, yeah. And today, the last I remember is we had 26 of these centers spread across Telangana. And every victim of rape and child sexual abuse, as I told, is handled at these centers. Now, just like, why the Bharosa Center? So, I've often told that, just imagine that there are two children, both of similar age, both have undergone a similar type of child sexual abuse. However, there is a lot of chance that both the children will react differently to this offense. You know, while one child can, become aggressive, or, someone who would be very vocal and would like to fight it out. Another child may become, start blaming himself or herself, become very quiet, and all those. Now, police officers, I'm also one. However empathy trained we might be, and we are, this is something different which we cannot understand. We're not psychologists. We are not trained for this. So what you need is a professional to handle the child as soon as the offense is reported. And once it is handled by the professional, who can talk to the child depending on what is happened to him or her, what is the psychology, what is the reaction, what is the behavior of the child, and how is the child taking that. And first calm down and bring him or her to a level that the criminal justice system can then start its work. So that is why you need a center like Bharosa, because the trained psychologists handle the children, and then with their help and support do we record their statements, register the case. And not only that, you have cases where a child is just a 3-year-old, 4-year-old child. Now, how do you actually even ask that child, or how does the child even explain to you that what has happened to him or her? They're not even aware of what is the sexual parts of a body. They're not even aware of what has happened to them. So in this kind of a situation, again, a police officer will not be able to get that information in a very delicate manner, which can then be even used in the criminal justice, that is where the professionals come, because they are able to then talk to them and, make them come and get them with that comfort, explain to them, come with the solutions. And then our Bharosa centers are not only mere centers where you go in a beginning and you are ended. They are there throughout the journey in the criminal justice system and beyond, till the child is completely rehabilitated and is back to the normal form. Does the Bharosa Center handhold the child? And that kind of a support is not possible anywhere else. And I guess this is the reason, recognizing the way these centers work, that the Supreme Court of India has acknowledged, and in fact, in one of its judgments said that this is a model for one-stop crisis centers, which should be replicated across the country.
Absolutely, ma'am. I think the formation of SHE teams and Bharosa centers have truly made this a much safer state for women and children. Shikha Goyal, ma'am, with your permission, the Honorable Minister for Women and Child Welfare, Srimati Sitaka, is here. And I request to pause this session very briefly for just a few minutes while we hear her speak, and then we'll continue with questions from the audience.
Sure,
with your permission.
sure.
Thank
Thanks
you, ma'am. Request you to please be seated, ma'am. Anasuya Sitaka, ma'am. Would you like to come? Yes, ma'am.
We have our Honorable Minister, Srimati D. Anusuya Sitaka, Honorable Minister for Panchayati Raj and Rural Development, Rural Water Supply, and Women and Child Welfare, Government of Telangana. And I request Mr. Shiva Prasad, sir, CII Chairman to please welcome our Honorable Minister.
Good morning, friends, members of Young Indians. I am honored today to welcome our Honorable Minister for Women and Child Welfare, Government of Telangana, Srimati D. Anasuya Sitaka Garu, whose presence here today shows the importance of this summit and reaffirms the government's commitment to safety, dignity and empowerment of every child and woman in Telangana. Ma'am, it gives me immense pride to join you at this very special occasion, the 10th edition of the YI Masoom Summit. I want to begin by congratulating YI for sustaining this initiative for a decade and for keeping alive a cause that is both deeply important and deeply personal to all of us, the safety, dignity and well-being of our children. As you are aware, children are foundation of our society, the future of our state and indeed of our nation. Ensuring their protection is not just the role of parents or teachers, nor the government alone. It is a collective responsibility of all of us, families, communities, industry, and civil society. Through Masoom, Young Indians has broken barriers by starting conversations that may shy away from on child rights, child protection, and simple yet vital lessons of good touch and bad touch by reaching out to schools, colleges, communities, and corporates. At CII, we strongly support this initiative of YI, and as we celebrate 10 years of Masoom, together we can build trust in the children, where every child can dream freely and live fearlessly. My congratulations once again to all young Indians for this milestone, and my best wishes. And I once again thank all of you and Madam Minister for her presence here. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Now I request YI Chairman Tarang to introduce Masoom to the Honorable Minister. Okay. So, Honorable Minister, if you can address the gathering, please. Thank you so much.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. ఈరోజు మాన్సూన్ కార్యక్రమంలో 10th సెలబ్రేషన్స్ 10 ఇయర్స్ సెలబ్రేషన్స్ జరుపుకుంటున్న శుభ సందర్భంగా ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసినటువంటి పెద్దలకు, అతిథులకు, అదేవిధంగా శిఖా గోయల్ గారికి, జ్యోత్స్న గారికి, తరంగ్ గారికి, శివప్రసాద్ రెడ్డి గారికి, భావిన్ పాండ్య గారికి, ఇతర సోషల్ వర్కర్స్కు, స్టూడెంట్స్, మీడియా సోదరులకు అందరికీ పేరు పేరున హృదయపూర్వక శుభాకాంక్షలు, ధన్యవాదాలు. యంగ్ ఇండియన్స్ కుటుంబ సభ్యులు కూడా ఇక్కడ అందరూ పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తున్నారు. అతిథులు అందరికీ శుభోదయం. ఈ యొక్క వేదిక చాలా రోజుల క్రితం నన్ను ఇన్వైట్ చేసినప్పటికీ బిజీ స్కెడ్యూల్స్తో మార్నింగ్ రావాల్సింది లాస్ట్ రావడం జరిగింది. అర్థం చేసుకుంటారని ఆశిస్తూ ఉన్నాను. ఈ 10th ఏదైతే యంగ్ ఇండియన్స్ మాన్సూన్ సమిట్ 10th వార్షికోత్సవానికి నన్ను పిలిచినందుకు, ఆహ్వానించినందుకు, ఇన్వైట్ చేసినందుకు ప్రత్యేకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాం. ఈనాటి బాలలే రేపటి పౌరులు. పిల్లల రక్షణ మన బాధ్యత. పిల్లల రక్షణ తల్లిదండ్రుల బాధ్యత. పిల్లల రక్షణ కనీస బాధ్యత ప్రభుత్వాల బాధ్యత. ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మినిస్టర్గా మేము నిరంతరం పిల్లల రక్షణ కోసం, పిల్లల విద్య కోసం, పిల్లల ఆనందం కోసం, పిల్లల ఆరోగ్యం కోసం, పిల్లలకు బలమైనటువంటి పౌష్టికాహారాన్ని అందించడం కోసం డే బై డే అంగన్వాడీ సెంటర్స్లో కానీ బయట కానీ ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ఒక రీసెర్చ్ లాగా చేస్తూ మార్పులు చేర్పులు చేస్తూ మంచిగా అంగన్వాడీ 1975లో ఆనాటి ప్రధానమంత్రి ఉమెన్ మరి ఇందిరాగాంధీ గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో మొట్టమొదటిసారి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలోనే మొదలవ్వడం జరిగింది. మహబూబ్నగర్ వెరీ బ్యాక్వర్డ్ ఏరియా. ఈనాటి సీఎం గారి ఓన్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ మహబూబ్నగర్లో 75లో స్థాపించడం జరిగింది. అప్పుడు పేదవాళ్లకు, పేద పిల్లలకు ఫుడ్ అందించాలని. కానీ ఈరోజు అంగన్వాడీ సెంటర్స్ యొక్క స్థితిగతులను మారుస్తూ నర్సరీ కూడా మేము ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. అట్లా ఫీడింగ్తో పాటు ఎడ్యుకేషన్ వైపు పిల్లల్ని డైవర్ట్ చేస్తూ అక్కడనే మంచి చెడు ఏంటిది, ఎలా గుడ్ అప్రోచ్ ఏంది, బ్యాడ్ అప్రోచ్ ఏంది, ఇలాంటివి కూడా టీచర్స్కి ట్రైనింగ్స్ ఇస్తూ పిల్లలకు నేర్పించే విధంగా కృషి చేయడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. ఈరోజు సమాజం, సొసైటీ డే బై డే చాలా డెవలప్మెంట్ జరుగుతుంది. బట్ థింకింగ్స్ ఏవైతున్నాయో నారో మైండ్లోకి వెళ్తున్నారు. లో అంటే ఇది చెడు అని తెలిసినప్పటికీ ఆ చెడు అనే దాంట్లోకి వెళ్ళి ఈరోజు ఇళ్ళల్లో, కుటుంబంలో దగ్గర పేరెంట్స్ పిల్లల్ని తాత లేదా రిలేటివ్స్ దగ్గర పెట్టినా కూడా రక్షణ లేకుండా పోతుంది. అంటే వాళ్ళ మైండ్ సెట్ ఒకప్పుడు గ్రాండ్ ఫాదర్, గ్రాండ్ మదర్ అంటే ఒక సెక్యూరిటీ. కానీ కొన్ని కేసెస్ చూసినప్పుడు చాలా వరస్ట్గా కూడా ఇంకెవరిని నమ్ముతాం, ఇంట్లో తండ్రిని నమ్మకుంటే, తాతను నమ్మకుంటే ఇంకెవరిని నమ్ముతాం. కానీ అక్కడ కూడా రక్షణ లేదు అని అంటే పోలీసులు ఇంట్లో ఏం జరుగుతుందో రోజు పోయి పోలీస్ చెక్ చేయలేరు. అది మానవత్వంతో కూడుకున్నటువంటి యాక్షన్. కానీ అక్కడ కూడా మనము పిల్లలకు చెప్తా ఉన్నాం, తాత ఎక్కడ ముట్టుతున్నాడు, అంకుల్ ఎక్కడ టచ్ చేస్తున్నాడు, ఎక్కడ టచ్ చేస్తే బ్యాడ్ టచ్. ఇది అవుట్ సైడ్ ఆఫ్ హౌస్ కాదు, హౌస్లో కూడా జరుగుతుంది. సో ఇది చాలా దురదృష్టకరమైనటువంటి సంఘటన. క్రైమ్ అనేది పిల్లల మీద డిఫరెంట్ రూట్లోకి వస్తుంది, రకరకాల రూపంలో వెంటాడుతుంది. మనం ఇంతకుముందు ఎక్కడో పని ప్రదేశాలలోనే సెక్యూరిటీ అనుకుంటాం, కానీ ఇండ్ల పక్క వాళ్ళతోటి చాలా క్లోజ్గా ఉండే రిలేషన్స్, ట్రస్ట్ చేయగలిగేటువంటి పర్సన్స్ తోటి కూడా పెద్ద ఆడవాళ్ళు ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్నారు, చిన్న పిల్లలు అయితే చెప్పుకోలేనటువంటి వాళ్ళు కూడా ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్నారు. సో దీంట్లో రకరకాల ఇది ఉంది. సోషల్ మీడియాలో కానీ మనం పిల్లలకు ఫుడ్ పెట్టేటప్పుడు కూడా సెల్ ఫోన్ ఇచ్చి తినబెడుతున్నాం. వాళ్ళు అదే చూస్తారు, వీళ్ళు ఏం తింటున్నారు అనేది మర్చిపోతున్నారు. నేను ఈరోజు ఏ రకమైన రుచికరమైన ఫుడ్ తీసుకున్నా అనేది పిల్లలు ఆ టేస్ట్ చూడట్లేదు. వాళ్ళు ఆ ఫోన్ పట్టుకొని, మన పేరెంట్స్ కూడా ఈజీ గోయింగ్, ఇంకా వీళ్ళకి సెల్ ఇస్తే వీళ్ళు ఈ పని చూసుకుంటారు, నేనే. కానీ వాళ్ళ ఫ్యూచర్ మీద, వాళ్ళ లైఫ్ మీద, వాళ్ళ హెల్త్ మీద ఎంత బ్యాడ్ ఇంపాక్ట్ పడుతుందనేది అర్థం కావట్లేదు. కాబట్టి ఒకవైపు మీలాంటి సంస్థలు మరి వర్క్ చేస్తూనే గవర్నమెంట్ కూడా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తూ, గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రైమరీ రెస్పాన్సిబుల్గా తీసుకుంటూ, పిల్లల కేర్ తీసుకుంటూ, ఒక దిక్కు పోలీస్ అధికారులు, పోలీస్ వ్యవస్థ కూడా నిరంతరం వర్క్ చేసినప్పటికి కూడా మనము నమ్మిన వాళ్ళ దగ్గర మోసం జరిగినప్పుడు ఎవరము ఏమీ చేయలేని సిచ్యువేషన్. బయట సెక్యూరిటీ ఇవ్వగలుగుతాం, బయట రోడ్ ఎంబడిపోతుంటే ఏదన్నా మంచి చెడు ఉంటే చూడగలుగుతాం. కానీ నమ్మిన కాడ మోసం అనేది అది ఏ రంగంలో అయినా కూడా అది ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయలేము, అంచనా వేయలేని అటువంటి. నిన్న ఒకటి ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్లో ఒక ఇన్సిడెంట్, ఇంట్లో పని మనిషి ఒక ఆడ కూతుర్ని, ఇంటి ఓనర్ను చంపేశారు. వాళ్ళు పనిలో పెట్టుకున్నటువంటి వాళ్ళు. ఇట్లా చాలా రకాల క్రైమ్స్ అనేది ఉమెన్ మీద పెరుగుతుంది, సెక్సువల్ అబ్యూజింగ్ పెరుగుతుంది. తర్వాత గంజాయి అనేది కూడా ఈ డ్రగ్స్, గంజాయి, మత్తు, ఆ మత్తులో కూడా ఏం చేస్తున్నారో కూడా తెలియదు. ఒకతను స్వయాన బిడ్డ కూతురు 10th క్లాస్ అమ్మాయిని వాడు రోజు ఆ వీడియోలు చూస్తాడు, డ్రగ్స్ తీసుకుంటాడు, మత్తు గంజాయి. అమ్మాయిని బయటికి పోదామని తీసుకెళ్ళి ఇక్కడే కుకట్పల్లి దగ్గర, వాళ్ళ ఊరేమో డోర్నక్కల దగ్గర ఒక చిన్న తండ, తీసుకుపోయి అమ్మాయిని రేప్ చేసి, సొంత ఓన్ డాటర్ రేప్ చేసి పెట్రోల్ పోసి చంపేసిండు. పోలీస్ అధికారులు, పోలీస్ వ్యవస్థ మొత్తం బయట చూస్తుంది, సెర్చ్ చేస్తున్నారు. 1 వీక్ అయినా అర్థం కాలే. మేము ఒకరోజు అక్కడ కుటుంబాన్ని పరామర్శించడానికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఊరోళ్ళందరూ ఇంకెప్పుడు పట్టుకుంటారు, మీ పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తున్నారు, మీరేందంటే ఎందుకు డౌట్ వస్తుంది, తండ్రి ఇట్లా చేసిండని. కుక్కట్పల్లి ఏరియాలో మేడం ఒక 1 year బ్యాక్. మొత్తం అక్కడ మాకెందుకో కొంచెము ఆ ఫీలింగ్లో ఏమీ అనిపించలే. ఒక్కసారి మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి కుటుంబంతో కూడా మాట్లాడండి సార్ అని నేను ఏసీపీ గారికి ఫోన్ చేసిన. 2 రోజులలో మొత్తం సీసీ కెమెరాలు మళ్ళీ కుటుంబం చుట్టూ అంతా చూసినప్పుడు బిడ్డను తీసుకొని పోయేటువంటి వీడియో తండ్రితో పోతుంటే ఎవరం డౌట్ పడం. కానీ ఒక్కసారి మళ్ళీ పరిశీలించి మళ్ళీ ఇంట్రాగేషన్ చేస్తే తండ్రి ఆ వీడియోలు ఎక్కువ చూస్తాడు సెల్ ఫోన్లో. తర్వాత గంజాయి అంటే ఇట్లాంటి రకరకాల తప్పుడు అలవాట్లు కూడా ఇలాంటి నేరాల వైపు, విచక్షణ కోల్పోయి చేసేటువంటి నేరాల వైపు ఉసిగొల్పుతూ ఉంది. కాబట్టి మనం ఎంత అభివృద్ధి చెందినా మానవత్వము, మంచితనము, గౌరవము, సెక్యూరిటీ, పిల్లలను కాపాడుకోవడము ఇదంతా లేనప్పుడు ఇదంతా ఎంత ఉన్నా ఏం లాభం, ఎంత పెద్ద బంగ్లాలో ఉన్నా ఏం లాభం, అక్కడ కూడా సెక్యూరిటీ ఉండాలి. ఎంత పెద్ద కుటుంబం ఉన్నా కూడా కుటుంబ సభ్యులలోనే అలాంటి జిగుప్సాకరమైనటువంటి తప్పుడు ఆలోచనలు వచ్చినప్పుడు అది మానవ సమాజంలోనే మార్పు రావాలి. దానికోసం ఎక్కువ అవేర్నెస్ జరగాలి. మన పూర్వీకులు ఏది తప్పు ఏది ఒప్పు అని చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండేది, సేఫ్టీగా అనిపించేది. ఎవరిళ్ళ కన్నా ఒంటరి మహిళ పోయినా కూడా ఒంటరిగా మళ్ళీ అంతే సేఫ్టీగా బయటకు వచ్చేది. కానీ ఈరోజు దగ్గర వాళ్ళ ఇళ్ళకి కూడా వెళ్తే ఏమవుతుందో అని పెద్దవాళ్ళు కూడా భయపడే పరిస్థితి, ఒంటరిగా ఇళ్ళల్లో ఉండలేని పరిస్థితి. సో ఇదంతా కూడా రకరకాల కల్చర్ మన మీద ఇంపోజ్ చేస్తుంది, రకరకాల బ్యాడ్ హ్యాబిట్స్, బ్యాడ్ వీడియోస్, బ్యాడ్ థింకింగ్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా. కాబట్టి సమాజంలో అవేర్నెస్ రావాలి, అవగాహన పెరగాలి. అందుకనే నేను ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఏమంటా, శిక్ష ఉండాలి, శిక్షణ కూడా ఉండాలి. శిక్ష, పనిష్మెంట్ ఉండాలి. ఇది తప్పు అని మైండ్ సెట్ మార్చే విధంగా వాళ్ళకి ట్రైన్ చేయాలి అంటే తరగతి గదిలోంచి, అమ్మ పొత్తిళ్ళల్లో అమ్మ నేర్పాలి. ఆ తర్వాత స్కూల్కి వస్తారు, అప్పుడు కూడా వాళ్ళకి ట్రైన్ చేయాలి. ఆడవాళ్ళని గౌరవించడం, ఆడవాళ్ళతో ఎలా రెస్పెక్టబుల్గా ఉండాలి, ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనము ఒక ట్రైన్ లాగా, ఒక సబ్జెక్ట్ లాగా ఖచ్చితంగా ఉండాలి. ఈ తప్పు చేస్తే ఈ క్రైమ్ ఇది నువ్వు ఇట్లా చేస్తే ఇది క్రైమ్, దీనికి పనిష్మెంట్ ఉంటుంది, ఇన్ని రోజులు జైలు శిక్ష ఉంటుంది, లేదా నువ్వు ఈ గంజాయి మత్తులో ఉంటే ఈ సమాజం నుంచి నువ్వు దూరం అయిపోతావు, నీ లైఫ్ స్పాయిల్ అయిపోతుంది, నిన్ను ఇబ్బంది పడతావు అనేది కొంత అవేర్నెస్ అనేది కూడా ఉండాలి. అందుకనే శిక్ష ఉండాలి, శిక్షణ కూడా ఉండాలి. ఇది ఒక శిక్ష చేసుకుంటూ పోతే, తప్పు చేసిన తర్వాత ఆఫ్టర్ క్రైమ్ మనం పనిష్మెంట్ చేస్తే ఆయన ఓకే మార్పు వస్తుందా, అనుభవిస్తాడు. కానీ ఇక్కడ విక్టిమ్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో ఆమెకు అంటే ఏం న్యాయం జరిగినట్టు కాదు. అంటే తప్పు ఆమె మీద జరగాల్సిన క్రైమ్ జరిగింది, లేదా ఆమె లైఫ్ పోయింది, లేదా చనిపోయింది, ఇది అయిన తర్వాత కాదు. అది ప్రివెన్షన్ ఈజ్ బెటర్ దెన్ క్రైమ్ అనే విధంగా మనము ఆ మోటివ్తో పనిచేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఖచ్చితంగా మీలాంటి సంస్థలతో మా పోలీస్ అధికారులు శిఖా గోయల్ గారు కూడా చాలా వర్క్ చేశారు గతంలో, ఇప్పుడు కూడా వారు ఎఫర్ట్స్ పెడుతున్నారు. వారిని ప్రత్యేకంగా అభినందిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మేము ఈ మధ్యలో ఒక మీటింగ్ కూడా మా ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ నుంచి ఆర్గనైజ్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఉమెన్ సెక్యూరిటీ, అదేవిధంగా ఎలాంటి ఎట్లాంటి నేరాలు ఉన్నాయి, ఎట్లాంటి సమస్యలు ఉన్నాయి, వాటిని ఏం చేయాలి, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫీసులలో ఎట్లాంటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇతర లేబర్ వర్క్ దగ్గర ఎట్లుంది, రోడ్ల మీదకి మహిళలు వస్తే ఎలాంటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఫేస్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో వాళ్ళందరి ఫీలింగ్స్, వాళ్ళందరి వ్యూస్, ఐడియాస్ తీసుకొని ఒక కాన్ఫరెన్స్ పెడతాం. తర్వాత ఇప్పుడైతే ఒక రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశం పెడుతున్నాం. మేము 22 సెప్టెంబర్ అనుకున్నాం. ఇప్పుడే మా ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ కమిషనరు, సెక్రటరీ మేమందరం కూర్చొని మాట్లాడి దీని మీద డిస్కషన్ జరగాలి. మనం ఏది ఉంది ఏది లేదు ఏం చేయాలి, ఓపెన్ డిస్కషన్ అనేది లేకుండా ఉంటే ఎవరి బాధ వాళ్ళు కడుపులో దాచుకుంటే ఇంకా నేరాలు పెరిగిపోయి బయటికి వెళ్ళలేని పరిస్థితి. చాలామంది మనకు జరిగినటువంటి అన్యాయం చెప్పుకోవడానికి సిగ్గుపడుతూ ఉంటాం లేదా భయపడుతూ ఉంటాం. అది చిన్నపిల్లలు కావచ్చు, పెద్దవాళ్ళు కావచ్చు. పెద్దవాళ్ళు కూడా లాస్ట్కి ఎప్పుడో లాస్ట్లో చెప్పుకుంటూ ఉంటారు. చాలామంది బయటికి చెప్పుకోరు, వీళ్ళతోటి నాకు ఈ థ్రెట్ ఉంది, ఇట్లా హరాస్ జరుగుతుందని. సో మన తప్పు లేనప్పుడు మనం చెప్పుకోవడంలో తప్పు లేదు, డేర్గా చెప్పాలి. అలాంటి వాళ్ళ తప్పులకు ఫుల్ స్టాప్ పెట్టాలి. మనం ఈరోజు చెప్పకుండా ఇంకొకడ కూడా వాడు అదే చేస్తాడు. ఇంకా అట్లా ఒక 4-5 తప్పులు చేయడానికి మనం అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన వాళ్ళం అవుతాం. సో ఇట్లాంటిది కూడా మనము అవేర్నెస్ తీసుకురావాలి. సో ఈరోజు మరి ఈ యొక్క యంగ్ ఇండియన్స్ కుటుంబ సభ్యులంతా మరి 10th మాన్సూన్ వార్షికోత్సవాన్ని మీరు సెలబ్రేషన్ చేసుకుంటూ ఈ సబ్జెక్టు మీద డిస్కషన్ చేయడం, మీరు పాల్గొనడం, ఈ యొక్క కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేసుకోవడం చాలా సంతోషం. ఖచ్చితంగా మా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు కూడా మహిళలకు పెద్దపీట వేయాలని, ఈరోజు మహిళా సంఘాలను కోటీశ్వర్లను చేయాలి, వాళ్ళు ఆర్థికంగా బాగుండాలి. అంబేద్కర్ గారు అంటారు, మహిళా ప్రగతి సమాజ ప్రగతి. మహిళలు ఆర్థికంగా ఎదిగినప్పుడే సమాజం అభివృద్ధి పదంలో నడుస్తుంది. సో ఇంట్లో కుటుంబం ఆడవాళ్ళే నడిపిస్తారు. ఎంత కాదనుకున్నా మ్యాక్సిమం ఎక్కువ శాతం ఇంకా అట్లాంటివి ఉన్నాం. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళ చేతిలో 4 రూపాయలు ఉండాలని వితౌట్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ లోన్స్ ఇప్పటి వరకు మా డిపార్ట్మెంట్ నుంచి 27,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు 1.5 ఇయర్ నుంచి వితౌట్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ లోన్స్ మహిళలకు ఇచ్చినాం. వేరే ఏ పర్సన్స్కి, ప్రైవేట్ పర్సన్స్కి బ్యాంక్ లోన్స్ రావట్లే, కానీ ఉమెన్ గ్రూప్లో, ఎస్హెచ్జి గ్రూప్లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళకు బ్యాంకర్స్ కూడా ఇస్తూ ఉన్నారు. రీపేమెంట్ 98% ఉంది. వాళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు పెట్రోల్ బంకులు నడుపుతున్నారు, సోలార్ నడిపిస్తున్నారు, క్యాంటీన్స్ నడిపిస్తున్నారు, ఈవెంట్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఇట్లా ఆర్థికంగా ఎదుగుతే కొన్ని రుగ్మతలు, కొన్ని సమస్యలు కూడా డేర్గా బయటికి చెప్పుకోగలుగుతారు అనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఉమెన్కి సంబంధించి చాలా ఎఫర్ట్స్ పెడుతూ ముందుకు తీసుకొస్తూ ఉన్నారు. అదేవిధంగా పిల్లల విషయంలో కూడా వాళ్ళ హెల్త్కి సంబంధించి మేము రకరకాల ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చేపడతా ఉన్నాం. అంగన్వాడీ సెంటర్లో కానీ బయట కానీ. ఇప్పుడు మాకు కూడా నెక్స్ట్ 17th నుంచి, సెప్టెంబర్ 17th నుంచి పోషణ మాసం, అంటే వాళ్ళకు మంచి బలమైనటువంటి ఆహారం ఇచ్చే మాసంగా మంత్గా అనౌన్స్ చేసుకున్నాం. తొందరలోనే 17th నుంచి ఆ వర్క్స్ కూడా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. సో మీ అందరి సూచనలు, సలహాలను మా ప్రభుత్వం ఎప్పుడూ కూడా స్వీకరించి మరి మంచి పాలసీలు తీసుకొచ్చి మంచి సంక్షేమ పథకాలు అందించి మహిళలు సగౌరవంగా మరి చైతన్యవంతంగా తలెత్తుకొని ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళైనా స్వేచ్ఛగా పని చేసుకోగలిగేటువంటి స్పేస్ను, సొసైటీని మనం అందరం క్రియేట్ చేయాలి, సృష్టించాలి. అమ్మ పొత్తిళ్ళలో నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి ప్రతి బిడ్డ, ఆడబిడ్డను గౌరవించే విధంగా మగపిల్లలకు అమ్మ దగ్గర, అమ్మ ఒడిలో ఉన్నప్పటి నుంచి ట్రైన్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఇవాళ దేశంలో, మన భారతదేశంలో మహిళలు పూజించబడతారు, మహిళలు గౌరవించబడతారు. కానీ మహిళల మీదనే రకరకాల మరి అశ్లీల వ్యక్తీకరణ అట్లాంటివన్నీ కూడా ఉంది. కాబట్టి మనం పూజించే తల్లులను అగౌరవపరిచే లక్షణాలు మనలో ఉండొద్దు అనేటువంటి భావన కూడా యువతలో, మగవాళ్ళలో తీసుకొచ్చినప్పుడు మహిళ స్వేచ్ఛగా, ఒంటరిగా ఎక్కడైనా ఎప్పుడైనా పని చేసుకొని బతకడానికి, పిల్లల్ని మంచిగా తీర్చిదిద్దుకోవడానికి స్పేస్ ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి అలాంటి కృషి అందరం కలిసి చేద్దామని తెలియజేస్తూ మీ అందరికీ శుభాకాంక్షలు, ధన్యవాదాలు.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for sharing your expertise and vision for a safer future for our children. Your address has been enlightening, and we appreciate your commitments towards this critical cause. Going forward, I would now request the Honorable Minister to kindly launch the 10-year Masoom video. Request Shikha Goel ma'am, CII chairman, sir, and the national leadership and the Masoom leadership to kindly join on the dais for the video launch. Hindi mein baat karo. What an inspirational journey. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister and our dignitaries on the dais. I now request the Honorable Minister to recognize the following Young Indians chapters for their outstanding work in the field of child safety. Can we please have Kolkata for training of trainers, Lucknow for training of trainers, Tirupur for adolescent session, Trichy for vigilante sessions, and Durg for getting us the first Masoom model school. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a huge round of applause. They are the army of Masoom who is taking the cause ahead. I now request Mr. Sai Prasad, Chairman CII, and Mr. Tarang Khurana, National Chairman Young Indians, to kindly felicitate the Minister.
We will start the ceremony of lamp lighting, and then we will do the felicitation of the Honorable Minister. Sure.
I now request the felicitation of the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister and dignitaries. I now request Ms. Swapna Sundari to kindly come on the stage and take the Q&A session with Ms. Shikha Goel, ma'am.
Welcome back to the fireside chat with Srimati Shikha Goel, IPS. We've been speaking about child sexual offenses both in the real world and the digital space, and how we can all collectively prevent such events from happening and report more and more and rectify the issue at the root. So, Shikha Goel ma'am, first of all, thank you so much for the much needed pause, as we all know. Thank you for waiting, ma'am. I'd like to continue by asking one straight question on how we can encourage children and parents of children to come forward to report such cases more, to create a more trusting environment, to assure them that there's no social shaming or guilt, because this is, unlike other crimes, associated with a lot of stigma.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's one of the most important thing is that whether your child is confident enough or has the trust enough to actually come and even inform what is happening to you. What we see most of the time, that the children have a lot of feeling of self-blame. So when something happens to them, they feel that it is my fault. This has happened because of my mistake. Now, this is a kind of conversation which we need to start in our families and in our schools, so that the children understand that if a crime happens to them, it is not their mistake. And that they can come and talk to us. So there is a need for that environment at home, and just if you say in very plain words that I'm going to go to my child and say, if anything happens to you, please come and tell. We don't expect children to do that. So there has to be an environment in the normal way your family works, or the normal conversations. There has to be an openness, so that anything happening, the child feels can come and share with you. And what we should start, often as parents, what happens is when our child comes and tells us something, even if it is not, forget about the sexual or anything, it's a normal thing, some child comes and tells. And we immediately say, तुमने ही कुछ किया होगा, तुम्हारी ही गलती हुई होगी, ऐसा क्या हुआ? No, I'm not talking about sexual, but general, that is the way we communicate with the child. And therefore the child starts believing that even if he has to share anything, probably it will be construed that it is his or her mistake. And therefore the children they don't come and tell you. So we need to start conversations. We need to have dialogue with our children. It has to be a two-way process. It doesn't have to be like a police interrogation or a questioning of your child. It has to be a dialogue in the family, where the child knows that if something happens to me, I can go and tell my parents that I'll not be judged for it. What happens is that, the children feel that, okay, if we go, we're going to be judged, and we're going to be said, that atmosphere should not be at home. So that is very essential. And also as parents, and then secondly as schools and teachers, we have to be conscious about the red flags. See, any child who is undergoing any such type of abuse may have certain changes in behavior. You may have a child who was very good in studies, who suddenly loses interest in studies, or a child who used to love and to go out and play suddenly stops. A child who was very quiet and nice suddenly becomes very aggressive in his behavior, becomes very temperamental in his behavior. So there's a change in behavior. Or you have children who are very, very, all of us have devices, we can't live without it, and same is true for the children. But you see that the child has become very, very secretive of what he's watching. The child, if you enter the room, suddenly you find that would switch off the screen or switch off the laptop or close the screen. Or the manner in which the screen time has increased tremendously. There can be so many different things which can be there. There are instances where children, when they're playing games, if they are even sending money, so there is some amount of more use of money or pocket money or whatever. So we have to be we don't have to be paranoid first of all, because many parents feel that everything it's not. You don't have to be paranoid, but you have to be alert, cautious, and have an atmosphere where your child can comfortably speak to you. Another is that, all of us, most of us as parents belonging to a different generation, we are all on the internet. We are all, you're newbies, you are somebody who hardly knows about it, while your child is a pro in internet. So there is a lot of gap. Now that gap of awareness is also something which creates boundaries with your child. So why not bridge this gap by actually talking to your child and learning from him, rather than make him a partner in your learning process, and that way you will also be improved. At the Telangana Cyber Security Bureau, we've also prepared a digital parental guideline, which tells you about most of the games or apps or whatever our children are on. All of them have something called privacy settings. All of them also have parental control mechanisms. Now, as parents, because of this digital gap which we have, or we don't know that. So we have prepared a handbook, which is an e-book, which you can see and say, okay, these are the things, this is where I can, these are the controls which I can exercise. And that's especially useful when the child are very young. When your child becomes a teenager, I don't think he's going to be allowing that, or he will be very well to know how to circumvent and skirt that and get it. But the younger ones still are the ones who are also extremely vulnerable, are the ones on which you can exercise these. So there is a need to have a very healthy, communicative environment at home.
Ma'am, of course, I think the audience will have a couple of questions before we wind up this session, but how can conviction of offenders and making this conviction public probably act as a deterrent to such crimes? Because if there's nothing, at least there's fear of law.
True, that is the idea of the crime, that punishment is deterrent, and whatever judgments come, they are very widely publicized by the Women's Safety Wing as well as by the Bureau. And in the last few years, especially after the setting up of Bharosa centers, the conviction rate in the real actually contested cases of child sexual abuse and rape have increased tremendously. We've even had death penalty, and there are numerous cases where we've had 20 years punishment, 10 years, life imprisonments. So they have really increased. There's no doubt about it. And we do publicize it. One thing which I would really like to tell everyone, because there is this, while everybody knows in the physical world, you know what constitutes child sexual abuse. But many of us fail to realize that when we are on the internet, even viewing, browsing, possessing any child exploitative or sexual material is an offense. That's the bottom line. You cannot say that I did not make this video. No. Just watching it itself or having it is an offense. So I would like everybody to keep that in mind.
Perhaps we need a lot more campaigns on this issue, ma'am, which can actually become, perhaps be played in movie theaters, because the Na Peru Mukesh for the lung cancer thing was really, has been very effective in at least, so we need a massive aggressive campaigns giving all our children the Abhayam that we all need. And before we wind up, ma'am, the root cause, jo keeda hota hai for people to commit such crimes, availability of pornography, availability of alcohol and drugs. Is there any way to even put a tab on these things, or it's just a utopian idea?
It is. I mean, that's what law enforcement agencies are working on. So, but this is not something which can be resolved only by the police or the law enforcement. Just like the minister was just now talking about, large number of these crimes are happening within the realm of the home or in protected places by caregivers or family members. Now, that is not the area which polices. I mean, we don't go into that realm. So that is somewhere where the parents, the family members, everybody has to be alert. So that is something which one has to do. As far as we are doing, as far as the internet is concerned, we are looking at the deep web, we are looking at the dark web, we are looking at tip lines which come from national and national agencies. We are cooperating with them, and we have those informations and we develop. So we are, from our bit, we've started now using AI to manage our tip lines, I said earlier. So technology we are using, and we are trying to do that, all that. But, as a society, till we keep that mute mode or that silence on, that silent mode till it remains on in the society, You can't curb these crimes. One has to talk, voice, break, and make it normal. You know, that okay, if this has happened, this is something which you are a victim, it has to be reported, action should be taken. You don't have to feel a stigma on that. So we have to normalize that.
Normalizing, that's a great word, ma'am. Shikha ma'am, with your permission, may I open the session for a couple of questions, just one or two questions from the audience. If we have any questions, please.
There's somebody.
Yes. Do we have a mic? Yeah.
Can you just come a little this side? Those lights are in my eyes, I can't see you. Come here in the center between the tables, yeah.
A very good morning, Shikha ma'am. A very good morning, Swapna ma'am. Good morning to the gathering as well. My question to you, ma'am, is that can you explain the hostile support system offered at Bharosa Center, like in the be it legal, medical, or psychological, and how effective it has been so far?
Did I hear the word hostile? I'm sorry, we are absolutely opposite.
Like holistic.
Holistic, yeah,
So
that's the right word. Yeah.
Holistic.
So, at the Bharosa Center, as I was talking earlier, is that we handhold the victim throughout the journey. Now, when she's talked about, so the different services we offer. So, while there is psychological support in handling the victim, there is a police officer who will record the statements. There is a legal expert who will take care of the legal formalities. There is also many of our Bharosa centers are now declared as a hospital. So the victim's medical examination, as it is required in such cases, can happen in the Bharosa center itself. Wherever it is not declared or the doctor on that particular day is not available, then the Bharosa support person actually accompanies the victim to the hospital also. Then throughout the trial, our legal support and the legal team assist the victims. We also have tie-ups with NGOs with respect to rehabilitation. We also have a victim support fund, so that, you know, before the compensation from the government arrives in these cases, which may take certain time, there sometimes the victim is in dire need of some amount immediately. You know, sometimes the victims come in such a pathetic situation that even a change of clothes would be something which you need immediately. So you can't wait for somebody else to do that. So we have that victim fund where immediate medical expenses, immediate other things which have to be taken care are taken care. We also, you know, tie up with the Child Welfare Board and the committees. We have tie up with homes where if the child has to be, you know, sent into a protective home, we have tie up with them. For women, we have, as I said, we have rehabilitation, we have skill building. There are so many children whom we've actually put into schools who are victims, and then they have gone into schools, and then for a certain time we've funded their education, and then gradually takes over with the government schools and all. So it's a complete holistic kind of a thing, where every service which one would need, not only within the criminal justice system, but in that entire process of finally rebuilding your life or getting back to the normal, is where the Bharosa from the day one till, not only till your case gets convicted or he gets punishment, but beyond, a staff remains in touch with you.
So that is a happy place that we want every victim to arrive at after going through such a horrific experience, ma'am. Like you rightly said, being totally rehabilitated and coming to terms and also taking action against the offenders. Thank you for that question. I think we are almost winding up. Yes, sir.
ये तो expert question पूछेंगे तो मुश्किल बात है.
So, ma'am, my concern was any case related to child abuse. These days, what we are seeing that in private places, wherever an abuse happens or anything happens, a lot of content or the CCTV footages get leaked. And then they start playing on social media. Like recently there was a case in another state where a young child was molested and abused in a premises, and that, how God knows, Working with the law enforcement, I understand that without a proper notice, nobody can give a CCTV footage. But that content was leaked, and then it was playing in a loop on every social media. And now, for any agency, it is very difficult to pinpoint and tag that content and get it removed. So my concern and I want an opinion on this, that as your organization, how are you taking this? How are you dealing with this? And have you issued any advisories to these schools or hotels or any private place, or even the traffic cameras, where how do they get access of these clippings and how they play in a loop? And all second part to this question is how we are ensuring the secrecy and identity of the victim to go, in papers it never comes out, in printed media it will never come out, they'll change names or something. But what about the social media thing? That was my question.
So these are very valid and genuine concerns, because see, now that the use of CCTV has become very widespread, every organization, the government, the organization, police, all of us are doing. So there are actually certain guidelines and frames which are already in place, that who can use and what you can do with the CCTV footage. So secondly, as far as the child sexual abuse thing is, the law is extremely strict. So if you are actually from whatever source you might have got that information, whoever is the one who's spreading it or using it is equally liable. You can't say that I did not abuse the child. But if you have circulated, as I said, a mere possession or a mere viewing itself is an offense. So it is an offense. I mean, there's no dichotomy or there's no confusion about it. So if somebody has leaked a CCTV, he is equally liable, and the one who's playing is also equally liable.
Even if they mask, ma'am? Even if they mask the eyes,
whatever you mask.
Or, try to camouflage some of the details.
So see, when you say about identity of the victim, it means when an offense has taken place and the identity of the victim, if you reveal, so that is a separate offense. But the fact that you are showing us sexual material is itself an offense. Whether you reveal identity or you don't reveal identity is immaterial. And therefore, it is, although we will definitely need more stricter things, but I think that part is extremely clear. Now, I think the second one was about victim names. So, victim names ka again same hi, see, law applies equally to the social media platforms. So, whatever the law says, if the newspaper cannot publish, if the police cannot tell, it equally applies to the social media platform. And anybody who violates should definitely be held responsible. And I think the liability would lie on the platform itself. As simple as that. But, in the name of encryption or that we do not know, many of them try to, try to skirt saying that we don't have that liability. But I don't see any dichotomy or any problem in that.
So, Chicago, ma'am, we all know 1930. What else should we know today?
We should know how to use it. And that is available, and you have to dial it to inform it. And also know that there's also link to cybercrime.gov.in. So you can report on that portal itself, especially when there are issues regarding non-financial and children and women. It would be easier and quick also to report on cybercrime.gov.in.
Chicago, ma'am, it's been absolutely very, very informative, enlightening session speaking with you today. And I'm sure, I think all of us have summed up the essence of what the message you're giving today, that child sexual offenses are very serious crimes. They may happen in any degree. They may happen in the real world or the digital world. But law enforcement is very vigilant right now. And you're on the watch trying to get more and more people to come forward, speak up against such offenses and take immediate action.
Yeah, and I would just want to tell one thing to everyone, that we all feel that crime happens to someone else and will never happen to me. This is a myth in which all of us live. And therefore, please make sure that your own spaces, your own homes, your own schools, colleges, offices, your own children, your own near and dear ones are well protected without stifling them, without being paranoid. But being alert does not mean that you are paranoid. Please make sure that your own houses and your own environments, your own caregivers, the people you trust your children with, are worthy of that trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Inspiring conversations indeed. Thank you so much, Shikha ma'am, for showing us how innovation and awareness can lead to better protection of our children and making our digital and real life space safer. On that note, I now request Mr. Ashutosh Deendayal, Regional Mentor, SR Tikka Learning, Young Indians, Ms. Shivani Loya, Regional Mentor, Masoom, SR Tikka Region, and Ms. Poonam Agarwal, Co-Chair, YI Hyderabad, to kindly felicitate Ms. Shikha Goel and Ms. Swapna Sundari. Request Ms. Shikha Goel ma'am to kindly stay back for a minute and facilitate the CII chairman, Mr. Shivaprasad Reddy, sir. Sir, please join on the dais. Jyotsna, kindly join. Thank you so much. Going forward, I would like to invite Mr. Alok Agarwal, Regional Mentor East, Young Indians, to introduce the speaker for our next session on structured awareness and stakeholder collaboration.
Hey, very good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to welcome Dr. Sanjeev Sharma, Member Secretary of National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, an electronics engineer and an MBA from MDI Gurgaon, PhD from NIT Delhi. Dr. Sharma brings over 34 years of distinguished service across key ministries of Government of India. From telecom and postal reforms to shaping the new education policy and national missions, his leadership has always combined vision with action. Today, as Member Secretary of NCPCR, he guides one of the most important missions, protecting the rights and safety of India's future, that is our children. Please, with a big round of applause, I invite Dr. Sanjeev Sharma on stage, please. Very warm welcome, sir. So NCPCR often talks about a 360-degree approach to child protection. In your view, how exactly this 360-degree idea translate into real protection for children in all spaces? And how exactly India can become truly Abhayam by 2047, that is 100 years of our independence?
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon to everybody whoever is present here. I must actually compliment all of you, must appreciate you that you have come from all across the country to attend such an important, though sometimes neglected topic of child rights. So first I would like to congratulate the young Indians and CII that Masoom has completed 10 years of his existence. That's a wonderful thing. I was very happy that it started way back in 2015. So that's very heartening. Secondly, I must compliment Masoom for choosing a topic, Abhayam, very aptly chosen, because our children do need an environment where they feel that they are protected. I am also aware that while I'm sitting here, I'm sitting between you and your lunch. So that's a challenge for me, so that I keep you interested. So one thing that I decide to do is that I will not be giving you long-winded replies. I'll try to be as brief as possible. And at the same time, I'll try to give you the important information. Now coming back to your question, that is 360-degree approach. So before I begin with that, let me also tell you something about the commission, that is National Commission for Protection of Child Rights. Many of you may be aware of this and some of you may not be aware of this, that there is this commission. This commission came into existence in 2007 through an act of parliament. In 2005 it was enshrined. And thereafter the commission has been working. To briefly tell you that the commission comprises of a chairperson and 6 members. And as member secretary, I am responsible for the commission, as well as because I am member and secretary. So therefore, I am head of the administration as well for the commission. So my responsibility is twofold. Now, because the commission has been entrusted for the protection of child rights, we are given so many responsibilities. It includes the protection of childs in terms of ensuring them the correct education, their health, the psychology. Then, as you are aware, my previous speaker already told you about POCSO Act. So we monitor the POCSO Act, that is Protection of Children from Sexual Offenses, very important act. Then another act is Juvenile Justice Act. And the third act that we monitor is the Right to Education. So why I'm giving you this background is because this itself tells there is a lot of mandate. Our mandate contains a lot of 360-degree into it. Now, as I speak and as you spoke about 360-degree approach, this is a very challenging area. Why 360-degree is required? Because, you know, we need to look at the protection of child starting right from his being in his home, his or her being in the school, in the society, while playing outside, inside, everywhere. And our child, unfortunately, are also found working somewhere. So as we call child and adolescent labor. So there also we need to protect them. Now, as I told you, because the area of their existence is so vast, so therefore the stakeholders are also very many, starting right from the parents, the school teachers, the government, the NGOs, the colleagues, the relatives, the friends. So there are so many stakeholders. Now this is where the challenge also comes. You have to cover so many people. So whenever I speak of the child rights, when I speak of making them aware of the child rights, making them the partner in our efforts of protection of the child, we need to approach so many various stakeholders. Our country is a great country. We are a very big country. So on one hand, it's a great country, we are a big country. The other hand, it poses a challenge that we have to cover so many areas, so many languages are spoken, there are so many people. So just to tell you the example, for ensuring the child rights, we have so many stakeholders who belong to the government. So suppose unfortunately a crime happens to a child, and the case is reported to the police. Now the police officer at the ground may not be aware about the various provisions of the POCSO Act. So, and these provisions have come about because there is a sensitivity involved in it. The idea is that the children should feel protected whenever they approach the law enforcing agencies. Now, in one of such case, when a girl actually reported sexual offense, she was brought to the police station, and there is very specific provisions which says that whenever you are questioning a child, police officer should not be in uniform. They should be in plain clothes. Whenever a child is being, particularly a girl is being questioned, then at least a lady should be available. It also says that a certain rank of officer of police should be available. Now the problem is the police department, because of their paucity of workforce, paucity of time, whatever is the reason, many of them are not sensitized about this. So I'm just giving you one example of this. A child goes to CWC, that is Child Welfare Committee. Now the Child Welfare Committee has to take a decision what is to be done with this child. So any offense that happens, the first thing that happens is it is reported to the Child Welfare Committee. Now the Child Welfare Committee decides about so many things, including to which child care home, now we call it child care institutions, where this, to which CCI, child care institution, this child should be sent. Now again, because of the lack of awareness, they also commit sometimes unintended errors. So as NCPCR, the challenge before us is to make all these stakeholders aware. So the parents, do they really know where to report? Suppose something happens, even if I ask you, so many people who are connected with the child rights, if I ask you there's something happens to a child, some sexual offense happens, where would you go? You find it difficult where to go. So creating awareness among the masses, people, including the parents, the teachers. So other day when we collaborated with one of the schools, a group of schools of Atomic Energy Center, and we were teaching them. We taught the teachers what is good touch, what is bad touch, whenever something happens, what is to be done. So I was, though I was expecting that this is going to happen, but I was actually taken aback when I saw that the knowledge about these things were very, very minimum. So coming back to what I was saying, there are so many various stakeholders with the various responsibilities, making them aware about the protection of child rights, making the children aware about the bad touch, good touch, and some preliminary information. It's a huge task. Now, having laid down the challenges before us, me as well as you, at NCPCR, I'll tell you, we believe that we are just one of the stakeholders. Fortunately, Government of India and various state governments, they have been supporting the cause of children. However, this is one area where we require support of each and every individual, each and every stakeholders, including all of you. So therefore, what we are doing at NCPCR, we from time to time, we try to do the capacity building. We go to the people, we ask them to include the things. Then training of the police officers, we are requesting them for the systematic training of the officers, the various stakeholders, the legal fraternity, the medical officers. So from time to time, we try to make them aware. We are trying to create the awareness program. We have been doing the awareness program. We have been trying to create additional awareness program for our citizens so that they know. So this is a problem which truly requires a 360-degree approach. It's actually, I'll take 1 more minute. I joined this organization only 4 months back. And as it was told in my introduction, I have handled so many ministries. I have seen so many areas. But this is one area, whenever I look at this area, it's actually mind-boggling how much work is needed to be done. We have done a lot. Government have been trying to do a lot, but a lot of work is to be done. So therefore, what we are doing is we clearly recognize that there is a requirement for everybody to join hands. So NCPCR, we try and do whatever we can do to rope in these stakeholders. From this stage, I actually request all of you that you can also tell us this. You can tell us, you can suggest us that what more can be done, how you can be useful. So that is what I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir. A welcoming opening. So I'll just, from the basic questions, I'll rather take you back to my home and rather all of our homes. Nowadays, kids live in two worlds like us. It's not only physical, but also digital world. My kid at least is always engrossed. And for a lot of things, for education, for entertainment, for learning new skills, he refers to internet, especially channels like YouTube, etc. And I've noticed that many times while he's scrolling, there are some content which comes in which is not age appropriate. How do you think NCPCR can help us controlling these kind of platforms, which are quite essential for all of us? We cannot bar our kids completely from them, but ensure that the age appropriateness is always maintained, since they claim that they have so many algorithms and they know that it should be controlled.
See, what government does, government takes so many steps in every area of work, in every sphere. So one thing which government does is it brings out the legislations. So there are several legislation to handle this. So we have IT Act, then we have DPDP Act, which is Digital Personality Data Protection Act, recently came 2023. And I also mentioned about the Children Protection Rights Act. Then what we also do, there is one thing called subordinate legislation. So when I say DPDP Act, it's an act, then there are rules. Rules are prepared by so act is passed by the parliament, but rules are prepared by the concerned ministries. So rule can be changed frequently, while changing act takes time. So government of India or even the state governments, what they do is we keep bringing the rules. And so there are rules available. Now, so far as your question is concerned, so there is an IT Act, which is already there. Right, then there is POCSO. And the speaker before me was also indicating that there is child sexual abuse material. Now, what has been done is Supreme Court in a recent judgment, what they have said, it's not child sexual abuse material, they say child sexual exploitation and abuse material. There's a little difference between abuse and exploitation. Exploitation means, see, child sexual abuse material is an alternative name for child pornography. But then what Supreme Court said, it's not child pornography that is offensive. They say even if you use a video and somehow use the child for sexual exploitation is also an offense. So though provision exists like this, in IT Act it is very clearly written that it should not be there. Now what has been done further? Supreme Court in its judgment, recent judgment which I was referring to, has come up with one thing. There is one section which is section 79 of IT Act. What it says? It says if there is a third-party content available, third-party content is there, and a social media platform like Google, WhatsApp or say X, etc., if they are relaying those content, I'm Sanjeev Sharma, I'm sending it to you, something, and it actually has some content. So what it says is X is not responsible for this. But what Supreme Court said, for child sexual exploitation and abuse material, this protection is not available. So suppose if I abuse you through my tweet and give it to you, send it to you, then X is not responsible for that. However, in case of child sexual abuse material, if I send a child pornographic clip to you through X or WhatsApp, then WhatsApp is responsible for this. This is the landmark judgment that has come. So as a result of this, earlier, this provision which is called safe harbor provision, that was available and they were saying we are not responsible. Then Supreme Court made it clear, no, for that you have to be responsible. So this is one thing. So second is, suppose if you are seeing something and something inappropriate comes, you can very well report it. You can report it to us.
Directly to NCPCR?
Yes. So NCPCR has a website where is a provision is made very clearly. We have upgraded our website also. There you make your complaint, we'll take the action against it. Besides this, what we have been doing is, last year also and this year, we actually called all the social media platform. We called the telecom service provider. We called internet service provider and discuss all these matters with them. We have very clearly mentioned that whenever you are dealing with any child, a child means lower than 18 years, then you have to take the consent of the parents for anything. So for example, if you are asking a child for signing some contract, you have to take the consent. So you may be aware that whenever some content is available on social media or some platform, and if a child wants to see that, he has to say, I am an adult. If he is a child, then his parent's consent is to be taken. So you can, as a parent, you can say, yes, my child can see the content. Please remember, if in the process your child comes across a sexual abuse material, then the parents become liable. So it's responsibility of parents, the social media company, they are fully responsible. They should not do it, but I'm telling you, all of you, if you come across any such content, please complain to us, we'll take this strict action.
Thank you so much, sir. That is quite reassuring. Now from digital world, let's go to the real India, the Bharat. Unfortunately rather, there are a lot of systems in place, but they are not being able to be replicated, especially in the hinterlands, in the villages, whether it is the audits which are happening, whether the anti-bullying system or any safety compliances. How is NCPCR ensuring that these measures are taken seriously everywhere, even in the inner belt, and not only in just big cities?
Yeah, so I'll complete your question, I think, so that everybody understands. He is talking about the safety and security in the schools. That is what he's talking about. And he wants to ask me that the schools in a small town are basically do not observe those safety and security in the schools. So as a result, they are failing in their duty. It's not the small town schools, it's actually schools in bigger cities as well.
Of course.
Yeah. So let me tell you one more thing. Because NCPCR has created a manual, that is Manual of Safety and Security of Children in Schools. It's a comprehensive manual and it actually comprises all the circulars and various advisories of various various government departments. It relates to cyber security, it relates to drinking water, it relates to various other things. So these safety and security guidelines are to be implemented in all the schools. Now at NCPCR we are aware that there are so many schools in the country. I'll tell you, there is one thing called in education department UDICE. This is a system which collects the data of all the schools, and that is quite authentic. And as per that data, we have over 27 lakhs of schools in the country.
27 lakhs.
27 lakhs of schools in the country. So it's so many of them are there. So, so one thing is to create a manual. We created the manual. The biggest challenge lies in circulating these guidelines to every school. Schools should be made aware. So from time to time, we keep on interacting with the state governments. We ask them to emphasize that these manuals are, this manual is to be adopted by everybody. Now, what also happens is, now coming to your question, what also happens is because schools, you know, schools are not adequately sensitized about their responsibility so far as child rights is concerned. So recently an event happened, you may have probably read in the newspaper, in one of the state, the dilapidated school buildings actually got crumbled, and as a result, some of the children studying in that class got killed. And then this case was suo motu cognizance of the matter was taken up by the High Court of that state. And there, this safety and security manual questions were asked. We were also made party to that, and we represented ourselves in that court. And therein those questions were asked. So, as I said in the beginning, legislation is fine. Our efforts are fine. Making people aware is fine. We are trying to do our utmost. But the thing is, once you are made aware, then please implement things in letter and spirit. As a parent and as a aware citizen, if you really find that this thing is not happening in school, please go and speak to the school management. Do not keep quiet. So, please remember, this is happening to somebody. It might happen to our child also one day. So my request to all of you is that please, whenever you see something of that sort happening, though it may not be directly connected to you, please raise your voice. Go and speak to the children, speak to the school authorities, speak to various authorities. It will make the difference. This manual is available in our website. So now with this court case and all, so again the wave of awareness is created. I think it will definitely improve.
Thank you. So it's a great manual, I'm sure it's quite a thick one. YI also has started a model Masoom school wherein we have built a 7 safety steps. If a school is able to complete along with our volunteers, I'll just share. First, we start these CSA awareness sessions. We then take it to next level. We also take sessions for parents and other caregivers, teachers. Third, we even train the teachers. We then also ensure that the school is connected with the counselors in case there is some kind of a case which has come up. And we also help build the bridge between school and the child protection officers. So it's a rigorous 7 steps. How exactly you think YI can actually take this model Masoom school pan-India and actually go beyond? And probably, if not 27 lakh schools across India, but let's say 2,700 to start with. How exactly we can do that?
No, more than 2,700 have been covered. It's not 2,700. I was giving you an example that at 27 lakh school, we have covered a lot, but as you suggested that there are still many left. So for that we keep on doing our efforts for making them aware, try to connect them. We approach the Ministry of Education. We have approached Department of Educations of the various states. Let me tell you this. there is one initiative of NCPCR that is called Sugar Board. How many of you are aware of Sugar Board? You are aware, wonderful. So there's a lone person aware of the Sugar Board. So Sugar Board is nothing but like a white blackboard. Therein the various items of daily consumption, for example, the soft drink, samosa, right? The soft drink and some other things, one rasgulla. So how much sugar they contain, that is displayed there. And that is displayed in the schools. Sugar board is being installed in the school. So we created it, and then we started approaching all the state governments. So initially CBSE issued the advisory of NCPCR. They forwarded our advisory, and which was then taken up, which was then mentioned by the Honorable Prime Minister in his Man Ki Baat, right? Then ICSE followed it. With our consistent effort, now more than 15 states have, 15 state education department has issued advisory to their schools. As a result, now around 7 lakh schools have been covered with the Sugar Board. So with that effort, these kinds of efforts we keep on taking. Pursuing with the state government, pursuing with the central government. So as a result, we have been made them aware, and in this effort, the organization like Masoom, the NGOs, and very, very importantly, the judiciary, they come to our rescue, because whenever a judgment is passed by the Supreme Court and the High Court, it becomes binding on them. Now tell you a little about what NCPCR can do. NCPCR is a statutory body, and we have been given power of civil court. So we can summon anybody. We can summon any officer, we can summon any private person. We can conduct an inquiry like a civil court. And then we can actually recommend to the appropriate authority the punishment or the action that is to be taken against those agencies. So we do that also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And it's quite reassuring that NCPCR is working to make India Abhayam by 2047. If not sooner. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
What an inspiring discussion. Thank you so much to show us the power of collective effort in safeguarding children's future. Request Mr. Abhishek Sonthalia, National Learning Co-Chair, Young Indians, and Alok Agarwal, Regional Mentor, East Young Indians, to please felicitate Dr. Sanjeev Sharma. Thank you so much. For the next segment, I would like to invite Mr. Vinod Balasundar, Regional Mentor, SRTN Young Indians, to introduce the panelists for a short session on everyday threats to child safety. After this session, we break for lunch. It's going to be a short session. And we do urge the audience to stay back for the second half of the summit, wherein we gather back and for a mesmerizing performance, interesting launches, a survivor's story by a mother, and amazing session by Dr. Rakshit Tandon coming up post-lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The MC, when she called me and she said, it's going to be a short session, And I know I'm standing in front of you and your lunch. I have so many cards here which I have prepared, but I'm truly going to make it short. Before you go for lunch, you are going to hear from my powerful panelist. I promise this will leave you not just informed, but deeply moved. Please join me in welcoming my panelist. Every now and then, we meet people who don't just talk about change. They travel across mountains, deserts, coastlines to make it happen. In 2019, one such woman did exactly that. She became the first person in India to journey through 29 states, 3 union territories, conducting more than 150 training sessions with powerful mission. Child safety, national priority. Over the decade, she led more than 2,000 programs to prevent abuse, promote mental health. She was honored as one of the top 100 leaders under 30 at St. Gallen Symposium, Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, today you share a room with not just an expert, but a visionary force. Please join me in welcoming the founder director of Mukta Foundation, Dr. Ashwini. Picture drawing a perfect full circle, no flaws. A woman who has climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, trekked to the Everest base camp, walked ultra marathons, cycled hundreds of kilometers, and even skydived under the California skies. An adventurer at heart, but also a visionary in boardrooms. She is not only the vice chairman of Elico Limited, a pioneer analytical instruments, but also a vice chairman and a managing director of Elico Healthcare Services. Here is what makes her extraordinary. She is 100% on 100% of things, whether it is working with government, NGOs, businesses, or families. She shows up with same passion. Every Saturday, without fail, she dedicates her time to child safety as a joint secretary of Children and Youth Forum at Society of Hyderabad Security Council. Ladies and gentlemen, adventurer, achiever, humanitarian, leader, and change maker. Please welcome extraordinary Dr. Vanita Datla. There are few people who sees injustice and turn away, and there are those rare few who decide the silence is not an option. 15 years ago, a young social worker stepped into the toughest battle, child protection and women's rights. But she didn't stop there. She co-founded an initiative that went on to create India's very fine online portal to report child sexual abuse material. A platform so pioneering, it won the Presidential Award in 2017. She has trained more than 2,000 stakeholders across India in child protection. She has carried her expertise from Mumbai to Oslo to Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a warrior of rights, safety, and dignity. Please join me in welcoming the co-founder of Rati Foundation, Uma Subramanian. What do you call someone who has stopped hundreds of child marriage, rescued girls from child labor and trafficking, and mentored over 22,000 rural girls into leaders of tomorrow? What do you call someone who has filed 128 cases to protect women and children and stood beside survivor of violence? What do you call someone who built support centers for rape survivors? You might think this sounds like work of a movement, but it is life, it's work of one extraordinary woman, and you call her Dr. Mamata Raghuveer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome the unstoppable force behind Taruni, Dr. Mamata. Good afternoon. Let's get it started. I'll begin with Dr. Ashwini. Dr. Ashwini, you have created this 6-step guidelines called We Care to report the abuse by the children itself. Can you tell us more on what do you call it as a threat? What do you call it as an abuse, and more on it, please?
Vinod, because we are focusing on the digital risk in this particular panel, and I know that hungry people are angry people, so I'm going to truly make a summary of all forms of digital risks that children can experience online. This approach, this model has been used by several national and international agencies. It's called 3 C's approach to understand online risk. Look at it this way. One of the risks could be content risk, the other could be contact risk, and then there is conduct risk. And quickly I'll explain what it means. Content risk means, sometimes children experience online risk based on what they get to see there. It could be pornographic content, it could be extremely violent content, or sometimes even content that promotes radicalization. So the first threat is the content risk. Now the second form of threat that comes is the contact risk. Who does children come in contact with? For example, I think exactly last year around this time, there was this case from Madhya Pradesh, widely also reported. This person called girls from tribal region using a voice-changing app. This person speaks live, but then the receiver hears it as a woman and he posed as a professor, lured them into meeting him in isolation, and these girls were raped. Now you see, who are they meeting online is the contact risk. And finally comes the conduct risk. Based on the content and the contact risk comes, how do children behave online? Sometimes it could be sharing nudes, or they themselves participating unknowingly in generation of, pornographic content. These are examples of conduct, the risk. Now add to these 3 C's, content, contact, and conduct. The 4th C makes it even more dangerous, and that's the commerce. The moment there is also commercial exploitation using these 3 C's, I think the risk intensifies further. So in summary, I would say these are the broad categories of online risk for children.
How many of you have got calls from an unknown number or someone where an AI is? Yeah, I think that's what is rightly pointed out by Dr. Ashwini. The audience will also echo to those 4 C's, whatever Ashwini has mentioned. Let me ask Ms. Dr. Mamta, when the IPS Shikha Goyal was telling, there are many cases that go underreported. And right now, this is when they have developed a lot of technologies, and technology is being helpful in reporting the cases as well. You have worked extensively on child sexual abuse prevention, and you run an NGO, Tarani, and we could also see your stall outside. There are so many leaders that are created from the survivors. Can you capture one extraordinary survivor story that you have come across in your days?
First of all, thank you, CII, for inviting me, and congratulations for reaching the 10-year mark. As an NGO or an activist can work, but working in different fields, different companies, coming together to work on an issue is very, great. I appreciate that for the Masoom project. Thank you, Vinod, for asking this question, because I must have seen from my work in 30 years, I've seen so many cases of child sexual abuse. different types, even a month-old being raped and going through 24 hours of surgery, and her own father raping a child, or that too brutally, and being in a hospital for a long period of time, and not able to go home for 4 or 5 years because the father was imprisoned only for one month. Later, when the judgment came, life imprisonment, now she could go home and meet her siblings and mother. There is, apart from all these stories of, gruesome stories, I wanted to talk about one story which we had done through Barosa. A 3-year-old girl, mother died during her delivery, and father and grandmother was taking care of her. That day, it so happened that mother had to go to a village, and she left the child with the neighbors. And in the neighbor's home, there were other children, like their children, 2 children, and she was playing with them. It so happened that there was some conflict between wife and husband, and in the night, the wife left with the children, leaving this girl with that man who was already drunk. And that fellow abused this girl, and this was the first case we got in Barosa. It's so sad that the girl had to be hospitalized for a long period of time, almost 1 month, and but things changed slowly when she was given admission in a very good rehab school, residential school. To tell you now, she is in the 7th grade, and she is the best. She is a shooter, she is a martial art expert, and she is in everything. So I really get goosebumps whenever I think of that case. And that made us, to start this Swalambana for child abuse victims in Hyderabad. It's one of its first kind in India, where we are giving a new life for these girls. And I would like to tell that most of the POXO cases, I don't know whether you all know or not, are elopement cases. 80% are elopement cases, and all these cases are compromised. They don't know that how much grooming takes place in these cases, how much, and every case starts online through social media. Insta is the favorite thing now children have. So everything starts. 11-year-old pregnant girl comes to the Bharosa Center because a 26-year-old groomed her and told her he loves her, and he has used for almost a month. And so many cases I can tell you, but what I wanted to say is these girls, parents also think that the fault is with these girls, and no one wants to support them. It's everything is closed for them, the school, the family, everything. So they languish in these shelter homes or child care centers, and they don't know what happens. Before that, it was very nice, their life, but after this incident, they don't know what they had done wrong. So we have taken these girls and started grooming them, and now I can tell you so many success stories within a year. Giving them a hand definitely helped so much that these girls realized the importance of education. One girl got 515 marks out of 600. You can imagine if your girl is given, after her all this, going through all this, and given such a small helping hand, we can help so many girls. And now that you all know the discussion which is happening, that POXO should be amended, all these romantic relationships, all that they are talking. But I feel they are all children. They don't have the maturity to understand what is grooming, how the other person will use them, how they will be abused, and they don't know that is what abuse. So we have to speak about this and discuss more about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing this story and other anecdotes, I can resonate why they call you as an unstoppable force. You had helped them. Listening to Dr. Mamata, I would like to ask the audience, if I ask you today, what is the most dangerous place for a child? Would you say it is a street? Sorry? So, yes, the screen in your hand. That is the most dangerous place. Yeah, I think Uma here is disagreeing. Let's hear it from her. Yes, Uma, please.
No, so thank you very much for having me here, and congratulations on completion of a successful decade. I think technology is value neutral, and technology by itself cannot be a threat. And I want to foreground that, which is why I said, can I disagree? In terms of what we are seeing on the ground, so just to set some context, so we run a helpline which is dedicated to safeguarding victims of online abuse. It's called Mary Trust Line, and it runs Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. And we crunch data every year to just understand what's happening in the country. So in the last 2 years, we've had calls from about 26 states and international locations where either a victim was an Indian or the perpetrator was an Indian. And typically what you see in the landscape in India is broadly there are two kinds of offenses, cyberbullying and loss of intimate content. Within cyberbullying, majority of the cases are following under the impersonation category, right? So the question that he asked, right now, every day in India, people are getting scammed. We are getting scammed, right? So children are no different. They belong to the same community as you and me are. So I think the larger issue there is not about having that phone in your hand. It's about the inability of systems to be able to respond to something like online scams. So like I mentioned, it's cyberbullying and impersonation. The other aspect of it is loss of intimate content, where if you again look at the Indian context, there is a lot of messaging that has already gone to girls, especially girls, about safety, about security. And if you look at comparing things like self-generated content in the international context versus India, the awareness is quite high, right? So girls, the safeguards are much higher. They will not, so the grooming process is much longer for girls. Whereas for boys, you can groom a boy on the internet like within seconds in terms of whether you're looking at cases of extortion or looking at cases of loss of intimate content. But with girls, especially young girls, what we are seeing is the girls probably agree to a video call, and in the course of a video call, subsequently screenshots are captured, and those screenshots really are then used when a relationship goes down south. Couple of other patterns that we've observed in the last year, which has been a shift from year one, was a lot of networked attacks. And these networked attacks are to silence girls, and that is weaponized, right? So we had a case of a young influencer from Karnataka, from a very small village, and she was just about a budding influencer on Instagram, and she was putting out reels of just her dancing in a village, happy reels of her dancing in a village. And an entire community of trolls who call themselves trolls spliced a few AI-generated nudes in her reels and started threatening her with a very clear intention to shut her down, to keep her in the place that she belongs to, right? Of course, we took the content down and we were able to escalate it, and the girl, of course, did not deplatform herself. But what I want to say is, it's easy for us to say that technology is bad and take the phones away, so on and so forth. But the larger question that remains is, in India, access to technology still continues to be a pressing issue, right? So although today in this room, we are focused about talking about protecting children, our recent research shows that largely in India, whether it's rural or even in urban slums, underprivileged children do not have meaningful access to the internet. They're using shared phones, they're using, shared accounts. So it's not that, broad-based, where you say that all children are on the internet. The question to ask is, who are these children who are on the internet? How long do they have the phone, and what are the privileges that they have vis-a-vis the children who don't have? So when we are talking about policy or even training, I think we need to really distinguish between the two. And just to kind of sum up why we started this journey, because I think that's a question you had asked, is this was way back in 2015 when the discourse on CSAM or even sexual abuse material was not even happening. We were working on a POXO case. This was a case of a 13, 14-year-old boy child. It was a clear-cut POXO case and we were the support person. In the course of the disclosure, the boy said, my images have been leaked because the person who groomed was posed to be a woman, but in fact was a neighbor. And the question he asked our teams was, what happened to those images? And at that point in 2015, we didn't have an answer of what happens to these images. It meant you had to walk into a police station and submit your device, and even then the police would not know how to take it down. So I think the launch of the Indian hotline that we did in 2017, or subsequently the National Cybercrime Portal that we see today, are all a result of some of the groundwork that has been done, not just by us, but I think many civil society organizations. So my recommendation would be, let's look at it in slightly more nuanced forms. Internet is here to stay. If we cannot stay without our devices, I don't think we should tell our children not to use the internet.
Right, rightly put. The very technology that exposes them to risk can also be the strongest shield. Like what IPS Shikha Goyal told in the morning, that the technology is helping them to identify more reports, more victims, and then they can also, the government is also processing these kind of reports that is coming and the calls that is coming in. We'll move to Dr. Vanita here. She is with the Security Council of Cyberabad.
Yeah.
Can you just enlighten us on the work that you are doing with these?
Thank you, Vinod. And I've actually been part of the CI network, so I know about Project Masoom right from its inception, and I'm very happy that it's continued, it's sustained. So I think kudos to the entire team that are behind this. And this has actually gone pan-India. So I think kudos to the entire team, because this is a very, very relevant area that society needs to work upon. Now, coming to my role at the Cyberabad Security Council, the Security Council is a one-of-a-kind platform that is a partnership between industry and the police department. And in our case, it is the Cyberabad, because Hyderabad has three jurisdictions. So we have the Cyberabad, we have the Hyderabad, and we have the Rachakonda. So the Cyberabad Police Commissionerate has partnered with industry, and they've created this council which actually looks at the safety and security of its citizens. And one of the pillars among that is the Child and Youth Forum, which me and Rashmi down there who's sitting there, we are taking care of. We are looking at how we bring safety and security aspects to the school children and to the college children, and this is for across education departments. The previous speaker, who was from the National Commission for Child Rights, did mention that while laws are put in place, while there are structures and frameworks, implementation becomes a challenge. And that's where organizations like ours come into play. We actually bridge the gap between the lawmakers, the law enforcers, and the public. And in our case, because we are directly dealing with children and youth, we are actually creating these sort of projects. I mean, we call this the Project Suraksha Kavach, and we've come out with a handbook. We are trying to talk about all aspects of safety and security. And we've got major 4 pillars. Of course, physical safety is the first thing. And in that, of course, the good touch and bad touch is a key area and a key awareness domain that we are touching about. We also talk about drug and substance abuse. We also talk about bullying, because these are certain criteria that actually pushes people to get into those, difficult areas. We also talk about psychological safety. We talk about cyber safety, because today, as all my earlier speakers have spoken, every child has that access, whether they have a device or not within in their own hands. Peers may be having, and then there is an opportunity for sharing of information, for accessing of information. So how do we safeguard them? How do we bring about more awareness? How we sort of discuss with all the key stakeholders. It is not only the child, it is also the schools, it is also the education institutions, the management. We also discuss with parents because these are all key stakeholders. And of course, government is a major contributor to this, whether it is the police department, whether it is the education department, and you have the NGOs who are actually the resource persons whom we help bridge and bring them to these institutions to help them deal with these things. It could be knowledge sessions, it could be interventions, it could be, in case an issue happens, how a redressal has to take place. So we work on those areas.
Right, thank you. In the morning, a speaker told that, are we ready to use the technology? Are we ready to dial up the number that we have? Are we ready to report? Having traveled extensively and you have been awarded as the top 100 leaders under 30 in Switzerland, can you tell us that are we ready to implement technologies that can help us battle this threat that we are facing?
Thanks, Vinod, for this question. Simply because, in many places where we talk about digital safety, we are only looking at technology as a threat, but it can also be a shield. And I wish to, organize my thoughts at 3 levels, Vinod. One, are there certain technology that helps prevent, in prevention, then intervention and postvention? Prevention is, can we stop, abuse before it occurs? And I think something that world over we are seeing is interactive apps that can be used to encourage children to learn about digital safety and gamification of the content that can happen. Now at the intervention level, somewhere I think we at times forget about the power of AI. I think AI backed early detection. I think many of the panelists also spoke about grooming, no? Imagine if grooming is happening. Can we use AI itself to detect and maybe alert authorities? So that's the use of technology. And Uma was earlier talking about a trust line, that their organization has, and that's a classic example of how we could use technology to actually provide help to those who are immediately in need of. Now when it comes to postvention, unfortunately postvention is where maybe abuse has already happened, and how could we use technology? 2 things that are on top of my mind. One is, telecounseling. We've had at Mukta Foundation several examples of where interior regions, and then we've had play therapy using, the Zoom sometimes. I don't think it would have been possible. Most of our organization is located in cities of India, and if we are able to reach out to the interiors, of the country, it can only happen through technology. And the last one is virtual reality. A lot of psychologists are being consulted for how to use virtual reality maybe to treat trauma, maybe to treat phobia that's an outcome of abuse and violence. Not to technicalize it, but then there is this approach called systematic desensitization and graded exposure, which are psychological treatment techniques. And now using virtual reality, we have a more realistic way to have a graded exposure to the child to overcome trauma, to deal with phobia, which are the aftermath adverse effects of surviving abuse. So I think let's look at technology to also give us certain pathways where it can be a protecting, the factor.
Yeah, I'd like to also add to what Dr. Ashwini spoke. So in a lot of the developed nations and places that I've traveled to have something called the sex offenders list that the government actually puts out to the public. So public actually knows if there is a sex offender or a child sexual abuse offender in the vicinity, maybe in your neighborhood or maybe in the region that you are residing. So that actually puts everybody on alert. And I think what Madam Shikha Goel had mentioned earlier, while there is a very thin line between being alert and being phobic, I think being aware is necessity. And if government can help us out to come out with such sort of lists, and you have to name and shame. I've always also been an advocate for whenever we have POSH related cases in corporates, when there is zero tolerance and then you terminate the employee, what happens is this person might go to another company and again redo that sort of a behavior. Rather than that, can we then send this to the police and then have them also name and shame them, so that, see, ultimately we want that person's future to be ruined, and that will deter a person from actually getting into these areas. So there maybe technology can be used in that way by government and governmental agencies.
I have Uma here. She has a different view on this.
Yes.
Let's hear it from Uma.
So I just wanted to foreground one data point that has been coming since morning. I think the minister madam said it, the police ma'am, she said it, that in fact the data she quoted is much higher than the national average. She said 80% of the abuse happens in the house. So who are these people? These are your uncles, brothers, grandfathers, etc., etc. In a country where 80% of abuse is happening in the house, and anecdotal evidence tells us that if we were to look at public sex offender registries, these are going to be uncles, grandfathers, etc. on those lists. You speak to any child victim of abuse, she wants or he wants the abuse to stop. Yes. He or she also might want the perpetrator to be punished. Yes. But the moment you say the perpetrator is going to be hanged to death, or the perpetrator is going to be imprisoned for life, or the perpetrator's name is going to be put out in a public registry which is going to be accessed by anyone and everyone in your mohalla, are you okay reporting? I think majority of the girls will say no. So while I understand we want to protect children and we have their best interest in their minds, I think we have to make a very, very nuanced decision on public sex offenders registry, especially when the national conviction rates are below 3%. So we are talking about alleged accused. Again, I'm not siding the accused. I am just saying under the Constitution of India, even an accused has a right to bail and he's innocent until proven guilty. So in a constitutional framework like that, demonizing a person before the crime has proved and putting it out in a public sex offenders registry might not be in the best interest of child rights and human rights, because child rights does not exist in isolation. It has to go with the larger human rights framework, and that's why I said it.
I think when we talk about legalities, here is the expert. She is a legal expert advocate here. Dr. Mamata, would you like to add on to whatever?
So just before Dr. Mamata speaks, I'll just like to address what Dr. Uma has said. Yes, I know in maybe 99 cases the family member may not like it, but would you harbor a criminal, a rapist, or a murderer in your own home? But that, I think, is the patriarchy that we are. So I think we will have to change that narrative, and if we don't do it, it's always going to continue.
I think audience should also have a go in it. What do you guys think? What Dr. Vanita here put up is...
You should
yeah.
Everybody's silent.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure, I'm all for name and shame. I'm just saying if it's your father, your brother, I am just saying so it's not, I don't think policy can be based on public sentiment. It has to be based on lived realities of those who are affected by the issue. And also, please, let's look at not anecdotal data. Let's look at statistically what is the trend that is seen in India. So I understand the anger. I stand with you in your anger and agitation. But that's just my humble submission to the audience. It's something worth considering.
No. In India also we do that, but after judgment. You must have seen in today's paper, there is a 20-year-old, 20 years imprisonment. In that, they have put the name and the photograph of the offender. So you should see that in Indian law, always we think that the person is innocent until it is proved. as Uma said. And similarly, we give lot of importance that everybody should have access to justice. So even an offender has an access. That's why Supreme Court recently what they have done is in a case where High Court has given life imprisonment, they said, no, we will give acquittal. So it all depends on the case and the strengths of the case. We don't know what exactly happened in that case. So it all depends. So we cannot say that we have to name and shame. Definitely you can do that, name and shame. But as I work with the victims and the survivors, I always see that they don't want anything. They want peace of mind. They want back their childhood. You know, they want the childhood back. They want everything back as normal as it was before, which we cannot give. So I feel that now there is another problem online is AI generated CSA material, child sexual abuse material generated by AI. And it is the major issue now because of the deep fakes and so many children are being affected. You all must have seen adolescents. How many of you seen the adolescent series? So much. There is a big discussion because the parents are worried, but this has been happening in India also. All this adolescence thing happens in India. And we don't know the slangs the children use. The slangs they use for so many types of sexual relationships. We are all sitting here, consciously sitting here not to talk about all that. Why do they use all those slangs? Why do they want only sex? Sex is the entertainment the children have now. Why can't we realize that? What education are the parents giving to the children about sexuality education, or we don't want to talk still. So we are lagging behind in that. Parents need lot of training, behavior parental training, and curb the violence well before, during the childhood development itself. And there are umpteen number of modules available in Australia, America, everywhere. There are many parental programs happening where they want to curb the violence at home so that the children don't get attracted to the perpetrator who gives all that artificial love and affection. Children, I have seen so many children saying that my father doesn't like me, my father beats me, or my mother does this to me. So that's why that person maybe is using me, but fine. He has shown me so much love and affection. That's what they think. What are we doing in homes? Are we giving 5 minutes of our quality time to the children? We are not. Without a mobile, no parent communicates with the child. Without a mobile, keeping the mobile aside.
Yeah.
So that is the problem.
And even when they want to feed their kid, they play Cocomelon and then they feed the kid also. So that
Yes.
right from the 6 months,
Yes, they can't feed the child now.
they use it.
So we cannot say that keep away all that. We have to be trained. All the adults in the society have to be trained how we can give a safe tech usage for the children. That is very important. Please look at the modules, ACT module, so many modules. There are umpteen number of modules for parents to learn how to, how to grow your child, how to help your child feel safe at home or outside. That is very important, I feel.
Right. So Uma here has a point to make, but I also have a point to make. When I introduced Mamta onto the stage, I told her that she is an unstoppable force. Can you see from the answer that she has given? She's really an unstoppable force. And one more thing I want to ask, a very important question to the audience. Are you here with me? Yes. So the timekeeper here says that my time is up, and the organizer are little restless that they want me to wrap it up. By show of your hands, who would like to hear another 5 minutes from the great panelist here? Oh, great. So what we are going to do is we are going to cut short 10 minutes of your lunch, and we are going to hear from the great ladies sitting beside me, right? Now over to Uma, who has an extraordinary reply.
No, I didn't say that. He said it. I don't know whether my reply is extraordinary. Yes.
So Prema Madam, through our Suraksha Kavach, we are also integrating with the parents in all the schools that we are going. So we are making it almost mandatory, almost I said, because you cannot mandate these things. But we are asking the schools to actually bring in their parents, and we have modules also for parents, because a lot of them they are clueless about how to be parents. And so that's how society is. And that is the reason why we are actually starting from the root, why we are actually starting from childhood, because once you start molding them from that level onwards, then at least they become responsible citizens, and they will understand that there are these perils and evils in society that we will have to either stay away from, but even if they get into it, they get into it knowingly. A lot of these things, probably our generation and the generation prior to us have gotten into these things unknowingly. But I think we have to make it, the exposure has to be loud and clear. And I think somebody in the morning sessions also mentioned that we have to have huge media and public campaigns. And I feel that media has a huge role to play in this. So we have to bombard society with these messages.
I would like to answer Prema that just to create a space at home, the parents have to do the communication, start conversing, which is very important. If you speak to your child, give quality time, at least 15 minutes a day, your child is safe. I can assure you that. So please see that you keep away all the gadgets, have 15 minutes heart-to-heart talk with the child. I think that is enough, and tell them what they can learn from technology and what they have to be careful about. Although they may know it, because anybody will Google it and they'll know, but you have to talk about it. If a parent talks, definitely the child will have that impact in her mind, in his mind. So that is very important.
So I'm going to give you two sort of responses to this. I think the fundamental issue is that in our country, when children hear about sex, it's rape, unfortunately. So unless and until we shed the stigma around sexuality in itself, because sexuality is going to be, comprehensive sexuality education is going to be the bedrock of change. And this is proven across the world. So I think unless and until we address that at a very root cause, at a very educational level, at a very how do you expose children to the issue of sexuality level, we are not going to be able to resolve for this. I think the second sort of response to that is awareness is not going to save children. Awareness is going to help them to open their mouth and say what has happened. The real work, the hardest work, happens post-awareness. So we will have to question ourselves as a country as to what is the investment that we are making in victim-centric services. And by that I mean technology doesn't have to be some Todu AI chatbot. In a city like Mumbai, all a good police station needs is a basic printer that can print out the FIR without a glitch. Because it takes 10 hours to get an FIR registered in a city like Mumbai, right? And I'm sure it's pretty much the experience with everybody. So what I'm saying is the systems are inadequate to respond. So while it's fantastic that the last decade we have spent raising awareness, raising this issue, I think the next decade will have to be spent in investing in victim-centric responses. So give them victim support fund that we spoke about, give them counselors, give them social workers, and ensure the cops are not sensitive. Just do their basic duty under the POCSO Act. Ho jayega.
We will hear last from Dr. Ashwini. Yeah.
I just have two, ideas to share, ma'am. One, I think I saw that there are a lot of the teachers from Talur schools here. Something that's running on my mind is every time these topics come up in schools, we have a very topical approach, meaning they will say 8th standard, you go speak to them for 45 minutes, done. And imagine Uma was using the word comprehensive. Sexuality education, can anything comprehensive on any topic happen within 45 minutes to 1 hour. I think instead of a topical approach to any of these issues, I think what we truly need is what is called a concentric circle approach to education. What it means is, I'm sure we all remember the geometry class, no? Concentric circles. The radius keeps on increasing. That means we start early, but the depth and the radius of the extent to which we dialogue with children on certain topic, sexuality, safety, we keep on increasing the radius and depth. With that, I think education on safety can become comprehensive. That's one. The second one, I know it's a 4-point, the second idea, which is Uma spoke about victim-centric approach to prevention and intervention. You know, I remember reading this research article where they spoke about for effectively curbing the issues, you know, like violence that we are talking about. One, we need a victim-centric approach to prevention. The easiest is to go to a child and conduct a workshop on child sexual abuse. The child goes to the parent, Ajji, you know, the grandmother, and tells, and the grandmother is like, please don't talk about my son that he is abusing. Then what good is that victim-centric approach to prevention where we only went to children? So one is victim-centric approach to prevention and intervention. But secondly, let's also focus on perpetrator-centric approach to prevention and intervention. You know, Germany does a lot of work in this particular area. You know, I don't know a German word. I think it's called some black Durkheim project or something. You just Google, they're working with pedophiles, you know. So victim-centric approach to prevention, perpetrator-centric approach to prevention. Also what we need is situational approach to prevention, CCTVs, you know, maybe we check the backgrounds of people that we are appointing in schools, situations in. But the most important thing, I think, is a community-centric approach to prevention where we leave nobody. Parents, teachers, and management will organize a program but will not attend the program on child sexual abuse. So I think a community-centric approach or this 4-pronged approach increases the chances of prevention is what I'm thinking.
Right, thank you. Today we heard a drop about threats, shield, and policies. But as we leave the hall today, the question remains, will we choose to be passive witness or an active protesters? I have the panelists here who have flown from Mumbai, Bangalore, and from Hyderabad. I think they have given you a great session. Nothing but a standing ovation is deserved by this panelist here. Right. So, Dr. Mamata here is from Taruni, Uma Subramaniam from Rati Foundation, and our well-known Dr. Vanita Datla from Elico Limited, and Dr. Ashwini from Mukta Foundation. You can learn about them, talk to them online as well as offline here in the summit. And this is one-day summit, and this is all we have for you. I hope your mind had some food before your stomach is going to have some food. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What a thought-provoking discussion from our beautiful speakers over here. Request Mr. Anand Daga, Regional Chair, SRTICA, Young Indians, to kindly join on the dais, along with Mr. Vinod Balasundar, Regional Mentor, SRT and Young Indians, to felicitate the esteemed panel. And as the felicitation is going on, I would like to draw everybody's attention on the beautiful mementos. What you all see is the famous chariots done by our rural stakeholders. They are specially designed as faces of young children, keeping in mind our Masoom initiative. Dear audience, as we all agreed by show of hands that we are going to cut our lunch time a little,
So we break for lunch now and try to gather back in 20 minutes of time for very, very electrifying performance coming up post-lunch. Popular Tollywood actor Mr. Sai Durga Tej coming in on the dais, session by Dr. Rakshit Tandon, a survivor's story and a mother's journey of a 4-year-old child rape victim, and exciting launches and surprises. Request all to kindly stay back, have quickly your lunch, fill your tummies, and see you all here in 20 minutes. Thank you. अच्छा ठीक है डन ठीक है अब तो मेरा तो हो गया आप जो बोल रहे हैं
and the theme is all about protecting our children in today's digital and real world. I am ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
Ring the bell for child safety.
Ring this bell as a voice for child safety.
Protect every child, everywhere.
Protect our children from the dangers of future.
Every child, everywhere.
Every child, everywhere.
Ring this bell as a voice for child safety.
I'm ringing this bell as a voice for child.
Every child, everywhere.
From everything and everywhere.
Child, everywhere. I am ringing this bell as a voice for child safety to protect every child, everywhere.
Ringing this bell as voice for the child safety.
Every child, everywhere.
I'm ringing this bell as a voice for child safety.
You can too. So come be a part of this movement. Let us all come together to protect every child everywhere.
We celebrate.
25 years ago, when my son Varun was diagnosed with autism, my world completely changed. I could not find any help for Varun, so I decided to create it. Not just for Varun, but for children like Varun all over the world. Today at Ananya, we don't just do therapy for children, we celebrate neurodiversity. We use globally validated assessments to find their strengths and to make tailor-made interventions designed by licensed professionals at Ananya. We help parents to transform into their children's greatest advocates. We train teachers and professionals to see potential in children rather than challenges. We've evolved from my personal journey to collaborating with NCRT.
जैसे हम सब मिलकर ढोलकपुर की रक्षा करते हैं, वैसे ही हमें अपनी डिजिटल दुनिया को भी सुरक्षित रखना है.
Imagine facing the worst at a tender age and finding the world turning its back on you. In Hyderabad, a first of its kind haven is changing that story. Tharuni Swalambana Rehabilitation and Skill Center opens its doors to child rape victims, girls under 18, offering them hope and a fresh start. Here, healing begins with care. Counseling and therapy help them face trauma. Art and craft sessions nurture their emotions. Special classes keep their education alive, while skill training builds confidence and independence. For those expecting, expert medical care ensures safety and support. Boarding and lodging for a year creates a home where warmth, protection, and family-like love are always present. Tharuni Swalambana isn't just a center. It's a second chance, a place to grow, learn, and rediscover self-worth. Here, they don't just survive, they begin to thrive. Imagine facing the worst at a tender age and finding the world turning its back on you. In Hyderabad, a first of its kind haven is changing that story. Tharuni Swalambana Rehabilitation and Skill Center opens its doors to child rape victims, girls under 18, offering them hope and a fresh start. Here, healing begins with care. Counseling and therapy help them face trauma. Art and craft sessions nurture their emotions. Special classes keep their education alive, while skill training builds confidence and independence. For those expecting, expert medical care ensures safety and support. Boarding and lodging for a year creates a home where warmth, protection, and family-like love are always present. Tharuni Swalambana isn't just a center. It's a second chance, a place to grow, learn, and rediscover self-worth. Here, they don't just survive, they begin to thrive. Imagine facing the worst at a tender age and finding the world turning its back on you. In Hyderabad, a first of its kind haven is changing that story. Tharuni Swalambana Rehabilitation and Skill Center opens its doors to child rape victims, girls under 18, offering them hope and a fresh start. Here, healing begins with care. Counseling and therapy help them face trauma. Art and craft sessions nurture their emotions. Special classes keep their education alive, while skill training builds confidence and independence. For those expecting, expert medical
My name is Beth, and it's an honor to share with you.
Hi there, my name is Samantha Wolf, and I am the Head of Network Expansion and Partnerships at InHope. I've been asked by the conference to provide a little bit of information on opportunities and of course the challenges of removing child sexual abuse material, particularly in the South Asia region. I was asked to answer a few questions regarding how we at InHope connect hotlines throughout the globe and what our experience is regarding reporting and takedown of child sexual abuse material and how it can be made faster and more efficient. I was asked about cross-border challenges that I will also talk about. I was asked a bit about how technology can bridge those gaps. I was asked about empowering citizens and how we ensure that parents, schools, and children are empowered to recognize and report online threats before they escalate. I was asked about tech companies and what they're doing to build safety into the platforms for their children. And also I was asked a little bit about how we balance privacy and protection when monitoring the activity of children, and also what innovation.
The bus will be coming anytime now. Leave. This is...
Every child has the right to grow up safe, free from fear and abuse. Society for Cyberbad Security Council, in collaboration with the Cyberbad Police, is working together for a safer tomorrow. Through the Children and Youth Safety Forum, we are building safer, more informed school environments. Project Suraksha Kavach addresses 4 critical areas of safety: physical safety, building awareness on good touch, bullying, and substance risks; cyber safety, promoting safe online behavior; psychological safety, supporting emotional well-being and mental health; infrastructure and road safety, ensuring safe and responsible commuting; student-led safety clubs empower children to lead, support each other, and champion a culture of safety. Together, Cyberbad Police and SCSC are nurturing safe and smart citizens of tomorrow. Society for Cyberbad Security Council, in collaboration with the Cyberbad Police, is working together for a safer tomorrow. Through the Children and Youth Safety Forum, we are building safer, more informed school environments. Project Suraksha Kavach addresses 4 critical areas of safety: physical safety, building awareness on good touch, bullying, and substance risks; cyber safety, promoting safe online behavior; psychological safety, supporting emotional well-being and mental health; infrastructure and road safety, ensuring safe and responsible commuting; student-led safety clubs empower children to lead, support each other, and champion a culture of safety. Together, Cyberbad Police and SCSC are nurturing safe and smart citizens of tomorrow. Society for Cyberbad Security Council, in collaboration with the Cyberbad Police, is working together for a safer tomorrow. Through the Children and Youth Safety Forum, we are building safer, more informed school environments. Project Suraksha Kavach addresses 4 critical areas of safety: physical safety, building awareness on good touch, bullying, and substance risks; cyber safety, promoting safe online behavior;
psychological safety, supporting emotional well-being and mental health, infrastructure and road safety, ensuring safe and responsible commuting. Student-led safety clubs empower children to lead, support each other, and champion a culture of safety. Together, Cyber Bad Police.
tadhin tadhin dada touch tata tadhin tadhin dada touch tata jink jin touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din dink tadhin tadhin dada touch tata tadhin tadhin dada touch tata jink jin touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din dada touch tata jink jin touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din टेप नहीं होना tadhin tadhin dada touch tata tadhin tadhin dada touch tata jink jin touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din dink tadhin tadhin dada touch tata tadhin tadhin dada touch tata jink jin touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din tadhin dada touch tata jink jin touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din dink din touch din
Hello everyone, requesting all our delegates to please gather in again in the hall. We are beginning our next segment, which is the most exciting and entertaining, energetic sessions coming up. Please gather inside the hall.
Ashwin sir. He is going to get a gift. किसी को एक्चुअली लगाना कि बोलो बुला ले तुम बोलते जाओ यार आवाज नहीं जाएगी यहाँ बोल के फायदा क्या है क्यों बुलाएंगे ना there's a performance followed by Chota Bhim mascot, then the Dr. Rakshit Tandon thing. Post that we have Sai Durga page. Then we have the survivor story, and then launch of Sanya August promo video. रंजीत बाहर जाके सबको बिचाना प्लीज सबको पकड़ पकड़ के चलो चलो तो और everybody को नाम लेना के बिल्कुल नहीं आने वाला ओके हाँ खाना ऑलरेडी सबको गया अभी था बट अभी नहीं गया Requesting all our esteemed audience to please come into the hall so that we can begin soon. We have an amazing, amazing lineup. I request everyone to kindly come into the hall and please take your seats. For the next lineup of events, we are having an electrifying performance, followed by popular Tollywood actor Mr. Sai Durga Tej. Then we have a session by Dr. Rakshit Tandon. We are having a survivor's story through a mother, exciting launches and surprises for all. So request all to please come into the hall so that we can begin. A kind request for everyone to come into the hall as soon as possible so that we can begin. Requesting our audience to please come into the hall. We are about to begin our next lineup of events. Requesting everyone to please come inside the hall so that we can begin. Sure. Sure, sir. Please, you would like to keep it here? Requesting everyone to please come into the hall.
request everyone to quickly take your seats so that we begin in the next 1 minute. So, welcome back and a very good afternoon to everyone. Once again, I'm sure you all had a lovely lunch. And we have some exciting lineup of events happening now. Going forward, there is an electrifying dance performance. In today's world, the digital space is like a vast maze, full of wonders, connections, and opportunities. However, there are also challenges and hidden dangers, just like in real life. Every step online needs awareness, responsibility, and care. Through this Indian contemporary act, we bring alive the story of a curious child stepping into this maze, encountering both threats and guides along the way. From the cyber bully to the stranger, from the hacker to the trusted Masoom trainer, the child learns how to recognize risks, make safe choices, and embrace the digital world with confidence. Performed by Aditi Rao Ashtaputre, Ananya Mehta, Bhavna Gauri, and Harsha Maheshwari. Music and visual design by Gunjan Ashtaputre. Lights by Baswa Saurabh. This performance, I'm sure, is something which you don't want to miss. Can we have the lights off, please?
tadhin tadhin dada chik touch kitata tadhin tadhin dada chik touch kitata jink jin touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink tadhin tadhin dada chik touch kitata tadhin tadhin dada chik touch kitata jink jin touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink din touch kidin dada touch kitata tadhin tadhin dada touch kitata jink jin touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink tadhin tadhin dada touch kitata tadhin tadhin dada touch kitata jink jin touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink tadhin tadhin dada touch kitata tadhin tadhin dada touch kitata jink jin touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink din touch kidin dink din touch kidin.
What an amazing performance. This whole performance depicted how a child falls into the trap into the digital world and how Masoom trainers, the NGOs, the people working in this field help the child to go through the digital world safely and securely and, just save them from the clutches of it. It is not just a story, it is a reminder that safety and awareness are the keys to navigating our online lives. On that note, I would like to call upon Ms. Poonam Agarwal, Chapter Co-Chair YI Hyderabad, to take us to the next segment.
Yeah. Thank you, Pooja. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can we have the music, please? I'm sure you must be wondering what am I waiting for. So I would like all of you to wait along with me for someone very, very special here today afternoon. Can we clap for him, please? And look who's come here all the way from Dholakpur. It's none other but Chota Bheem. Welcome, Bheem. We are so happy to see you here in Hyderabad for our Masoom National Summit. And look what? Bheem is showing his strength, that he's come with full energy to support our mission of child safety here. Thank you so much. Bheem, in Dholakpur, you always been protecting your friends. Chutki, Raju, Jaggu always count on you. If they were here, what would you tell them about staying together, keeping safe? Oh, Bheem says that just like his friends always stick together, children too should support each other. Stay tuned and never feel alone when it comes to safety. Lastly, one last thing, Bheem. Sometimes children feel scared to speak up, especially when they are not feeling right, when they are not feeling safe. What message would you give us as adults to help them to be brave? So, Bheem tells us children must be taught to trust themselves, to be bold, to speak up, and strongly say no to the situations when they are feeling unsafe. And of course, it's our duty as adults to keep them safety, safeguard them, and to give them that courage and to put them in the safe space to do so. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bheem, for bringing the spirit of Dholakpur to Hyderabad. With your support, we know every child can live without fear, with safety and with strength. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for Chota Bheem? And Bheem, आप कहीं नहीं जा सकते बिना लड्डू दिए, बिना लड्डू खाए, तो हम चाहते हैं आप यहीं रहें प्लीज हमारे साथ. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, moving on, now we have the man behind some of India's most loved characters, the creator of Krishna, and of course, the legendary Chota Bheem, Mr. Rajiv Chilka, founder and CEO of Green Gold Animation. Sir, may I request you to please kindly join us upon the stage and grace us with your presence. Rajiv sir has been a true supporter of YI Masoom. He collaborated with YI earlier to create a special Chota Bheem video, Masoom Warriors and Bheem, on child safety, which is played after every awareness session on CSA and has been loved and appreciated by all. And today, with the launch of Chota Bheem mascot, this partnership takes another inspiring step forward. Sir, may I please invite you to share your thoughts on theme Chota Bheem as a voice for children spreading awareness through Masoom. How do you see a character like Bheem who symbolizes courage, friendship, and doing the right thing, becoming a strong medium to reach children and families and helping us spread awareness on such a sensitive yet important issue as child safety?
Hi everyone, good afternoon. And first of all, congratulations to Team YI Young Indians and 10 years of Project Masoom. This is amazing what you're doing, service to the nation, service to the next generation. So when you guys came first to us and said, how can Bheem help the next generation stay safe, we immediately said yes. And the reason for saying that is because two factors. I think one of the most important asset for India is the young generation, the kids, our rather Masoom kids, the innocent kids who need to be protected, because I think no matter what we do, they always go through some hardships. Sometimes they're able to express, sometimes they're not able to express. And that's when Bheem steps in to give those kids who cannot express themselves, to give them courage to express it to their friends, to their parents, or to trusted teachers or guardians. It's very important that today's kids are protected from so many bad things that are going on in society. Could be from the digital world, could be from the real world, could be from the neighbors or from the trusted sources, or could be from their relatives. It's important for them to understand what are their rights, what are their boundaries. Can anyone do whatever they want with me, or do I have my rights? So I think Bhim, for India, in the last 2 decades, since 2008, he's been doing phenomenal. And as a character, he's kind of like the character of Ram, in the sense Bhim cannot do anything wrong. And that's how we portrayed this character. And we're portraying this using television, YouTube, OTT platforms, to give this message to children that today we need to stand up. No matter what are our differences, we need to stick together, fight for your family, for your friends, for your country, stand up. I mean, of course, in the entertainment world, we can, Bhim is there to fight out. In the real world, he's not there. So we need to give that message to children that, yes, you need to speak up for yourself, and that's when you will be able to protect yourself. And of course, Bhim's role in the future would also love to help Project Masoom in many ways, so that tomorrow's children grow in a safe and sound environment. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for having Bhim.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Rajiv sir, for your inspiring words and your unwavering support to YI Masoom, Hyderabad always. Your creativity has given us voice, truly that connects with children and families everywhere. Thank you so much. Yeah, I will just get. And now, building on this collaboration, we are delighted to unveil a special creation featuring Chhota Bheem, crafted to highlight the importance of digital safety and spreading awareness through Masoom. Let's watch it together.
Request Mr. Tarang Khurana, National Chairman, Young Indians, Mr. Anand Daga, Regional Chair, SRTK, Young Indians. I'm sorry. Ms. Josna Agarwal, Chair, Masoom, Young Indians, and Mr. Bhavan Pandya, Co-Chair, Masoom, Young Indians, to join for the launch of the mascot, please.
दोस्तों, जैसे हम सब मिलकर ढोलकपुर की रक्षा करते हैं, वैसे ही हमें अपनी डिजिटल दुनिया को भी सुरक्षित रखना है। अपना नाम, फोटो, मोबाइल नंबर या स्कूल का पता कभी भी ऑनलाइन अनजान लोगों के साथ शेयर मत करो। अगर कोई अजनबी मैसेज भेजे, गेम रिक्वेस्ट दे या फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेजे, तो उसे तुरंत इग्नोर करो और मम्मी पापा को बताओ। यंग इंडियंस मासूम और मैं चाहते हैं कि हर बच्चा अपने ऑनलाइन राज को लड्डू की तरह हमेशा सुरक्षित रखे। दोस्तों,
Request our dignitaries to please join for a photograph. Request Mr. Ashwin Agarwal, Chapter Chair, YI Hyderabad, to join in on the dais and felicitate Mr. Rajiv Chilaka. Thank you so much, everyone. Definitely an amazing collaboration, and as Chhota Bheem is connected so well with young children, we are sure that we are going to drive our cause much, much powerfully now. For the next segment, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Rakshit Tandon, Cyber Consultant, CID, Haryana Police, a renowned cybersecurity expert. Dr. Tandon will share powerful insights on safeguarding children in the fast-evolving digital landscape and ensuring their safety online. Dr. Tandon? Dr. Rakshit Tandon, we request you to join on the dais, please.
Can I have a head mic? All right. Namaste, all of you. Can't hear you. पीछे तो आप लोग खाना खा के सो गए. नमस्ते. नहीं आवाज आई. नमस्ते. Namaste. So thank you so much, Bhai, and for inviting me. It's a really proud moment to be a part of Masoom project because, friends, let me introduce a little better. I've been working with children since 2008. I was given a project to go and talk to children in schools. It started with 2.5 lakh children for the first year appointed by Government of India, and then it became my passion. And now I think, the figures tell me that I have covered more than 8.5 million kids in the country now. And I worked with more than 17 state police. Apart from that, I'm a cybersecurity expert, certified ethical hacker, certified forensic expert, and a doctorate in cybersecurity. So I have given my services to the government departments. I was appointed in CID for 3.5 years, and I'm working with consultant to 17 state police investigating cyber crimes. So this is my background. I worked with UNICEF on Child Online Protection Report in 2016. I worked as a consultant to UNODC, United Nations Office of Drug and Crime, from 2020 to cyber-enabled trafficking. And I trained the law enforcement agencies of 6 countries. That was Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Nepal, Maldives, India, and Bangladesh. And then last and not the least, I was appointed as a non-European expert to European Commission in 2010. And I was a part to the Safer Internet program of the European Commission. So this has been my background. And when I go and I talk to my children, and I try to understand what is happening, so there I have figured out something which I would like to share with you. First, I would share with you what government has done till date in terms of solutions for all these problems. So I think since morning we have been listening to the problem. We had a wonderful session pre-lunch, and Uma ma'am and the whole team, Mamta ma'am, they have given us wonderful insights. So friends, just to start, what is the problem? The 4 C's. The content is the first problem, which ma'am said, and I am using a word digital diet. Talking to a 4th grade student, 9-year-old, and he is saying that I play a game called COD. I thought it is cash on delivery. All right, it's Call of Duty. And the worst part was his mother sitting next to him and saying, Mr. Tandon, he plays like a pro. He plays like a... And my concern was that when I went to Play Store and I searched for that game, it was a 17+ game. So if you open it on your Play Store right now, It is written capital M. Now, this is where the problem starts for the child. Exposure to content, exposure to the digital diet. It's a simple fundamental garbage in, garbage out. What we are expecting from kids. The problem is age. That is one problem. Second is violence and aggression. These games which we are talking about are full of aggression and violence. Free fire. मेरे 13 साल के बच्चे ने सुसाइड किया है अभी मध्य प्रदेश इंदौर a 13-year-old child committed suicide because he lost 2800 rupees on the game. How much? And 2 years back, same Madhya Pradesh, we had a case where a 13-year-old lost 40,000 rupees and he committed suicide. Now, there are so many issues which are coming up with children protection online, and if you look at what government has done, can I have my screen here? My screen is there. Oh, it's there. So, like one of these operations recently, CBI arrested in 56 locations, 20 states, CSAM. And it was called Mega Chakra. The inputs came from Interpol, Singapore. There was another arrest done by CBI where an engineer was selling child sexual abusive material through social media platforms. And he was an engineer. And he was selling this abusive material on a very popular platform called Instagram, Telegram, and such places. He was selling it, actually selling it. Just recently, we arrested someone in assaulting children from Hisar. Again, this was done by CBI. So, Government of India opened this special branch called Online Child Sexual Exploitation and Protection Center in CBI. And this is the operations done by CBI in the last 2-3 years, where they have arrested these people. But the concern is that this is happening. This is happening. And when we look at what is happening to adults, so these are the figures which come to us. Last year, 2024, we lost 22,845 crores to cybercrime. How much? 36 lakh complaints. That means 10,000 complaints per day. So, Uma ma'am rightly mentioned that adults ke saath this is happening, what are you expecting from my children? And these are all educated, highly educated adults. Abhi, recently in Telangana, a techie has lost 3 crore rupees to a trading scam. And I was sitting here and I got a case recently from Bangalore, a techie girl, she has lost 6 crore rupees to a fake share trading scam. And how? She got incited by a reel which she watched on a social media, and this reel was nothing but a deep fake of a very prominent personality who was promoting this application. It was a deep fake. So now AI has entered and cyber crime is on the rise. It has only increased by 206% from last year, 2023. How much? 6%. This is 2024. So in 2023, we lost 7,500 crores, and today we lost 22,845 crores in 2024. Now, this is the same cyberspace where my children are using it as a playground. What are the barriers and what are the protection we are giving them? The same mobile you are using, the same Google, the same social media, what my children are consuming. No parental control, the phone is open, the content is open. And then we are talking about we were talking about Netflix series, and this is what happened in Gujarat. Just few weeks back, a 8th grader stabbed a 10th grader just because of a small quarrel. How so much of aggression in a child, a 8th grader. In Meerut, a 12th grader is stabbing a 11th grader. Why? Because he has hacked the phone of his girlfriend and leaked his photos. So there are two angles to it. One, hacking is coming into play. Second, the 12th grader is so possessive about a friend that he actually kills a 11th grader. Now, my concern is that this adolescence which we were talking about was launched in my country, India, on March 2025. This happened in December 2024. This happened way back in Lucknow, where a 16-year-old boy killed her own mother. Why? Because the mother was trying to stop her from a game addiction. And then, by consuming the same content, my 11-year-old is blackmailing his own father for 10 crores by hacking his phone. So, first point, digital diet. We really need to work very hard on content. if we really want our children to be safe online. Because internet has no boundaries, there are no security guards on internet. The moment you give a phone to the child, he is exposed to all kind of content. And then what is happening here? He's not discussing. My child goes out and he eats unhealthy food. He will get diarrhea. You will give him antibiotic, you will take him to a hospital. But now my child is consuming garbage online. What happens? Nobody is talking about it. Garbage in, garbage out. And something is cooking up here. His thoughts and all, which are getting polluted by this polluted content. So the first concern is content. ठीक है, Government of India took a very bold step, and recently we have banned all the gambling apps. All the gambling which my kids were getting exposed to. Rummy, Teen Patti, and these ads were coming. ठीक है. There are different parts of it, but yes, they have been banned. This is one action taken to protect everyone, not only children, but even adults were losing their hard-earned money and money laundering and things were happening. But when a child gets exposed to this content and he makes a friend online, he's not knowing whom he's talking to. I still remember a case of a 11-year-old child getting kidnapped because he shared some very fruitful information to some gamer he was playing with. And when we hear such cases, it happened in US, it's a very popular game called Roblox. And every child, when I go to school, they are playing. A 10-year-old girl was kidnapped, and Kuwait had to take a very strict action to block this game. So Kuwait has actually blocked this game. Australia has increased the age of social media to 16. And what the reports are saying, there was a wonderful report recently came out by the Journal of Human Capabilities. They have done a survey that there are some mental health risks to children under the age of 13. And they categorized it by saying that early exposure to phones and social media are developing anxieties, they are developing low self-worth, low self-esteem and suicidal thoughts and things like this. Acha, I went to a school and I asked a very basic question to my children. How many of you are not able to sleep properly in the night? You will see 70% of the children raising hands. Second question was, how many of you are sleeping in the school? 90% raised their hands. And they're not scared of the teacher sitting there. My third question is, how many of you, your attention span has gone down? 95% children claims that their attention span in the class has gone down. And my last question, how many of my children are having these threats like nervousness, anxiety, some symptoms of feeling lonely, or these English words like depression, panic attacks? Every child. I'm shocked, many bacha, you are such a small bacha. You are not in Operation Sindoor, you are not working with Prime Minister office. How can you have depression at the age of 11 and 12? They don't even know the meaning. But then when I saw this report from a German scientist, and he said that they have given it a name, a very scary name. It is called digital dementia in kids. What is it called? The negative impact on children, cognitive thinking, mental health, memory problem, poor attention span, reduced social skill. And they have given all the symptoms, behavior issues, social issue, sleeping problems. You forget children. I was at the airport early morning catching a flight for Hyderabad. So I traveled 12 hours to talk to you for 15 minutes. Please note this. And I was sitting at the airport, 2-year-old sitting in a lounge, and the mother has given him a phone. And the moment the father came and took the phone away to offer him some cornflakes or something, he became mad and violent. He started wriggling on the carpet. And the mother said, please give him the phone. And I said to the mother, Jai Hind. So now, I remember, this is a problem. We are not addressing this problem. My problem is not this. See, as ma'am rightly said, technology is there to stay. And now you have got AI. The best part is when children very officially say to me that we are doing all our homework with ChatGPT. And you know what is my concern? It is just a 3-year-old baby. ChatGPT is it's still learning. It is not accurate. And if you believe ChatGPT, so I want to show you something. Somebody asked ChatGPT, who is Mr. Tandon? Who is Mr.? And ChatGPT said he passed away in 2022 due to heart attack. No, ChatGPT, he said, I'm not joking, I have the official evidence, screenshot. I tweeted it also. So Rakshit Tandon was a well-known expert. Sadly, he passed away in July 20. So when I sent an email to them, they said we got some input from the data which he learned from the internet. So bole, it was a technical glitch. It was and finally when they corrected it, I was proud in sharing Rakshit Zinda hai. Tiger Zinda hai, to Rakshit bhi Zinda hai. But my point comes here that when I read this news, a 16-year-old boy of mine has committed suicide because of he was coached by ChatGPT. He was coached by an AI was his therapist. I'm sorry to tell you this. Adam, his name was Adam, I think. Yes, here's the boy. ChatGPT coached a 16-year-old boy to commit. This is just recent. It happened on 10 September, but something happened earlier also. My child had a romantic relationship with a chatbot. A 14-year-old boy, he became very close. Why is this happening? Because, rightly said, there are people missing to talk to my children. I went to a school. I always talk to school children from grade 6th onwards. The international school principal said, Mr. Tandon, you talk to the 3rd grader also. And they are very young. How can I talk? No, please. I was supposed to talk for 15 minutes. I sat down on the floor. We had a conversation for 2 hours. And you know what feedback I gave? Please send it to the parents. Your children are hungry to talk. They are all 4 people sitting in a 5-star hotel, 2 mother, father and 2 kids. All the 4 are on their phones. All are on their phones. And the waiter is standing and saying, order to de do. So where is the conversation? So now, who is having a conversation? An AI chatbot. And my child is developing a romantic relationship with whom? A chatbot. And chatbot is chatbot. People are using, and Abhi recently Mr. Sam Altman said in a wonderful podcast that all the chats you are saying, they can be used against you as a, pata tha ye? All your chats, whatever you ask ChatGPT, whether personal problem or therapy problem. And he's also saying that your conversations are not legally confidential. Please support me if I'm wrong. Are my children started using aggressively ChatGPT for doing their homeworks? Jai Ho. So, if the developmental age of the brain is from grade 0 to grade 12. Do you agree? And how do we learn? Learn and relearn is the process. I do my homework, my teacher corrects, and then I learn and relearn. Now what will ChatGPT do? It will switch off that part of the brain. Yes or no? At this developmental age. Today I am using ChatGPT in cybersecurity. So I am using my human intelligence, my 30 years of experience, and that 3-year-old AI. So I am creating good results. Agree, yes or no? A child who is in 6th grade has been given a topic to study so that he develops his brain, is not developing his brain. Is it okay? So great. So this is what is happening, and what we are doing at the back end, we have done a lot. Government of India, first of all, started this cybercrime thing. You all know about it. I'll not discuss in detail, but I'll only show you one thing. We have a wonderful feature called Report Anonymously. What is it called? And this is only specific to who? Women and what are the issues when children come to me? They are coming to me with the 14-year-old girl. 14-year-old girl. Question is, Rakshit sir, maine yes, it's very urgent. Can you give me your number? Maine beta, what happened? Well, please give me your number. You came to our school. I came to know about you from my friend. Maine okay. I gave my number. Within seconds, as if she's sitting on an Airtel tower, my phone started ringing. I picked up the call. But what happened? Bole, Rakshit sir, maine yes. Are you sure you are Rakshit sir? Maine kaha, yeah, tell me. Bole, sir, 2 years back. Maine, wait, what's your age? Bole, 14. Minus 2? 2 years back, I met somebody on Instagram. We were kind of chatting and we got into a kind of a relationship. कौन सी ship? मेरे बच्चे ने बोट नहीं देखी, सीधे ship में बैठ गया वो. Parents, are the parents teaching you this? Or say yes or no? No. School? No. Is there any class teachers are teaching you how to take a selfie? Arey nahi bhai. Who is influencing my children? The social media content. relationship. Now what happened? I shared some of my private pictures. Now what happened? The ship went down, Titanic, it went down. Breakup कहते हैं वो लोग, क्या कहते हैं? हाँ, breakup हो गया. And now what is he doing? He is misusing my, can't tell you to mama, papa, they are very ancient. मैंने यहाँ your mama, papa were born in Indus Valley civilization and you are born in a Tesla car. How, मतलब, look at the language. My parents are very ancient, can't tell it to them, they will kill me. This is self-generated content which my children are creating and sharing. And this is becoming CSAM in our country. What is it becoming? CSAM. And it is actively, recently in Mathura we arrested somebody, CBI arrested. And this child, this person, 30-year-old person, he was grooming my girls, young girls, making them friends, and then asking them to share inappropriate pictures. So these are the challenges, but we are fighting the challenges. Government has started this wonderful project called Sahayog. With the help of Sahayog today, we have been given, the police agencies have been given the power to report content, to block and immediately remove content. I was just talking to ma'am when we were having lunch. I told that a rape happens. That's a physical assault. The child or the bachcha, whoever, goes through trauma, a lot of problems, mental health issues. Then you get counseling and gradually you start coming out of it. You start entering a new world. You start your second innings. Once a picture goes online, it is for ever. There is no delete. I can remove content from internet, but I can't remove content from your phones. I can't remove your cache memory. I can't remove the file which has been downloaded and shared on an encrypted platform like WhatsApp. Yes or no? And that child is always living in a fear that this person is staring at me. It looks like he is virtually raping me again. It looks like he has seen that picture somewhere. Yes or no? So, Government of India came up with the project. Enough of this blocking system that write a mail, a notice will go, then the illegal content will be removed. Now the government has empowered my law enforcement agencies. Anything unlawful. Unlawful means it has been described in the intermediary rules of 2022. There is a new law which has come, intermediary rule. You read that rules. It is for child protection, very clear instructions about body privacy. Body privacy. Hate. Anything which is defamatory, obscene. And you have seen recently that some YouTubers were also taken into action because of obscene content online. So Sahayog is there. We also have, the government has started to empower the police. We have started this CyTrain portal. It's a national cyber crime training portal. And all the law enforcement agencies of the country are being trained by experts. And we have programs right from responder level to investigation level to judiciary level. And it's an online national cybercrime training center. This is another initiative we have taken as Government of India. And 1930, you are all aware. 10, I personally have trained my callers at 1098, the Childline Helpline, for online abuse. How can we block content? And we did a project with Government of Telangana. It was called Cyber. We created Cyber Ambassador. We did a 10-month training. So we did 33 districts, 1,350 schools, 2 teachers and 2 children from each school. We trained them for 10 months. And this happened, I think, in 2020-21. Ma'am was also there in that project. It was done by the Government of Telangana. I did work with Shikha ma'am. We did a training, a cyber internship program, creating ambassadors, formalizing cyber safety as a subject. So there are so many initiatives being taken by government, and then we have also started this to stop abuse called Sanchar Sathi. I don't know how many of you know, all of you sitting here right now, you know how many SIM cards are issued on your name? Do you know this? No. So please go and check. Government has started this project called Sanchar Sathi. I think the internet is on 5G speed, so it is not coming. So, but it is Sanchar Sathi. There is a button called Know Your Connection. What is it called? Just enter your main mobile number, put your OTP, you can see. And we have also started blocking your phones. Phones theft was a very big problem. And people today are not concerned about the phone. They are concerned about the data. So immediately the moment your phone is stolen, please go to Sanchar Sathi and block. If you look at the figures on the website, 37 lakh phones we have blocked, 23 lakh phones we have traced. We have traced. The only thing is you have to report. And the last and very important thing is, how many of you know that when you give your phone for repair, the person whom you are giving your device can see all your data? You know this or not? So there have been so many complaints where people have been abused because of their data stolen. So now in every new operating system, you have an option called maintenance mode. What is it called? So suppose I have to give my phone for repair right now, and there is some problem in the screen or microphone. Whomsoever you are giving it, just turn on the maintenance mode. Once you turn it on, the person whom you have given the phone can only play with your hardware, your chips, your cameras, and repair. He has no right to see anything related to your data, whether it's your chats, whether it's your photographs or photo gallery. So these features are being incorporated for safety. And for children, no to social media, at least below 13, we should not allow children to come on social media. We have to take care of this and bring this as a subject. 1 hour and 45 minutes is not going to help a workshop where you go and talk about cyber safety now. It has to become a culture for all of you also. Like you sitting here, I can show you your password on the screen. How many of you want to see your password on the screen? Anyone, please? I want to show you. You should know. You, very confident. फिर रोकना मत मुझे, सब देख रहे, रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही कैमरे पे. See, on 23rd June to 2025, 16 billion passwords were leaked. How many? And there were 3 major companies which lost their passwords: Apple, Facebook, and Google. Anyone sitting here who doesn't have a Google account? All of you. How many of you have an Apple phone? iPhone? Jai Ho. And last, how many of you are not on Facebook? Younger ones are not on Facebook. All old age homes are on Facebook. And how many of you are not on Instagram? Okay, so now let's check. Ma'am, your email please. Fast. Hey? Kriti? Haji? Oh my God. So Kriti ji, your data is breached 10 times. How many times? Your data has been leaked how many times? हिंदी में बताऊं, आपका 10 बार डेटा डकैती में पाया गया. और ये डकैती कौन कौन सी हैं? Let's see. India Mart, they got breached in 21 and your email, name, phone number and address was stolen. Next. Domino's. मैं अभी यहाँ पे सबको दिखा सकता हूँ आपने कितना पिज़्ज़ा खाया, कौन सा खाया और किस एड्रेस पे खाया. और ये बिग बास्केट. अच्छा ये पढ़ो कृति जी, ये पढ़ो क्या लिखा है. व्हाट इज दिस? And what is this? In 2020, a very popular grocery platform lost their data. And in that leaked data, what was there? Now answer me, all of you sitting here. How many of you normally keep all your passwords same? Jai Ho. So your all passwords are same. And I am a hacker and I know which password? Big basket password. Can I try that on your phone? Yes. Can I enter your phone? Yes. Gone? Huh. Finish. Jai Ho. Look at this. Email, employee, location. Now, how many of you were aware of this, that your data has been leaked? No one. And look what government is doing. The problem is, all of you know one thing. Let me try. Arey bhai, don't distract. Let me try. You looking beautiful. Nahi, chhed nahi raha hu. Fill in the blanks. You're looking beautiful, you're looking elegant, you're looking just like a... हाँ, CBSE में पढ़ाया था स्कूल में. So this is your digital diet. And look at this. Government of India on 24th June. Which June? They issued an advisory. that after the 16 billion breach, asked the people to change their password immediately. And last thing they said was, please switch over to passkey. I'll just ask a very simple question. Do you think you are aware of this? No. Do you think children are aware of it? No. Are they active users on internet? Yes. And if I know a child's password, and my children are very English speaking these days, I want privacy. This is my private space. Don't enter my private space. And hello, now if somebody knows the... All okay? Yeah. Okay. घंटी मत बजाओ, मैं अपने आप ही बंद कर रहा हूँ, बस. So listen, if the child password is breached, is he safe? I hope you have not forgotten the game called Blue Whale. And recently in April, one of my child got compromised through this game. He was an Indian child. He was in MIT studying there, and he accidentally entered into the challenge. He is no more. He is. And my last and very important concern for children, CSAM is one aspect. Mental health, second aspect. Physical safety, third aspect. And everything can be compromised online? Yes. So, children, when they play games, the games are addictive. WHO has declared that gaming disorder has been now defined as a disease in the ICD-11. It has been declared as a disease. So I don't want addiction. So I want screen time control with my children, yes or no? Good cyber hygiene? Yes. And third, age-appropriate content. Digital diet has to be hygienic and balanced. Today, one child has been felicitated. He's 16-year-old, and he found a flaw in NASA. He's from Kanpur, from a good school. And now he is on the Hall of Fame of NASA. He is a 16-year-old boy. Now, this is what computer can do to a children, technology. And he is on the Hall of Fame. Today itself, this is in the news. NASA puts a Kanpur teenager on the Hall of Fame list. He's 16-year-old. He cracks the website flaw. So if I start teaching my children positive internet with the same technology what they consume, they can be brilliant minds. They can become... If we start teaching them coding from grade 3 and 4, they will never be scared of maths as a subject. So this is all I had to say. I know the bell is ringing. So I'll just rest my talk here. We have some guests with us. First, we have two guests, very important guests, and they have a message. One guest is from In Hope. I have worked with them in 2011 when I was in Europe. It's an international hotline. And the other guest is from We Protect, a global alliance. So we'll just have a, ma'am, can we play that? Bethany. We'll start with Bethany. So you can all just, and then we'll take questions.
My name is Beth, and it's an honor to share with you We Protect Global Alliance's experiences of working to protect children from technology-facilitated sexual abuse and exploitation. We're an organization that brings together governments, civil society organizations, and industry for this purpose. Over the next 5 years, the threats to children online will be increasingly shaped by generative AI
and related technologies. We're already seeing synthetic child sexual abuse material, deepfakes, sexual extortion, and the promotion of violent ideologies at scale that was unimaginable only a few years ago. The South Korean deepfake crisis of 2024 illustrates both the scale of the risk and the speed at which countries can respond. Thousands of children and young people were targeted with peer-to-peer AI-generated images, and within weeks, Korean regulators closed legislative loopholes and acted decisively. Unfortunately, many countries are not yet moving at this pace. While new legislation is emerging, the global response is still fragmented and too slow, leaving children vulnerable to abuse. Legislation is struggling to keep up with the pace of AI and innovation. The creation, distribution, and possession of AI-generated child sexual abuse material should be criminalized everywhere. Beyond legislation, safety by design must be embedded in the development of AI models. It is not enough to retrofit protections after harms occur. Companies building large language and generative models have a responsibility to integrate.
We'll have from a message from Samantha. Samantha is from InHope. InHope is an international body housing more than 300 countries hotline, the internet hotline for online safety. So we have the global head operation, a message from her.
Hi there, my name is Samantha Wolf and I am the Head of Network Expansion and Partnerships at InHope. I've been asked by the conference to provide a little bit of information on opportunities and of course the challenges of removing child sexual abuse material, particularly in the South Asia region. I was asked to answer a few questions regarding how we at InHope connect hotlines throughout the globe and what our experience is regarding reporting and takedown of child sexual abuse material and how it can be made faster and more efficient. I was asked about cross-border challenges that I will also talk about. I was asked a bit about how technology can bridge those gaps. I was asked about empowering citizens and how we ensure that parents, schools, and children are empowered to recognize and report online threats before they escalate. I was asked about tech companies and what they're doing to build safety into the platforms for their children.
Yeah. Can you put my screen there, please, for a minute? Only 30 seconds. I want 30 seconds. I wanted to share something. आपने एक बात सुनी मेरे से कि CBI has done a lot of operations. Do you know they got the input from Interpol? Yes, the Interpol gave them the input. So there is a cyber tip line which has started this platform called Take It Down. It is called the National Center for Exploitation of Children, NECMEC. It's a very big organization. They work very closely with the international agencies. Now this is one platform which can bring down any CSAM on internet through hash value, through photo DNA. So you're not actually giving the content, you're just giving a hash value. It will be put in the blacklist, and if anybody in the world is sharing that content, his name and number will be given to the CBI, and now CBI will arrest that person. So suppose you have a picture of CSAM in your phone, you can be arrested. But for a child, it is a very big relief. The child can just go to this platform, say get started, give your pictures, and listen, it is very clearly written that the picture is not leaving the device, only the hash value is leaving. So the child has to just say, fill up this form anonymously. Are you a child? I said yes. Are you below 18? Yes, I'm under 18. Okay. Is the picture including nudity and all is online? Maine yes. Has it been shared? Maine yes. Next. Just upload the picture. And what are they saying? No personal information is going. No photos will leave your device. And the last thing I wanted to share with all of you, wherever you go and talk to children or adults, just tell them about the reference of the Supreme Court judgment on 24th September 2024. Government of Supreme Court has ruled viewing, downloading, storing, distributing and displaying CSAM is a criminal offense under POCSO and IT Act. 10 years, 10 lakh. Non-bailable, immediate arrest. Immediate arrest. तो क्या लिखा मतलब 4-5 शब्द हैं. देखना, देखना मीन्स व्यूइंग, डाउनलोडिंग, स्टोरिंग मतलब आपने फोन में सेव कर लिया, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग आपने फॉरवर्ड कर दिया, एंड डिस्प्लेइंग आपने अपने डीपी पे लगा दिया, फेक आईडी बना दिया, is a criminal. So these are the two things which I wanted to share, and now we can take questions. No, we can't take questions. One question. Now tell me, how can I take one question? Ma'am was asking earlier also. Achal chaliye. I'll be fast. I'll do that. See, ma'am, I've been doing it for now 10 years. 15 to 20 years, sorry. I started in 2008. So just connect with me. I'm available on Google. Rakshit Tandon is my name. All my handles are verified. My email is very simple. info@rakshittandan.com. Mail me. My module is ready with me. Content is ready with me. And listen. Cybercrime.gov.in. Online resource material. 3 books are there in English and Hindi. Cyber hygiene, cyber safety, and cyber awareness. Please download those books. They have wonderful material. That is for only law enforcement officers, SciTrain. Only police officers and judicial officers. SciTrain.ncrb.gov.in. As an individual you want to do courses, go to mygov.in. You will find a lot of programs we have started under the skill ministry. Thank you. Yes, fast. They've increased the age.
Why can we not do this in India?
So we did a lot of banning. We banned liquor in Gujarat. We banned liquor in
That doesn't
Bihar.
concern my kids. I am worried about
I
the
know
children.
about your kids, ma'am. Banning in a country of 100 CR active users and 140 CR population is not a solution. I will never say that. What I will say that, Acha, tell me, is an 11-year-old child allowed to drive a car? Will you give him? What is the age for driving a car in my country with a license? 18? Marriage? 21. And bar, liquor? In some states, 25 also. Do you allow? In Pune, a father allowed a 17-year-old boy to drive a Porsche. 2 people were killed. The whole family is enjoying a vacation in jail. So now, tell me, if a child of yours is consuming a content which is not age appropriate, the game is written 17 plus, 18 plus, and he's just 8 years old. You are giving him a PlayStation, and on a PlayStation, you buy the PlayStation. You buy the iPad, you buy the iPhone. So then who is responsible? Banning is not my solution here.
I agree with you completely, but it helps parents for sure.
पेरेंट को कोई हेल्प नहीं मिल रही. सुनो, मैंने केस बनाना है पेरेंट पे. सुनो, मैं रोता था छोटा सा, मम्मा यहाँ पे लगा के चुप कराया मुझे. 18 घंटे से काम कर रहा हूँ, मेरी आवाज में थकान दिखी आपको? 2-3 लोग तो खाना खा के सो गए. और सुनो, लिसन, आज बच्चा रोता है और मम्मी उसे YouTube से चुप कराती है, और फिर ये मम्मी नर्सरी के एडमिशन में कहती है मेरा बेटा तो खाना भी नहीं खाता बिना फोन के. ओए हेलो मम्मी. So mummy, listen. Children, you see, do good parental control. I'm not saying you to do policing, moral policing. Sensitize the child. मैं तो बच्चों से पूछता हूँ. मैंने बच्चों, can you drive a car? बोले no. Then मैंने, how can you play the app which is written 17 plus? और don't give me the excuse कि ये ना सब कोविड की वजह से हो गया. कोविड में तुम मास्क लगाते थे. Where is your mask? Where is your mask? नहीं, don't give the blame to COVID. COVID opened new doors to online education. That is quality content, that is quality screen time. But in the name of quality screen time, your child is playing game and he is getting into ships. That is another problem. So ma'am very rightly said, we have to talk about it in a holistic manner to the child about, क्यों बच्चे हैं यार. अब तुमने किसी बच्चे से सुना है कि हम कैसे आए? बेटा परी दे गए थे तुमको. तुम एक छोटे से बच्चे से पूछ लो, बायोलॉजी सिखा देगा तुमको. आजकल की बच्चों की लैंग्वेज सुनो, मुआ मुआ करते रहते हैं वो, बिना पान के पत्ते के बात ही नहीं करते वो. चलिए भाई, थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tandon. It was such an eye-opener session. Though you made it such a serious topic, so light-hearted, but I'm sure all of us have valuable takeaways from the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Tandon. And now I would like to call upon Ms. Josna Agarwal, Chair Masoom Young Indian, and Mr. Bhavan Pandya, Co-Chair Masoom Young Indians, to felicitate Dr. Tandon, please. Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Chair. To introduce our next segment and speaker for Every Child Matters in a Digital World, would like to invite Ms. Prema Malni, a national award-winning journalist, communications expert, and documentary filmmaker, hosted 1,000+ interviews and produced 300+ documentaries, two-time Nandi Award winner and president of Telugu Film Digital Media Association. Miss Malini, Miss Prema Malini. Okay, Miss Malini, over to you. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Requesting everyone to please settle down. I request all the media persons, cameramen, please settle down so that we can begin our session. A kind request to please settle down. Sir, please, can we please settle down? Thank you so much. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. It was a long day, right? But I think this will be a very, very interesting session to all of you. Tej, I've known him even before he started acting and becoming an actor. And he's like my brother from another mother. Yes, Tej? Thank you. Yes. And today I'm very happy that I'm doing this with Tej. Sai Dharam Tej, actually, his name, but he's now Sai Durga Tej by his mom. He says that he had a rebirth, and that's all because of his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we have such genuine people around us, and it'll be good if we listen some good things from them. Today, we are discussing about how safe are our children on the real and a real digital space. Real space and the digital space. More importantly, on the digital space. And what is our responsibility as a citizen of this country as to how we should see to it that our children are safe and safeguarded, protected. And how do we inculcate this kind of awareness among the kids the parents, the teachers, and the society in general. So let's talk to Sai Durgatej. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, ma'am. How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing great.
Lovely. Lovely to hear that.
Yes. Tej, see, always I have seen you as a very, very jubilant, energetic, happy person. You are always laughing. I've known that side of you.
Yes, ma'am.
But a year ago, I have seen one of your tweets, and I was like, oh my God, Tej has moved something which everybody just kept silent about. What made you do that, Tej? Normally, there is an opinion, there is a notion among the people that film personalities normally don't react to societal issues or problems. They keep silent due to varied reasons, their personal reasons. What made you think that you need to speak out, you need to talk about this?
Ma'am, if at all you go back to that particular situation,
Yeah.
I basically first tweeted warning the parents, saying that there are many wrongdoers who are actually taking the videos and doing a lot of wrong things. So it's kind of very, very harsh reality that the world is like that. So I warned the parents first. I kept quiet till a day, actually, for any media to pick it up and to actually voice over this thing. But none of the media members took it up.
Yep.
And then I tweeted about to the parents saying that it's wrong. Please be careful. And then after that, I was not able to keep my calmness down. I was boiling with anger. And that's when I tagged both the state CMs, the home ministers, the police people, and the media, and I think the cyber network as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So then they actually took it up, and then they got the people into arrested actually.
Yeah.
I felt bad for them as well, because I have to understand, like, why do they actually have to do that? ఎందుకు చేయాలి అసలు అంటే నాకు బాధ వేసింది ఏంటంటే బికాస్ దే ఆల్సో విల్ బీ లైక్ పేరెంట్స్ నెక్స్ట్ టుమారో అండ్ దే ఆల్సో విల్ హ్యావ్ దేర్ ఓన్ సెట్ ఆఫ్ కిడ్స్ అండ్ దే హ్యావ్ దేర్ ఓన్ రిలేటివ్స్ అండ్ వాళ్ళ బ్రదర్స్ కిడ్స్ ఉంటారు, లేకపోతే వాళ్ళ ఫ్రెండ్స్ కిడ్స్ ఉంటారు. అలా కమెంట్ చేయరు కదండి. వీ హ్యావ్ టు ప్రొటెక్ట్ అవర్ కిడ్స్ నో మ్యాటర్ వాట్. వీ విల్ నాట్, మనమే ఒప్పుకోం అసలు. వేర్ ఇస్ ద మోరల్ కంపాస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ పీపుల్? ఎనీబడి. If you don't mind, can I have somebody from the audience? Please. No, I want a male. I want him to read something out. So it's very harsh.
Please come.
Do you know Telugu, sir?
You can't speak Telugu? You can't read? I want someone who can read Telugu.
So we have someone from Achutha who raised his hand.
Yeah, please come.
Sorry, I don't mind. I'm very bad in using my phone. Don't mind the language, but it's very, very harsh. I want you to hear it. How they're actually talking about a kid.
టబ్లో వాళ్ళ నాన్న కొట్టుకుంటున్నాడు రా.
అండ్ అంతే చూసారా, ఇంకేం చూడలేదా?
There is some disturbing visual.
No.
I mean,
it's about the number of people reacted. There are 137 people who reacted to
137 people just given.
They gave laughter.
Laughter and love symbol.
Yeah, and they loved it. So what I was battling was the number of people who were actually reacting to it. So how many of them actually poison in their heads? Thank you so much. Thank you. Look at the way the world is going to. Our society, our Indian kids are doing that. The number of people who are actually talking all that and laughing about it and liking it, it's sad, man. It's very disturbing. There are 137 people who liked it and they were laughing at it. Is that what we want to our kids? Is that what we want to our society? Is that what we want for our future generations to face? Isn't it wrong? Won't you feel concerned about raising your voice? Please tell me, sir, won't you raise your voice? You will, right? I want to burn down social media at that point of time.
Oh my God.
I wanted to do that. I'll tell you, I'll just make you hear another voice note about the small girl that they commented on. She's a 4-year-old kid. And this is what she said after me responding to this issue. So such a small girl she is. And you people want to comment on that? Do you think anybody will be calm at this point? Chappan, madam?
Yeah, I totally understand what you said, Tej. But I just wanted to know what made you react to that gravity? Because as I asked you the previous question, wherein, normally people in the better spaces, they feel secured and they feel, why should we react? Why should we even respond? Let us stay calm. So why did you feel that it is a responsibility on you to react, to respond, to raise your voice and raise an alarm?
But nobody is responding, ma'am. I felt bad. I took a stand. I waited for 24 hours for any media person to pick it up. None of them actually picked up. They're actually ready to write about some nonsense, some affairs, some non-affairs. Is that what the media is all about? Why can't they take this up? They should have. Yeah. Where are we heading? Where is our moral compass? Is this all? This is what we learned. This is what our basics are. Tappu kadandi. Tappanappudu you should actually put foot down. If I'm wrong, I'll put my foot down. I'll say I'm wrong. It's my fault. Whereas we have to correct them on society kadandi. We have to tell them this is wrong, this is right. This is dark comedy అని చెప్పి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు. Freedom of speech అంటారు. Freedom of speech, there is two things. There is one, freedom of speech for you to say anything, but second, you should not hurt other people's sentiments. They forget it. They don't know about that. It's freedom of speech is Article 19, Article 19, and 19/1 or 19/2 is if you have anything hurting to say, you will not say that. People are not realizing that fact, not knowing that IPC section. They're actually talking about freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech has got two parts. One, where one can speak anything. Second, if you're hurting anybody's sentiments, don't say it out loud. Yeah. That's where the moral compass is, moral ground is. Where are we going with all this?
So was this the first time that you ever reacted for child safety or protection of children's rights? Or were you doing this even earlier? Because I know you were an activist all the while, but about child rights, when was this? When did this actually strike?
Ma'am, 2015 or 16, I got associated with this NGO called Think Peace, where we built schools for kids in Araku. Akkada education సరిగ్గా ఉండేది కాదు. So I used to fight for child's education. ఎప్పుడు ఇంత సోషల్గా కాస్ట్ తీసుకోలేదు. But that one place I wanted to say something. Okay. I was actually fighting for education for kids all the time. So I built schools there. I influenced a lot of people to put in money into that organization. It's always that, it's always been in my part of my life
Oh.
that I want to do something about it.
I think you've also adopted few kids in Telangana, right?
Yes,
In
ma'am.
some village.
Yeah, I did.
So what do you do basically? Adopting means do
I-
you do end to end of
I
everything
try
about
to
the kids?
give them education and proper nutrition, and not adopting, but I used to just sponsor like a few things. And every month I sponsor food for a charitable trust where they give food for like 100 kids. It doesn't cost me much.
Yeah.
It's all about the thought, and if you want to do something about it, that's about it.
Okay. What do you think about children of today's age when the digital space has plunged in such a massive level? And do you think that it was the same 2 to 3 decades ago, or when you were kids, when we were kids, and people sitting over there, they were all kids? Is it the same? What do you think, Tej?
I think human interaction has gone down, man. Parents have stopped talking to the kids. The kids have stopped talking to the parents, to friends, to teachers. They're giving more time for social media or these AI platforms. So in that way, they're actually losing the social interaction. So I think there should be a moderation for the kids or for the parents to involve into the kids' lives. So there's more, I think that if at all the kids' lives are more interactive with the parents or with the teachers or with the friends, all this would not take place. Or all this would not happen.
What were you as a kid? And because I know you were playing a lot of Legos, and you were very much engrossed into your own games and PlayStations, and I remember even many times your mama has gifted you, your mamas, yeah. So you were into that, but how different were those days versus today's digital media, gaming, and interaction with the digital space, chat GPT, AI, so many things have come up. So what is the difference that you've noticed?
My chat GPT, my AI was my mother. She was my best friend. So I believe that if more human interaction is what we require. My best friend was my mother. Like whatever it was, I used to have human interaction. I was not used to interact with any AI software. It's more of human interaction. And then my friends came. My brother was there, and then my father was there. So I had a lot of scope for me to speak my heart out. They used to hear me out. I feel that the parents have to hear their kids out completely, whatever it is. If it's their love story or their exam failure or the problems with the teacher or the problem with school, I wanted the parents to be more interactive with the kids, to understand their problems, whatever it was. It can be the most silliest of problems, but I would love the parents to be involved into the kids' lives. Because my mother, she had a laugh when I said, Mama, I was in my second grade. I said, Amma, this girl, I liked her. And when I told her I love her, she said no. So I had the freedom of actually telling my mother about my love story in my second grade. So that freedom is what you have to give the kids nowadays. I believe that the human interaction is what we're missing, and the parents' interaction is what the kids are missing. So I really wish the parents can be involved into the lives of kids, understand their thought process, understand what they're actually going through in their school times. So that's something what we are actually required.
Have you ever experienced or noticed or observed any such kind of child abuse growing up, or after you became an actor, or among your circles or your friends or whatever? Have you ever noticed such incidents other than the newspaper stories or the news information?
I haven't seen anything of the sort. I have only seen, I only heard about all these things, and this is something which is new for me as well. I was actually just reading it through newspapers or through tweets or through anything of those articles, but I never saw anything in my personal life.
Okay. So do you think kids like you, when you were growing up, you were more protected and safeguarded versus kids who did not have that privilege, and even they are in the middle class or upper middle class or lower middle class, whichever class they belong to, some of the kids don't have the privilege to even talk to their parents and discuss their issues, their problems, their challenges, what they're facing in a day-to-day life?
Ma'am, it's never about the economic background. It's more about decency, what the parents are inculcating into the kids' heads. It's more about what the kids are actually learning from their parents. It's not about the economic background. It's not about money. It's never about money. It's very simply about having a little bit of kindness, compassion, and love. What we're missing in this world is this. Nobody is compassionate, nobody is kind, nobody is gentle, very, very harsh, very, very rude. I want people to be very, very nice and very, very smooth in handling things. There'll be the kids talking to the parents or the parents talking to the kids. Hey, wo mat karo. No, arey mat kar yaar, arey kyun yaar? So in that way you can actually communicate things with kids. Make it a fun thing for the people, for the kids to come and communicate with the parents. My mom used to joke about it and she made me feel at ease. So that kind of made me feel easy for me to come and talk to my mother.
Yeah. But Tej, tell me one thing. See, whenever you hear to such news, just now half an hour back, I heard Mr. Rakshit Tandon telling something which is like shocking to me even as a journalist who have so many years of experience, certain things that I myself don't know. He told me that there are kids who interacted with the chat GPT and committed suicide. I was like shocked. I said, what? What is happening? What is happening in today's world? Why are we so much engrossed in the virtual media, in the digital space, that we are losing our ground and losing ourselves, and we are going to an end where we kill ourselves. Commit suicide is a big thing.
Committing suicide is a very, very big thing, ma'am, because we are losing out on the human interaction. Basic human interaction between the parents or the friends or the teachers with the kids is what is missing. If all we have that, it'll be easy. They want to say freedom of speech, or freedom of actually talking anything. They're talking to AI software, where it's very getting difficult for them to face reality. Reality is different to the virtual world. So that is where the parents have to come in. They have to see to it that the parents are like, the kids are like in the right space or not. It's in the parents' hand. It's not like, not everybody can have that way into the kids' lives. Only the parents have that possibility.
What is the most shocking or alarming thing that you heard, either in the in your film spaces or on the digital space, on the real world, that you've been shaken about? Any kid's story?
Kid's story, I think the one which I reacted to was the only thing which I actually got into. I felt bad because those 4 YouTubers who were they did, one was an 18-year-old, and one is married and is got a wife, and one is a very, very popular YouTuber. I felt bad for them. But why do they have to go into such a dark space? We are not into dark people. We don't have to do that. So I kind of felt bad where the world is going to, or where our society is going at.
Are you worried?
I am to an extent, but I think it's not too bad for us to come to a better place, better space. We only have to work towards it. No matter what, we have to walk and work towards it. I believe in that.
What are the greener things that you've noticed in this entire this entire problematic scenario that we are stuck in?
I think the kids have become very creative in way of handling things. It can be because of the softwares or the platforms or the AI, intervention. They become very, very creative in the way of questioning things, in the way of getting answers. I believe that if at all they had the same thing with the teachers or with any human interaction, it would have been much more easier for them to handle things better in life.
Well, how do you think the kids should handle the red flags? What do you think the kids should be doing when they are connected to the digital space? How do they identify that, something is going wrong somewhere? We need to be a little alert and aware and know what is happening around us.
One is the teachers and the parents have to have a little bit of education in that part, because the parents will know what is good touch and bad touch. How many of you know what's the hand sign for distress for any person going through? No? Yeah. It's 4 fingers like this and like this. This is the hand, this is signal. How many of us really know that? Only 5, 6 or 7? That's it. So we have to teach the kids about it. It's our duty as parents or elders or teachers. It is our responsibility to tell them what is the hand symbol for distress, what they're going through. So if we can teach that, they'll actually have a voice. They'll actually know with whom they can share things with. So basically, మన చేతిలో ఉందండి. మనం నేర్పిస్తే వాళ్ళు నేర్చుకుంటారు, వాళ్ళు మనం కమ్యూనికేట్ చేస్తారు.
But Tej, see, you know what? In this busy, competent world where the rat race is happening everywhere, nobody is getting time for the other person. The parents don't get time for the kids, kids don't have time for the parents, the grandparents don't have time for the kids. It's like the world is like that. At this juncture, how do they even take out time to sit at least 10-15 minutes with the kids to tell them, this is what it is, this is how you should be aware about?
I think it takes a lot of effort and time and a lot of sacrifices to come to that level, man. It's personal sacrifice in the sense, like if you want to be with your friends, of course you're with your friends, yes, but you're more with your phone more than with your friends. Like if I go to my friend's house, somebody sends me some reel or something, some meme. So they ask me like, "Arey, ఒకసారి Instagram చూసుకో, and I send you something." I think, ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు? నువ్వు ఉన్నావు కదా. That is where you have to draw a line. With the parents and the friends, you should draw a line personally, more than anybody else. It's about you. More about you versus you. What your mind wants and what your heart wants. That's why you have to draw the line. ఇక్కడ కూడా చిట్లు ఇస్తారు మేడం. నేను ఇంకా ఎగ్జామ్లో అనుకున్నాను మా ఐఐపిఎం పార్ట్నర్ ఉన్నాను అక్కడ. సో వీ యూస్ టు పాస్ చిట్స్ టు పాస్. So this is what we're missing. Yeah. This is what we're missing as human beings. We are missing out this on the interaction.
Yes.
This interaction is what we're missing out on.
Yeah. So before we wrap up, two questions I have. One is, how do you see that, society in general, parents, teachers, they have this kind of, what do you say, they get inspired to talk to the kids and tell them what to do, what not to do. See, you just told that people should spend time, but how do we make this happen? As I said, it's difficult in today's time when there's no time for one person with the other person. At this juncture, how do we make this happen?
At least start
because
off,
the same question I asked even to the previous panel.
I think let's start off with, let's say we are all busy, ma'am. I'm not saying no about it.
Yeah.
We're all busy with our own works. So let's start off with 1 day per week. That is one evening.
Digital detox?
Yeah, digital detox, where we can spend time with the real persons. Like my mother, I go to my house and with my mom, I spend time with my mother. Every day for lunch or for breakfast or for tea or for dinner, just to have some interaction with her. Not that it will make a difference, but I want to have that experience. No, I don't want to miss that out. If I get married, I'll be busy with my own life. But I will not miss out on actually having an interaction with my mother, no matter what. So somewhere we have to start. Let it be the parents' sacrifice or the kids' sacrifice, it has to happen, no matter what.
Okay. And finally, what do you think we should do to make these digital platforms more safer for kids? How do we do that? How can we make it happen? Because we can't avoid technology.
Yeah. So one thing is teaching responsibility. I believe, if possible, I don't know how far it is possible, I really want all the social media platforms to actually have a sense of tying them up to the real world. In the sense, like, if at all there's an idea of mine, I want them to be properly checked with my background, like an Aadhaar card or their parents or something to tie them up to the ground, to make them question about their real life or not in the social media world. Some sort of a connection to the real world.
All right.
Maybe I'm talking very, very randomly or not properly aligned, but I believe that if at all they can connect to the real world in the form of like their ID is supposed to be collaborated with their Aadhaar card or their parents' number or their parents' Aadhaar card linked to it. So that can actually bring a change, I think. They become more responsible.
What do you want to do personally to make this a better space? I mean, in your own way, if you have to do something, what do you want to do?
I really would like to talk to all the social media heads of India at least, and try to get them under one roof and talk to them and say, you have to give in some sense of responsibility. If at all they want to create a new ID, they actually have to link their Aadhaar card to it, and then I'll make sure that I want them to be responsible for whatever they say. If I'm saying something out loud, I want myself to be responsible for what I say. So that sense of responsibility comes from our houses or from our schools. So that education we have to give them.
Okay. So before we end, we can take 3 questions from the audience. Any 3 questions, please raise your hand so that the mic will go to you. Yeah, please. Just give the mic to me. Can you give the mic to him?
Actually, I feel very comfort in Telugu. మీరు ఓకే అంటే తెలుగులో.
యా ప్లీజ్.
హ్యాపీగా తెలుగులో మాట్లాడుకుందాం.
సార్
చంపండి.
యాక్చువల్లీ నేనేం మిమ్మల్ని ఒక ఫేవర్ అండ్ అలాగే ఒక క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుదాం అనుకుంటున్నాను.
చెప్పండి.
బేసిక్గా ఎకనామికల్లీ అనే కాదు, గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్లో పిల్లల్ని మనం ఎక్కువ ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్స్, ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్కూల్స్లో జాయిన్ చేపిస్తున్నాం. సో మనం గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్లో బేసిక్గా క్వాలిఫైడ్ టీచర్స్ ఉన్నారు, క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఉంది. ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్స్లో వాళ్ళని పెట్టడం వల్ల గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్లో పెడితే వాళ్ళకి కొంచెం యూజ్ అవుతుంది కదా.
నేను గవర్నమెంట్లో లేనండి
సార్. యాక్చువల్లీ ఏమిటండి,
కమింగ్ టు దట్, I believe quality education is what we have to give. Let it be whether I'm in the government or not in the government, it's my responsibility as a normal human citizen to say that quality education to any kid is my responsibility. So whatever we can do, we are doing it. Say like I built a school in Araku in 2016. I never actually asked for any help. Me with another organization called Think Peace, together we built schools, we built grounds. So it is our responsibility as a normal human being.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm done my master psychology in Osmania, and now I'm doing B.Ed special education in intellectual disability.
Super.
సో నేనేమంటున్నా అంటే ఏదైతే సెలబ్రిటీస్ ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు కొంచెం మోటివేట్ చేస్తే గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్లో అందరూ చదవటం వల్ల దాంట్లో ఉన్న ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఇంకా ఇంప్రూవ్ చేయటం వల్ల వాళ్ళకి యూజ్ ఉంటుంది. అందరూ గవర్నమెంట్ సెక్టార్లో మంచిగా చదువుకోగలుగుతారు, అందరికీ ఈక్వల్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ వస్తాయి, చిల్డ్రన్ అంతా ఒకేలాగా ఉండగలుగుతారు. సో దానికి మీరు సెలబ్రిటీస్ అనేవాళ్ళు కొంచెం మోటివేట్ చేస్తే అందరూ గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్లో ఉంటారు కదా అనేది నా క్వశ్చన్.
ఓకే. I believe more than me motivating kids to join government schools, it's about the facilities that the government schools are actually providing. So while they want better education అంటే గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్ మనం ప్రాపర్గా ఫెసిలిటీస్ పెట్టుకోవాలి. సో దానికి నేను ఐ కాంట్ బి రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ ఫర్ ఇట్. నాకేంటంటే ఐ కెన్ జస్ట్ వాయిస్ అవుట్ మై కన్సర్న్ తప్పించి ఇంకేం చేయలేదు. బికాస్ ద క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ హ్యాస్ టు బి గివెన్ బై ద గవర్నమెంట్.
We'll take another question. We'll take another question. Yeah, please.
అడగండి, పర్లేదు.
తేజ గారు,
చెప్పండి.
మీరు ఫిల్మ్ ఇండస్ట్రీలో ఒక సెక్షన్ ఇది ఉంటుంది, మీకు ఒక ఇది ఉండొచ్చు. నా క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే, ఇండియా కానీ ఆంధ్ర తెలంగాణ కానీ 60-70% రూరల్ ఉన్నారు, రూరల్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉంటారు, పిల్లలు ఉంటారు, చిన్నపిల్లలు కూడా. సో వాళ్ళందరికీ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ ఈజ్ అ సినిమా. సో మోస్ట్లీ మన సినిమాలో 90% 70% చైల్డ్ అబ్యూస్ ఉంటుంది, లేదా ఏ సర్టిఫికేట్ ఫిల్మ్స్ ఎక్కువ వస్తున్నాయి. సో దట్స్ అ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ బిజినెస్ వాళ్ళది. సో దాన్ని తగ్గించడానికి మీ వంతు ఏమైనా సహకారం చేస్తున్నారా?
సార్, విన్నర్ మూవీ తర్వాత నేను టీచింగ్ సాంగ్స్ ఆపేసానండి. సో టీచింగ్ సాంగ్స్ ఎందుకంటే నేను ఆ హీరోయిన్ నేను లవ్ చేస్తాను, అంటే హీరో క్యారెక్టర్గా ఆ అమ్మాయిని నేను పొగడాలి తప్పించి నేను ఏడిపించకూడదు. సో ఆ టీచింగ్ సాంగ్స్ అనేది నేను ఆపేసాను. సో బికాజ్ ఐ హ్యాడ్ అ వాయిస్. అప్పుడు దాకా నా వాయిస్ రాలా, నేను ఒక హీరోని లేదని నేను చేయనండి అని చెప్పలేను. సో దాని తర్వాత నేను చేశాను. నాకంటే నాకు వాయిస్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత నేను చెయ్యను, విన్నర్ లాస్ట్, ఇంకా దాని తర్వాత నేను చేయడం మానేసాను. ఆఫ్టర్ దాట్ వాళ్ళ థాట్ ప్రాసెస్ మారింది. అంటే ద పీపుల్ హు ఆర్ అప్రోచింగ్ మీ, వాళ్ళు చేసే సినిమాలు దానికి తగ్గట్టు వాళ్ళ కంటెంట్ మారింది. సో టీచింగ్ సాంగ్ మానేశాను అండ్ ఐ స్టాప్డ్ స్మోకింగ్ ఆన్ స్క్రీన్.
మీరు మీ జర్నీ మేము ఫాలో అవుతున్నాము, 10 years నుంచి మీరు చేస్తున్నారు, యాక్టివిస్ట్గా మీరు వర్క్ చేస్తున్నారు. మీ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ తోటి ఫర్దర్గా మీ కమ్యూనిటీ, మీ సర్కిల్లో
కమింగ్ టు దట్, అంటే ఐ కాంట్ వాచ్ ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ హీరో అంటే ఆర్ ఎవ్రీ డైరెక్టర్ బికాస్ దే హ్యావ్ దేర్ ఓన్ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ క్రియేటివిటీ. బట్ ఐ కెన్ డూ ఫ్రమ్ మై బిట్. నా వంతు నేను చేసేది నేను చేస్తాను. నేను చెప్తున్నా టీచింగ్ సాంగ్ అయితే రావద్దు, నేను చేయను, నేను చచ్చినా చేయను అని చెప్తున్నాను. సో మిగతా వాళ్ళు ఇన్స్పైర్ అయితే అది చేస్తే ఓకే. నేను ఐ కాంట్ ఫోర్స్ ఎనీబడీ టు డూ దట్ కదండి.
Yeah, we should be happy that there is a beginning with Tej. Yeah. The final question.
Hello,
Take the
sir.
final
Tej.
question.
Tej.
Yeah,
Hello, sir.
from this girl.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Hello,
Hi,
ma'am.
Hi, ma'am.
Here's my question. We were talking that how parents are emotionally unavailable for their children. So whom can they approach? Even if they are approaching on the social media, like expressing themselves on the social media platforms like Instagram or Facebook, how can they handle the pressure, or how can they handle themselves if they're attacked online? What is your advice to the teenagers especially?
I believe, see, the parents have to play a major role more than the teachers or the friends. I think the parents have to step in then and put a full stop to the kids' availability on the social media, because they're not mature enough to actually handle all the pressure. For example, I can't put the government pressure onto you, right? Like sir asked me about education, I can't answer that because I'm not educated in that particular topic. I can actually say that people, you have to increase the facilities and all that, but I don't know how to handle it. I'm very immature. I'm very not mature enough to handle that. So that's where the parents have to come in and educate the kids, saying that enough of social media, not required. You come into the real world.
Teju.
Yeah.
Here.
So
Okay.
one last question.
Here.
Ma'am, please take it.
Yeah.
No worries.
Hi sir, myself Vibha. Thank you for visiting today.
My pleasure.
So I have a question that what are your future initiative for the child safety over digital scams that have been happening now, and if a right power is being given to your hands, what would you do? Like what kind of initiative would you take?
I would definitely ask the parents to involve again, because this is something beyond anybody's involvement. I can't involve myself. I can't go into the kid's phone and say, "Arey, give me the phone." I can't do that. Only the parents can do that, or the friends can do that, or some elder from the house can do that. Only they can actually intrude into the personal space of a kid, because they can actually guide them properly. Neither can I. I think it's more about the education with the parents. What I'm talking is about to the parents. The parents have to be involved in that way.
Teju here.
Yeah.
ఇప్పుడు సోషల్ మీడియాలో పిల్లల మీద కానీ సెలబ్రిటీల కానీ కామన్ మ్యాన్ మీద బాగా పర్సనల్ అటాక్ జరుగుతుంది కదా. దాని మనం అన్నీ అడ్రస్ చేయలేం. మీరు కొన్నిటి మీద రియాక్ట్ కావచ్చు, కానీ మీరు గవర్నమెంట్లో లేకపోయినా కానీ పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు ఒక గవర్నమెంట్లో ఉన్నారు. ఆయన మీరు ఏమైనా సలహాలు ఇచ్చి ఏదైనా కఠినంగా చట్టాలు తీసుకొచ్చే ఏమన్నా సలహాలు ఇస్తారా?
మ్యాక్సిమం నేను ఐ కెన్ జస్ట్ టాక్ టు హిమ్ అండ్ సే దట్ దిస్ వాట్ ఐఎమ్ ఫేసింగ్ అండి. నేను ఫేస్ చేస్తున్నాను, నన్నే కాదు మొత్తం నా ఫ్యామిలీ మొత్తం అందరినీ తిడుతున్నారు. ఐ కెన్ జస్ట్ సే దట్. ఇప్పుడు చాలామంది ఫ్యాన్స్ ఉంటారు, వాళ్ళనే అనలేం, ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళ ప్రేమతో చేస్తారో వాళ్ళ వేరే వాళ్ళ మీద కోపంతో చేస్తారో అని అర్థం కాదు. అంటే ఎవరో ఒకరు ఇన్స్టిగేట్ చేస్తారు, దాంతో ఇంక రెచ్చిపోయి ఇంకా అసలు మమ్మల్ని తిట్టేస్తూ ఉంటారు. మేము పెద్దవాళ్ళు కాబట్టి మేము తీసుకోగలుగుతాం, పిల్లలకి ఏం తెలుస్తుంది? వాళ్ళకంటే ఒక బాధ్యత వాళ్ళ మైండ్లో రావాలి, అంటే తీసుకురావాలి. అందుకని చెప్పిన ఇందాక లింక్ దేర్ Instagram IDs or Facebook IDs or the Twitter IDs to Aadhaar card, to their parents' Aadhaar card, something. వాళ్ళకంటే ఒక బాధ్యత వస్తుంది. ఆ బాధ్యత వచ్చిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళకి భయం వేస్తుంది టు సే ఎనీథింగ్. ఇప్పుడు నాకు నా ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తే బూతులు ఉంటాయి కమెంట్స్లో, బట్ ఐఎమ్ అన్ ఎల్డర్ కాబట్టి ఐ కెన్ టేక్ ఇట్, బట్ ఫర్ అ కిడ్ హౌ కెన్ టేక్ ఇట్? ఇప్పుడు మీ కిడ్ ఉంటాడు, ఒక 16 ఏళ్ళకి ఉంటాయి, 15 ఏళ్ళు ఉంటాయి, లేకపోతే ఒక 12 ఏళ్ళు ఉంటాయి, ఆ అబ్బాయిని తీసుకోగలుగుతాడు? ఆ బూతులు తీసుకోలేరు కదా. సో ఇఫ్ ఆల్ దే కెన్ లింక్ దర్ ఐడి టు అన్ ఆధార్ కార్డ్, టు దేర్ ఆధార్ కార్డ్ ఆర్ టు దేర్ పేరెంట్స్ ఆధార్ కార్డ్, దే విల్ బీ స్కేర్డ్. ఆ భయం అనేది రావాలి, వాళ్ళకి తెప్పించాలి.
Yeah. So, thank you so much, Tej. So, one second. No, we are done with the questions. Yeah. So, before we end on the lighter vein, I want to ask you a question, because I want to hear you laugh loud. It's been more than 30 minutes that you laughed.
Ma'am, I think, are they giving my introduction again?
We are done. We are done with the interaction. I just wanted to ask you one final question. When are you getting married, Tej? Because మా అమ్మాయి నీ కళ్ళ ముందు పుట్టిన మా అమ్మాయికి పెళ్ళి అయిపోయింది. My daughter got married last month. No, you should get married.
Mine is a very, very sad story. 2023, I had a very bad breakup.
How many times? This is the fifth time you told me.
No, this is a
4 years back also you told me there was a
This
breakup.
was a very bad breakup because of
Okay.
the media people.
Oh.
అంటే వాళ్ళు చాలా ప్రేమగా నా మీద ఈ అమ్మాయితో పెళ్ళి ఆ అమ్మాయితో పెళ్ళి ఇప్పుడు సినిమా హిట్ అయిపోయింది ఇంకేముంది వరుణ్ పెళ్ళి అయిపోతుంది ఇప్పుడు ఈ అబ్బాయి కూడా పెళ్ళి అరే నన్ను చెప్పలేమంటారా కొద్ది గ్యాప్ ఇవ్వంటారా ఊపిరి పీల్చుకునేమంటారా సో దానివల్ల ఐ హ్యాడ్ అ వెరీ బ్యాడ్ బ్రేకప్ అండ్ దట్ గర్ల్ వాజ్ మై కాలేజ్ గర్ల్ ఫ్రెండ్
Okay.
సో షీ కుడెంట్ టేక్ ఇట్ షీ హ్యాడ్ అ లాట్ ఆఫ్ యాంగ్జైటీ and I really hope that the media people can take responsibility for my marriage.
Okay.
So while calm go unte, I'll announce my marriage.
Okay.
Whenever
Please, everybody stay calm. Let him get married. We
so
all should attend his marriage.
Media all, especially Mr. Great Andhra garu, please. ఇంకోటి ఇంకా 2-3 వెబ్సైట్స్ ఉన్నాయి వాళ్ళకి కూడా దండం పెడతాండి ప్లీజ్ మీరందరూ కామ్గా ఉంటే నా పెళ్ళి నేనే అనౌన్స్ చేస్తా ఇంకెవరో కాదు నేనే అనౌన్స్ చేస్తా ఇంకెవరో అవసరం లేదు
Okay, but I'll surely come for your wedding.
మీరు రాకపోతే కష్టం అండి మీరు రావాలి
ఆడపడుచు కట్నం ఇవ్వాలి
హ్యాపీగా ఇస్తాను నా పెళ్ళి అయితే నేనే కట్నం ఇస్తాను అమ్మాయికి
Thank you so much, Tej. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much for this session.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sai Durga Tej. May I please request you, sir, to, some Young Indians chapter in the southern zone are working tirelessly towards this cause as well. So we would like you to please recognize the following Young Indians chapter for their outstanding work.
Actually, I was a part of Young India in the starting stage of Young India. 2006, I think.
That's so nice.
I think it was in 2006 or 7, I was a part of the Young Indians group. Yeah.
So I think, sir, on that note, we would like to have you back in Young Indians Hyderabad chapter as an honorary member.
Thank you. I would love to be there, but if at all my IIPM partner actually gives me that permission, I'll be there.
Definitely.
Abhishek, yeah.
We will take it forward, sir. We'll do it
Thank you.
offline.
Thank you so much.
Yes. I now request Team Hyderabad for CSA and Bangalore for Digilante to please come up on the stage and accept the recognition for their outstanding work. Request national leadership and Masoom leadership to kindly join on the stage as well.
I will announce this. You go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saidharam Tej. Now I would request Ms. Shivali Loya, Regional Mentor SRTICA Young Indians, Mr. Vinod Balasundar, Regional Mentor SRTN Young Indians, and Mr. Siddharth Malani, Past Chair YI Hyderabad, to please felicitate our esteemed guests. Thank you so much.
आप अब इनको ले जाइए, we can't control the crowd and on the stage. ले जाते हैं चलो. After this picture, then other public.
Yeah.
कि all हम thank you so much है, everyone can be seated, we are starting the next session please, ऐसे announce करो, कर दो
Thank you so much. We would now request to kindly settle down so that we can begin the next session quickly. escort him to the... Yeah, अभी chair नहीं चाहिए. Ashwin. If you want to talk here. No, you are in. Change you, okay? But you will have Ashwin. With all the designation. Going forward for the next segment, would like to call upon Mr. Ashwin Agarwal, Chair, YI Hyderabad, to invite our next guest and announce the special launch.
I know, right? Namaste to everyone. A very good evening to all our guests, members, friends, family, media, dignitaries. Namaste to one and all. I firstly would like to thank my national chair and the NMT team for giving me the opportunity to host the Masoom Summit here in Hyderabad. Thank you very much. We hope we did justice to the summit, and we hope to have more summits in the future. Thank you so much. At Young Indians, our commitment goes beyond just initiating projects. It is about creating meaningful, lasting impacts that authentically touches the lives of whom we aim to serve. True inclusivity means more than just opening the doors. It means ensuring that every voice, every individual, every community we reach feels seen, heard, empowered, and safe. The Komal video has been the central to our Masoom initiative, spreading awareness and safety among children. By making it accessible in sign language, we ensure this vital message reaches every child, including those from the hearing impaired community. This step was made possible through our partnership with Arshia Akruti, and we are grateful for this contribution in making the video inclusive. For us in Via Hyderabad, inclusion is not charity. It is responsibility, dignity, and equal opportunity. With this, it is my privilege to invite Mr. DPK Babu, Managing Director of Arshia Akruti, to kindly come on the stage and launch the accessibility version of Komal video.
The bus will be coming anytime now. Leave. This is me, Komal. I'm 9 years old. I love my school so much. Some of my friends are naughty at times. But even I'm naughty sometimes, na? My mama is fun, but she can be strict also. So what? She takes care of you also, na? Says Papa. But I still like Papa more.
Hey, Bakshi! Hey, surprise!
Papa's old friends, Bakshi uncle and auntie, are our new neighbors.
Hello.
Due to time constraint, we have just paused the video here, but this video will be available on the YouTube channel. Over to Ashwin.
I request sir to say a few words, please.
Good evening, everyone. I hope if I had an interpreter to interpret, I don't know. There are few hearing impaired children. For them to understand better, you could interpret the same, what I speak. Thank you, Young Indians, for having me here. It has been a wonderful experience partnering with Young Indians Hyderabad, who gave created a lot of opportunities for people with hearing impairment. I represent an organization called Arshia Akruti, for those who are not familiar with. This organization has worked is in this space last 30 years. We work for people with disabilities, majorly for people with hearing impairment, making education, healthcare, and livelihoods accessible. And it's a wonderful opportunity to provide the little support that we could do, offering Indian Sign Language interpretation for this video. Also, we spread a lot of awareness on Indian Sign Language. There is an improved communication between hearing impaired children and other people in the community. We wish to raise a lot of awareness for people with hearing impairment, especially this kind of event, which is like Masoom, is really intended to support children who are in need of protection. It's a video content that will really help awareness on child rights and child protection. I wish this will definitely penetrate into society, especially for people with hearing impairment. It shall be useful. I really congratulate Young Indians for coming up with this noble initiative. Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, Young Indians. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Would like to call upon Mr. Anandaga, Regional Chair, SRTK Young Indians, and Ms. Poonam Agarwal, Chapter Co-Chair, YI Hyderabad, to please felicitate Mr. DPK Babu. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. For our next session, would like to invite Ms. Shivani Loya, Regional Mentor, Asartica Young Indians, to introduce the speaker and the segment Breaking the Silence, a survivor's perspective on child safety and empowerment. Please give us a minute. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you. So we have a lot of people outside for obvious reasons, but they'll be soon joining us. This session is the most special session of this entire day, because today we are honored to have with us a mother whose courage is far greater than words can describe. Chitraji is here not just as a mother of a child survivor of sexual violence, but as a voice for countless parents who silently carry the same pain. This is not an easy journey to speak about, but her presence reminds us that silence only strengthens injustice and courage paves the way for change. As we listen to her, let us do so with empathy, with open hearts, and with a commitment that her pain and her child's pain should never be repeated in any family. I welcome Ms. Chitra. Chitraji, first of all, we thank you for your immense courage in being with us here today. Can you share, as a mother, what was the most difficult part of going through this journey with your child? And what would you like society to understand about the pain and struggles that survivors and then their families face, something that is often invisible to others?
Before I say anything, I have learned through this journey that first I need to be grateful to every person who's doing something for my family in my journey, who has done something, and for any child who is right now suffering or has suffered. So I say a big thank you to any person in this country or internationally, because that gives me strength, being grateful. The most difficult part of the journey was the guilt as a parent. What did I do wrong? Why didn't my child tell me? If I had told him about bad touch and good touch, would he have told me? And I still live with that guilt. I was fortunate to have counselors who took years to tell me that it is not your fault. It is not your fault, and I say this to every parent, that you trusted someone. It is not your fault that you believe for a moment, for a few minutes at your home, that your child was safe, that he was in a safe place. And I tell this to every parent, it is not your fault. Because we live in relationships where we have to trust somebody else. We cannot live without trust. And I also tell any parent who has chosen to take legal action that it is not your fault if the legal outcome, you're just trying everything, but the legal system is not working for you, which sadly it didn't in our case, or it hasn't. Because we all love our children and value our children, I want to speak from as my son spoke to me. He was in between the ages of 3 and 4, what I have now understood over time as he kept revealing the details. That was the time frame. Now I conclude that he must have been abused multiple times. How does the child say? Nightmares, screaming and getting up, nahi, nahi, nahi. I ask him, kya hua? He doesn't, he's in deep sleep. Next morning, there's no response. Okay. School nahi jana hai. He starts crying. Maybe there are adjustment issues. He just started school after COVID. Ghar nahi aana hai. Adjustment issues in school maybe. Beta, I'll take you around. एक चक्कर मार के घर जाएंगे. Vomiting, not eating food, not gaining weight. He told me, I had told you, Mama. What did you tell me, beta? Later on he told me, you didn't listen to me. I said, what did you say? Mama, Dada, Gaga, Nana. This is how I told you. And I remember very vividly when he used to come and talk to me in baby talk, though he knew how to speak. This is how he used to start speaking when he was abused a few feet away from me. I was a work from home mother. My door was never closed. Whenever I had meetings with closed doors, I had my parents to babysit him and never left him with a person other than family. Auntie मुझे सीढ़ियों से नीचे धक्का दी. He comes crying to me. Auntie says कि नहीं भाभी वो गिर गया. Now the bias in my mind, if he had said uncle, maybe I would have probed. I didn't. बेटा गलती हो गई होगी आंटी से. मामा आंटी मुझे मारी. I didn't see through what was happening. One evening, which is the most blessed day in our family's life, he said, I was putting night dress on, he said, with his eyes down, I don't like it in Hindi. I don't like it when people come to our house. It was only God's blessing. I don't know why I asked. I thought something was off. There's nothing here. But I thought there is something off. The way he looked down and he said sadly, I said, what happened, beta? Somebody in school? I never imagined all of this. He said no. He didn't answer anything. What did they do? I'll tell your teacher. They pulled my cheek. ऐसे किए. That's all he said. But something, it was God's will that day, that my child was to be saved on that day. Why I'm telling you in this manner is, this is how sexual assault is revealed by such a small child. This is how it is revealed, and he is risking everything that moment to tell you. Will you trust him? Will you understand him? He is risking his life. Mind you, as you'll know later, they threatened him. It was a gang rape. Multiple times. I don't know if it was even every day. So, then I just kept probing. My elder son, who's 4 years elder to him, said, Mama, वो ऐसे ही बोल रहा है, कुछ भी बोल रहा है. नहीं मम्मा, मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ. बेटा, wait, I told my elder son, he wants to say something, there's something he wants to say, there's something off. Then he started saying people tied him, पंखे से पैर लगाए, and it didn't make sense at all. Nothing made sense, but I don't know, I just kept asking him, what else, what else? I didn't want to suggest anything, but I just kept asking. It took hours of this kind of talk. And then he finally said, Nani ke ghar le gaye, which is apartment on the same floor. I said, chabi kaise aayi? Nahi, chabi thi unke paas. He said, okay. Then I woke up my mother. She had slept by that time. She's a doctor. My father is a doctor. So what did they do? And then in the hall, there's a bed. He lay down there and he pulled down his pants and he turned around. So, and then later on, I don't want to, he enacted. So he can enact, he can't speak. He can't. So when the next day I lay down and I said, suppose I am you, then what did they do to you? And then he got up, sat here on me, and he enacted oral sex or oral rape. And the first day he said, the second day he got up, he said, do you remember, Mama? मैं आपको क्या बताया हूँ? I said, yes, I remember. And it won't happen to you ever again. I promise you that. So I'm still processing. And why I told you like this, because this is how a child revealed to me. It is not, so, straightforward. Maybe it never is. I don't know about the other cases, but this is how almost he had his birthday in a few weeks. This is how he revealed sexual assault to me. And I just want to go on and say that we simplify it to sexual assault. It is not just sexual assault, it is assault involving also sexual abuse. Because I can speak easier if I talk as a plant. Like you have a small plant, there are roots to the plant. The plant needs those roots to survive. Imagine one root being taken out. You need hope. You need a feeling of safety. You need self-esteem. Everything is destroyed for that child as he keeps on getting groomed and abused. It is just not sexual assault. Maybe by the age of the child, he'll see it in that cultural connotation. For him, it was not sexual assault. He told me, whenever he says, he doesn't emphasize on that sexual assault. He drew a picture with his counselor after a lot of work with him, where he drew himself in one color, then he drew with black color a cage. Then he took a yellow color which surrounded the cage. Then he drew his abusers to one side. And he said, ये लोग लाइट अंदर नहीं आने दे रहे, मैं यहाँ फंस चुका हूँ. And this is after, mind you, 365 days. He still believed that they could reach him if they wanted to. He was still not out of their grip. It was after 2 years, one day he got up and he said, I had a nightmare, which is a usual thing in our life. When he said, जब मैं छोटा था तो वो आंटी, and that day I just leapt in joy. जब मैं छोटा था, so he finally dissociated after 2 years. कि it happened then, it can't happen today. So it took him 2 years to believe that today is not that past. And finally he was beginning to be free from them. So so your child is not ready to believe that he's safe anymore. वो जो अंकल खड़े हैं ना, most probably they were wearing something, one of them, वो भी किए मुझे. I was at Salarjung Museum. I said, सब guards खड़े हैं बेटा, मम्मा है साथ में, आप म्यूजियम देखेंगे हम. मम्मा वो जो अंकल खड़े हैं ना भैया के स्कूल के बाहर, वो भी किया है. It doesn't mean he's lost it. It just means these are triggers. These are triggers that remind him every other minute, where he's just not having a trauma recall. He's actually with them again. His whole demeanor changes. He starts breathing different, everything. So सेफ्टी, हेल्पलेसनेस, सेल्फ स्टीम। मामा मैं कितना बुद्धू हूँ ना, मामा मेरी गलती है ना। 3-year-old child believing it is his fault. मैं क्यों गया था मम्मा वहाँ, मैं गया बोल के मेरे साथ हुआ। बेटा तेरी गलती नहीं है, किसी की गलती है तो मेरी गलती है बेटा। तू मेरा गणपति है। हालांकि वो लोग तुझे झूठ बोले, पर तुझे कहीं ना कहीं पता था ये गलत है। यू वर सो स्मार्ट, तू मेरा गणपति है। एंड वन डे within 2-3 days he said, मम्मा आपको नहीं पता था कि the biggest revelation। I said मुझे नहीं पता था। then it struck me, किसी ने बोला तुझे कि मुझे पता है। he didn't say anything, then मैं आपको नहीं बताऊंगा, then I have to give him space। फिर बोला मम्मा आपको नहीं पता था। मैं बोली नहीं बेटा मुझे। किसने बोला बेटा तुझे? नहीं आंटी ने बोला कि आप छुप छुप के देख रहे हो, आपको पता है। Even then he trusted me to come and tell me. Thank God for it. So they made him believe that I have sent him to them. And after a few months when I just hugged him and तो he said, मम्मा आप भी अगर कुछ करोगे ना, मैं जज को बोल दूंगा आपका नाम। मैंने बोला बेटा I love you so much बेटा, why will I do anything like this? What I am trying to tell you is this is how they break the child. उसकी पूरी जड़ काट देते हैं। वो ट्रैप हो गया है चूहे जैसे, कहाँ जाएगा वो? उसकी मदर भी इन्वॉल्व है and he believes it completely. This is how he is trapped. नहीं आंटी पहले नहीं कर रही थी, उनसे सीख गई। वो लोग एक एक करके करते थे। So that is the sexual part. So, but this is not quantified. Now I am a public health researcher. There is something called disability adjusted life years. कितने बच्चे मलेरिया से मर रहे हैं, कितने बच्चे एक्सीडेंट से मर रहे हैं, कितने बच्चे सुसाइड से मर रहे हैं. Sexual assault can be quantified in this entire sense and then put on the policy table. Quantify it, countrywide, statewide, disability adjusted life years. And for every parent, let them know that this is what has impacted your child. For every child, there may be something else that they have broken him as. So that the parent understands that silence is not the answer. सबसे बड़ा myth, भूल जाओ, my father told me, भूलना पड़ेगा बेटा. In his right, I respect him. भूलना पड़ेगा, बच्चा भी भूल जाएगा. किसके लिए convenient है भूल जाना? For you, not for the child. He is not going to forget. अब वो उसके ऊपर ये सब डाल दिया, आप जो सुने, हेल्पलेस, लॉस ऑफ सेफ्टी, वो वापस कौन जड़े उसकी लगाएगा अगर तुम भूल जाओगे और उसको बोलोगे कि चुप रह जा? वो जड़ लगाना है पेशेंटली. तो इसलिए भूलना नहीं है, चुप नहीं रहना है. वो जहर पीना है पेरेंट्स को. वो बोलेगा, आप सुनोगे, मुझे ऐसे मारते थे, मुझे ऐसे करते थे. नहीं तो वो बच्चा किसको बोलेगा? कहाँ जाएगा वो बच्चा? और आप लीगल को बाजू रखिए. लीगल में सब कुछ प्रूफ करना है. जो आपका बच्चा बोल रहा है वो सच है. बस एटलीस्ट वन पेरेंट, वन गार्डियन हैज टू से, बेटा आई बिलीव यू, व्हाटएवर यू से. चाहे वो लग रहा है, वो बोलेगा एलियन आके किया, तो भी जो तू बोल रहा है सच है. बिलीव हिम, इट मैटर्स टू द चाइल्ड. This is what I want to say about how actual this assault is. It is not just sexual abuse. It is much more.
What has been your experience, Chitraji, with the justice system, police, legal and medical support? And any changes would you like to see to make it more sensitive to children and parents?
So our story is not a very happy story with the legal system, but I don't want to be unfair also, because it is not ki you go and file the report and then like movies may happily married ever after. It is not like that. There is a big story after marriage also, you know, it is a difficult, you have to work every day towards it. But justice system, to be fair, I just told you about this plant जिसके जड़ उखड़ गए. What can the justice system, there is a role the justice system do. It can't do everything, right? Justice system can hopefully protect the child from further abuse and the abusers, which didn't happen in our case because the abusers were coming in front of the child. No matter, so we had to shift home, even though we went and approached officers. Second, if the justice system works, I am very confident that many children will be saved. If one parent stands up, the next child will not be abused. If the justice system can work, and that's the power it has. But the child, like we said, the child is raised in a village. Similarly, the child will heal in an ecosystem. Doctors, teachers, neighbors, family, siblings, everybody is needed. Like I heard some of your sessions for prevention, detection, everything, but everybody is needed. In our journey, the neighbors turned against us. They said कि report क्यों file की? हमारे building का reputation खराब हो गया. The people he talked about were workers in the building, driver, security guard. So they said, ऐसे सब कि in our opinion, these people have not done it. The whole community went to the police station to take bail for those people and provide them legal support. And they said that you have to leave the house. We will hire them once they are out of jail. They will be hired in this very building. You have to leave. And we approached many authorities, and they said that if some incident happens, then it will be the entire apartment against you. So you better move out. So and then they said that we understand the case. अब तो वापस नहीं ले जा सकता, आप लोगों ने फाइल कर दिया, आप फाइल क्यों किया, पहले हमारे से बात करना था. तो मैंने बोला मैं केस तो वापस नहीं लेने वाली हूँ. मैं केस वापस नहीं लेने वाली हूँ. केस वापस, मैं इस स्टैंड से मैं पीछे हटने नहीं वाली हूँ. And I had to pay many cost for it. बहुत सारे कॉस्ट पे किए, but much lesser definitely than what my son has paid. The cost, it is very less compared to what he paid. And the thing that worked for us in the justice system was Bharosa Center. I was proud as a citizen of India कि ऐसा सेंटर है हमारे यहाँ जहाँ प्लेन क्लोथ्स में टॉयज़ के साथ मल्टीपल काउंसलर्स उससे समझते हैं कि एक्चुअली क्या हुआ, अब्यूज़ हुआ. बट फिर एफआईआर भी हमारा फाइल, जब हमें पुलिस स्टेशन भेजा जहाँ हमारा घर आ, सो दे रिफ्यूज टू फाइल द एफआईआर. इट स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम देयर. दे रिफ्यूज टू फाइल द एफआईआर. देयर वाज डीएनए एविडेंस. दे नेवर परस्यूड इट. आई मेट Shikha Goel ma'am, I met Commissioner sir. They reopened the case for further investigation. Then it came back. Then I kept pursuing the police station. I wrote to the National Commission for Child Rights जो आज यहाँ पे थे. They said they recognized the case. Then they sent a district child protection officer. Then the child had to be present before the CWC and so on. One thing I understood is, if I take any step, what they want is a statement from the child, another statement. What has my child done wrong that he will be asked to give a statement to the DCPO, then brought to CWC, then again because it was reopened, the SHO will come and talk to him. He is paying a big price. Any victim pays a big price because he is standing up to make the community safe. And mind you, these are children. What are you subjecting them to? I understand that these statements need to be taken because there is a legal process. But The child undergoes so much trauma. So it has to be regulated, the number of statements, and after the statement, nothing is done, at least in our case. The thing is that with the justice system, I would say it is each parent's decision. What they have to draw boundaries, because they will say, बच्चा बोला कि tied up था, कहाँ पे है doctor की report? I don't have a doctor report. So there is a boundary that I have started drawing in my mind. This is my truth. This is my child's truth. I can help the justice system, legal system, but I cannot take ownership of their action and inaction, because that was killing me. The whole पूरा process का भार मेरे सर पे और मेरे बच्चे के सर पे. बच्चे का और एक statement लेना है, मैडम why don't you go and meet the commissioner again? उसके बाद then maybe you can meet Chicago ma'am again. I can fight for the next 5 years if it makes sense, but is it making sense? And in the way I keep doing this, I am somewhere losing myself. I am dying from within, because every time they make you feel, आप 2 दिन late क्यों report किए? You should have done this, you should have done that, as if I have the power to drive that investigation. And even the public prosecutor, when we went trial stage with her, then it got postponed. I just want to share this one thing. When a gang rape happens, the child reveals, see how it doesn't align right now. Child revealed first 2 names, statements were recorded, 2 statements. Then he revealed the name of the maid later, which is natural. He was terrified. Then we informed. And then he revealed another name. The child should take only one name. How can he take all these names? But this is the truth.
Thank you so much. Going forward, would like to invite Mr. Tarang Khurana, National Chairman, Young Indians, Mr. Anand Daga, Regional Chair, SRTICA, Young Indians, Ms. Josna Agarwal, Chair, Masoom Young Indians, and Mr. Bhavan Pandya, Co-Chair, Masoom Young Indians, to join us on the stage.
Recognize Hyderabad chapter, then we go to vote. No, Tarang नहीं है ना अभी, जो नहीं Tarang जब आएगा तब इनका कर लेंगे, let them do the Hyderabad chapter first.
I request Bhavan and Jyotsna to please present the mementos to the Hyderabad chapter. Okay.
That's really, as in, it takes time to get back after what Ms. Sharma just shared. So I've been given this tough task of something that I was to do in the morning now after this session, but I'll just take a couple of minutes if I can have your attention, everyone. I think, yeah, more from Masoom perspective, we've written the first 10 years, and that's why it's important we all came together to redefine the next 10 years. Now, the first 10 years, they just, you know, they were written by us. Our collective actions are going to, you know, define the next 10 years, next 15 years. The world actually progresses from a lot of irrational decision. And everything around us, which is like the conveniences that we enjoy, the space that we have, the services that we use, is because somebody decided that, you know, they're not going to accept the world as it is. So what truly is going to separate Masoom as a movement is, you know, not some magical, talented people, but an irrational commitment to pushing through this pain that all of us go through, or it can break most of the people. So with this spirit, I would urge, you know, everybody to make one more child safer, one more teacher who is trained, one more school that is aware on the topic, and let's not stop, because most of the value will come from one more. Having said that, yeah, a big shout out to the Hyderabad chapter. We believed in you guys. It's been in the making for like 3-4 months now. Finally, we are here. We understand, yeah, we would have loved a bigger audience to recognize you. It's just that the nature, how it played out today. We would have loved to recognize all of you. The dedication that the team has is something really special, and especially for Masoom, the way the energy that is there around, it is brilliant. It is only from here that we are going to get more and more stronger. Tarang is there, Jyotsna is there, probably I'll ask them to share a few words, but you know, it's truly a lesson that all of us can also take back in terms of how you want to do things. So thank you. Thank you, Ashwin, Poonam, Pooja, Arshia. I can keep on going with the names. Ashish, Wasim, yeah, Abhishek Sontalia, Yeah, there are too many names, so it was a big team, but thank you, everybody. Yeah, with that, I'll hand it back to Pooja. Tarang is also. He's here. Tarang is here. Tarang is here.
I request Mr. Tarang Khurana, National Chairman, Young Indians, to please present the mementos to Jyotsna Agarwal. Chair.
To please come on the stage.
Okay. Tarang, may I please request you to please come on the stage? Jyotsna and Bhavan, can I please request you to felicitate? That's fine.
रीजनल को Please stay back as I call the Hyderabad team on the stage. Can I have the entire Hyderabad team, Pooja, beginning with Ashwin and Poonam, please? The chapter chair and co-chair for Hyderabad.
While they are fixing their awards, I'll just take 2 minutes to thank Hyderabad team. And when I say, I deeply thank them for their support. When we started scouting for places to do the Masoom Summit, there were many chapters, but when we had this call with Hyderabad, and Ashwin and Pooja and Poonam, everybody was on the call and then said, yes, we can do it. From that day to this day, I guess we all have worked as a team, but this wouldn't have been possible with the kind of work, Shivani, your entire team has done in the past couple of 10 days, from bringing speakers, aligning conversations, aligning awards, to working on the digital content, to every little thing. Whatever I say, I have a very less audience from outside, but this is for us, for YI. I think that's how we work together, and that's how things are done. So thank you so much, Hyderabad chapter, for making this possible for us.
Yeah. Please stay on when we call the entire team with Ashwin and Poonam. Can I have Arjun Kedia, Arshia, Ashish, Ashwin Sarda, Jayanti, she's not here, Pooja Lalwani, Ranjit, Wasim, Satyub, Abha, is she here? Alka and Ashita from the Masoom team. So this is the powerhouse of Via Hyderabad. Three cheers to the entire team. Hip hip hooray. Thank you to each and every one of you. Someone give us also. Someone Anand will give us. Anand now. You call Anand now. You call Anand and he'll felicitate.
हो गया इसके बाद ना ओके रोल ये तो आपस में पार्ट लेते हैं
and then you give your whatever.
Request Mr. Anand Daga to please felicitate Ms. Shivani Loya, Regional Mentor, Mr. Alok Agarwal, Regional Mentor East, Mr. Vinod Palasundar, Regional Mentor SRTN, Ms. Josna Agarwal, and Mr. Bhavan Pandya too. I told. Can I now call up for Bhavan and Josna? Request. Request Tarang and Anand to please felicitate Bhavan and Jyotsna. And then Anand will give the closing remark. Anand, thank you. उसको दे रहा है भाई अपना हाँ करो करो Request Tarang to please present the memento to Anand as well. उनका नहीं हुआ Yes, yes. May I please request Anand to give the closing remarks?
I don't know why they're still closing after felicitation, after thanking everyone. I don't know. I think this has been force-fitted, just to accommodate the original chair as part of a protocol, right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Sure. So the video, the stories which have been narrated, right, just before the session by Chitra ji and also by our speakers, they were all heart-wrenching, and this makes us realize that there is a child, there is a family, and there is a future for all of us to protect. And as we close, let us remember the change doesn't happen within the four walls of the conference, but change happens only when we take these conversations back to our communities, to our houses, and to our workplaces, and that's how change happens. On behalf of YI, our heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers who are not here. One of the panelists is here, and thank you very much, the entire YI team, Jochna, Bhavin, Shivani, the Arams, right, and the YI Hyderabad team, and of course, special thanks to Tarang, who graced his presence with her, and also I believe you students are here. Thanks a lot, guys. You have been a pillar of support for YI in all the activities, in all the projects that we do. Thanks a lot, guys. See you all in the 7th edition of Masoom Summit.